No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Agenda of the government. Mr. Speaker, having said that, therefore, what happened with that appointment? People who never run a cake shop was placed to run the most complex industry, not only in Guyana, but the entire Caribbean. The writing is on the wall when that happens. when you place people not with merit, but with other belief and other reasons, the end result is utter destruction. And that's known in all theories in the world. If you go back to the old Peter Drucker, you go back to Samuel Soto, you go to Coates and O'Donnell, you go to the great Tony Manning, and I can make a long list for you. Some of you don't read. They have all said one thing in common. One thing in common, and let me quote what they have said in common. When good people become scarce, the best system dwindles. Sir, I seek your permission. When good people become scarce, the best system dwindles. That has been uppermost as to one of the reasons for the destruction of the slide of the sugar industry. Now, when I speak of good people becoming scarce, in 2021, Mr. Speaker, when the PPP took office in August of 2020, within the first 6 months, 9 top executives were removed. And those people, when I've accumulated the years of service they've offered, is 261 years service. So we have no respect for people with skills and experience in this country. And we replace those 9 people. We replace those 9 people with some who don't understand basic botany, morphology, and physiology of a cane plant, but managing the sugar industry. Well, to put it simple, who don't understand the difference between a cane, a leaf sheet, and a midrib? I don't know if I could do that better. They don't understand the difference between a leaf sheet and a midrib of the cane plant, all yet understanding physiology, morphology, and botany. Mr. Speaker, let me get into some details. Let me go to some details, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, Gaisuku purchased a drone that up to 2026, at this minute, it has never arrived. Millions were spent. Gaisuku purchased something that we call French cutter. It's a mechanical harvester that never cut canes to produce 1 ton sugar. Gaisuku produced a Captain mechanical harvester that up to today, it didn't cut cane to produce 1/4 ton of sugar. I want to borrow the term used by the senior minister when a member of this side of the House, an honorable member, made his presentation. The senior minister said, and I quote, "Sir, the people want to hear." Sir, I'm saying the same thing. I want to echo that call of yours. The people want to hear, so let me say it. $144 million were paid to a former CEO. And sir, when some said, let us appeal the matter. Let us appeal. Let us appeal the case. The honorable minister said he's instructed not to pursue it and proceed with an appeal. The honorable minister who sits right here, he says that I am instructed for you not to proceed with the appeal. The people must know where the money has gone. $144 million. And if that was not enough, the man was promoted to an esteemed office. Mr. Speaker, much to the chagrin, much to the annoyance, much to the disappointment of the former CEO of Gaisuku that was placed by the PPPC administration. You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? You had millions paid to a group of people, a selected group of people, whom were deemed to be people that could not have been at the job for a couple of mornings. When you were just having 3 estates crushing as against 11 estates where I'd made my name. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened? Since these people were so-called indispensable, millions of dollars were paid to them for not taking their leave. And I want the senior finance minister to hear this because he doesn't know where his monies are misspent. And I believe when I'm finished, sir, you will ask the budgeteers to slash their budget back and come to you. I want to believe so. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The act was so disgraceful that the then chairman of the National Corporation, who is now a minister in this government, ordered for...
Honorable member, I'll give you back your time every time I interrupt you because of...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You'll get back your time, right?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I wish to deviate, sir. When members of a noble house has descended to an extent where it becomes characterized by illiteracy, where it becomes characterized by dissent and by making remarks which are not concomitant with the house, how worse can we get? It means that the house, therefore, sir, has descended to a level as to be beneath any reasonable definition of human decency. We have lost decency. And we have reached a point where the house is interpreted as to be beneath any reasonable definition of human decency because of a few. And these few, they don't intend to learn. They don't want to listen, so they can't understand. They can't comprehend. Mr. Speaker, an honorable senior minister, I beseech you, sir. A contractor was paid hundreds of millions of dollars to do a particular job, but up to today, he doesn't have the equipment to do it. Honorable Minister, Senior Minister, and Honorable Speaker, I'm continuing with the slide of Gaisuko. Mr. Speaker, an instruction was given to go to Brazil and bring canes to plant in Guyana. It was done without the approval of the NPPO. This is an arm of the government. The same government breached the law and breached the rule and sent for canes in Brazil. But hear this, Honorable Senior Minister, $21 million were paid up front where you couldn't pay people in Gaisuku who are cutting the cane, weeding the grass, planting the cane, and doing everything manually. And Mr. Speaker, if you may want to say to me that, well, you know, we all make mistakes, but here this mistake. The canes were brought and planted at Rosal Estate, to be precise, lot 6, fields 5 and 7. Honorable Senior Minister, the canes that were brought from Brazil illegally were taken by instructions to Rosal and planted in lot 6, field 5 and field 7. You know what happened? Let the people hear. The cane came down with a disease, with a fusarium that is called pokabong. It came down with a disease. So we have pathological strains that when we manufacture sugar, it will be found in the sugar when we export to other countries. Sir, please allow me to say for the edification and information of others here. In the science of agriculture,
Honorable members, I'm going to take a suspension.
Because to be prepared. You'll get back to check. So this graceful body. Look at the speaker.
Unleash the best version of yourself with every goddess. Say goodbye to limitations and say hello to a better, stronger, healthier you.
Feet on soil, Guyana roots in my veins.
Where knowledge is free,
where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, the need and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, your vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Sir, honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, we resume the third sitting, and we are on the motion presented by the Senior Minister of Finance, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. And today's contributions will be led by the Honorable Member, Mr. Vishnu Pandey.
You have flawed things here, man. So you won. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, sir, to say good afternoon to all in this noble house. And for me, it's a distinct pleasure to be among you people, honorable members of the House, and other invitees and members of the media, to share with you my comments in Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer these comments against the background of the presentation by the Honorable Senior Minister, Dr. Natasha Singh. And I'm certain that in budget preparation and processes, the budgeteers would have submitted the respective requests to the Honorable Senior Minister, who would have put them together and make a presentation in this noble house. It is on that note I wish to commend the Honorable Senior Minister and by extension, staff members that belongs to his high office. Mr. Speaker, having said that, of my major concern is a theme, whether it was coined by the Honorable Senior Minister or it was a collective idea of putting people first. And I believe that when I've gone through the budget in detail, and I'm accustomed to look at budgets, the contents of the budget does not really support putting people first. And because of that, it becomes my priority, therefore, to deal with the issue of putting people first. Mr. Speaker, there are two words I wish to present to you, sir, and to the House. One is referred to as obligatory duties, and the other, sir, it is called Rodomonte talks. Now, the first one, obligatory duties, I'm certain that it's known to all. The second one, I'm bounded by duty to explain. As the honorable member said, it's rodomontade. And with your permission, sir, I'm asking to spell that term, the word rather. It goes RODOMONTADE. Thanks, Kwame, for making note of that. Yeah. And what it means, sir, if we are to, and these days we have many mediums to check the meaning. That's why I've spelled it out. It simply means boastful talks. And that's why I've chosen to use the terms obligatory duty and rodomontade talks or boastful talks. Why I've chosen that? When I've listened to the presentations by members of this House, especially on that side of the House, it was nothing short of rodomontade talks or boastful talks. Mr. Speaker, let me don't deal much longer on this chicken industry. Suffice to say that on one side closed down some estates, the other side run like Santa Claus. It's Christmas time. We can work all the estate were closed down. That was done in 2020, December. Well, here, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe you don't know, with all respect to you, none estate was really open. And let me tell you, Honorable Senior Minister, this. The Agriculture Minister wrote in the Stabrook News when he was interviewed and in many speeches given that $9 billion were given for the Rose Hall reopening. So hear this now, sir. Rose Hall Estate Field consists of 6,000 hectares. Only 3,000 were opened, but they were not abandoned. They were in cane supplying to Albion Estate. The factory was only $2.3 billion spent. And the claim was that $3.3 billion was spent in agriculture. Put the two together, it's $5+ billion. Where is the $9 billion? Mr. Speaker, the estates that were closed and were promised to be reopened, Skeldon, that has 8,640 hectares, out of which 5,000 hectares were already mechanized. The Senior Minister of Finance doesn't know that, because if that was brought to his attention, he wouldn't have put in his report. He would not have put in his report that I'm allocating money for field mechanization. The people must hear that Edmore Estate, nobody in this room would know this. Let me edify you. Edmore Estate had 85% of the cultivation already mechanized. Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, 85% was already mechanized. You know what's the cost to do back those 2 hectares? $23 billion. So we're going to do it in phase, and it will never be completed. The minister must say, why Skeldon 5,000 hectares, which were already mechanized, were not the first priority than Rose Hall. Let me tell you about Rose Hall. Rose Hall, 3,000 hectares of land, Mr. Speaker, put it at the highest yield, an average yield of 70 tons per hectare. Honorable Anand Prasad, you can learn a little bit about sugarcane. And you cross with a factory that has a throughput of 105 tons per hour, Mr. Speaker. Rose Hall Estate with the current cane production will only be crushing for 15 weeks. What are you going to do with the paper for 45 weeks? For 35 weeks, sorry. What are you going to do with them? That's efficiency. That's how the ministry's been run. That's the slide of Gaisuko. That's what's happening, that the people must know what's going on. So Rosal was reopened not because of the government's bleeding heart for the poor people. It was reopened because of the voting in 2025 elections. And we understand the reason for wanting to influence people in the Amsterdam, Kanji, and Rosal area to vote for the party. If you put party first, if you do not understand the term of obligatory duties and you're ruddermonted in your approach, that's the result of it. So, Mr. Speaker, let me turn right over there to Wales Estate. 10 years ago, that estate closed. 10 years ago, what happened with the people in that estate? 10 years ago, 8,900 acres of land were closed. We could have taken lands there and give them an acre each, and the people would have earned a livelihood. But you know what we did? We take 700 acres and we give it an alcohol name here because they have the documents. The government took 700 acres and handed it to Paul Chung. And if he was not satisfied with that, made Paul Chung the CEO for Gaisuko.
Honorable member, the standing orders say you cannot name a person who is not in the House because they're not here to defend themselves.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
That being said, honorable member, you need an extension to conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me talk of Wales Estate.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the honorable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude.
You may proceed, honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 10 years, nobody found out anything what happened to Wales. Mr. Speaker, Wales produced coffee, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Wales produced cocoa. Why can't you give back the people at Wales to produce coffee and cocoa? Why are you bringing people from Dominican Republic to do that? And you have people there starving and out of jobs. Go and find out a place in cocoa field at Wiedenstein that you had 1,800 acres of land that produced cocoa at Wales Estate. And Nestle Company, the world's largest food company, can take all the cocoa that you produce. Tell the people why you're bringing people from Dominican Republic when people don't have jobs and they're starving there. Tell the people at Moore who has 10,000 acres of land, why they can't be given land to earn a livelihood. Why we have to keep it there for friends and favorites and families to build castle, perhaps castle in the air too. Mr. Speaker, if I'm to turn to the rice industry, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture must inform this House that 11,000 tons of cargo rice was indeed shipped to go to Europe. The rice ended up with contamination by the overuse of Pronto. So I don't know where are the people with HACCP and all the quality control people. But Honorable Minister of Finance, Senior Minister of Finance, I want you to know that the Europe price was $800 per ton. And basic mathematics will tell you if you multiply that, it's $8,800,000 US dollars. The Honorable Minister must say where the rice was distributed, where did it go, and what price did we receive. Mr. Speaker, 2 days rainfall, the country flood. 2 days sunshine, you're in drought. But we are spending billions with NDIA. And you know what NDIA did? In 2024, I drew to the attention of Agriculture Minister, Senior Minister of Finance, sir, please listen to this. The 5,000 hectares that you have in Skeldon are already prepared for mechanized operation. NDIA went in there and dig a big canal of 10 miles distance. Desecrated every single thing that was planned here. When the minister realized, the Honorable Minister, that this is going to blow up, it was stopped. But it wasn't stopped until 10 miles were finished. And we can go there. I can take anyone voluntarily to go and see. When I asked the minister why you're doing that, because there was a guy Suku then, the minister called the chairman for NDIA who professed he doesn't know. So imagine we are managing a country, we are managing an organization called NDIA that billions are spent and we don't know what they are doing. Sir, I heard you said that my time is up, but I wish to conclude, sir. And you know, the world has about 8 billion people. I can speak for the next 6 hours here. I'm accustomed to that. The world has about 8 billion people by the last census, sir. And 30% of the world's population understands a language called Hindi. I will explain it to you, Kwame. You went to my mandir, but you didn't learn anything. You went there and you eat plenty some curry and yet you don't learn. You head hard. In that population, sir, I seek your permission to quote. And it says, Pada hit sarisa dharma nahi bhai, Pada pira samduk adhamai. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Vendya Prasad, I don't have to explain that to her, but I'm bound by duty. Perhaps to tell my friend for a second time, so that he can have a common understanding as to what I'm talking about. What the scripture says, well, you don't know because you don't know basic Hindi. What the word says, what it says, Mr. Speaker, that when a world swings and there is suppression and oppression becomes rife, the multitude of the people suffers. That's a classic demonstration of what's taking place in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to Budget 2026. And first of all, I want to commend and thank my colleague minister, Dr. Ashley Singh, and his technical team for a people-centered budget, a budget that is designed to strengthen economic growth while uplifting communities. And this is a strategic budget inclusive of sustainable national progress.
No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One
inclusive
love, one people, the
of
mission complete.
sustainable
One love, one flag,
national
one nation,
progress.
Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
To the people of this country and not the reverse. The people are not obligated to members of the government. In fact, I think I made it clear. They're obligated to perform their duties. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, and when you do that, Mr. Speaker, when you do that, what comes to mind immediately? With obligatory duties, you do not seek praise. You do not seek praise for building a road or a bridge or a center or a school. When I say center, I mean recreation center or a health center or any sort of thing that you want to.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me. Forgive me, I'm getting a lot of feed that the video is not going out. All people are seeing is a wide shot of the speaker.
Noted. Thank you. Continue, honorable member.
I guess I shall proceed, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir. So I've said that with So I've said, sir, that with the duties that these members of the House, especially on the government side, are obligated to execute and to perform, it must be done selflessly, not by looking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say for the record of this House, there is standing order 41-6. I want to make very clear in this House, sir. I, Vishnu Pandey, was never, ever...
What is the point of order? What is the point of order? What is the point of order? Useless.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, and again, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member at Skelden, he just said that there was 5,000 hectares of mechanized land. Indeed, there was 5,000 hectares of mechanized land at Skelden. But what happened? We decided that we must plant the land. He was instructed as the agriculture director to plant the cane, and he failed again. Only less than 1,000 hectares of cane was planted. He failed. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture director at that time, Mr. Honorable Vishnu Pandey, who was responsible for agriculture in Gaisuko, he planted cane. And in Gaisuko, when you plant cane, they plant cane, tons cane for hectares that be higher than any other cane in the estate. Mr. Pandey, the honorable member, when he planted that cane, he had the lowest tons cane per hectare, 66 tons cane instead of 70 and more. That is his legacy. And Mr. Speaker, because of his incompetence, because of his below par performance, he received a letter from Gaisuko in December of 2024 informing him that he cannot, or his contract will not be renewed by the corporation because he's ineffective and he's performing below par. and he coming here to lecture us. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the legacy of Mr. Vishnu Pandey. So, when his contract was not renewed, he came to me and he asked me to intervene. And when I find out from the board said that he cannot continue because he's not an effective agriculture director and he has failed the corporation. And that is his legacy. That is his legacy. And when his contract was not renewed, he said he want to take revenge and he gone over to join an opposition party. That's the man. That's the man. And then he coming here today to talk about, when I heard that Mr. Vishnu Pandey, honorable member, will speak on agriculture, I expect this man know everything about agriculture. He spoke about three things. He spoke about coffee a little, rice a little, sugar all the time, and a little DNI. A little DNI. So, Mr. Speaker, although he spoke at length on sugar, he cannot defend his record in the sugar industry. He cannot defend his record. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch a little bit on what was said yesterday in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, the APNU loss of more than half of their seats reflects a failure in their leadership. From 31 seats to 12. They lost 19 seats because of their attitude. And Mr. Speaker, when party figure like Vince Wright Jordan focus on criticism and rhetoric instead of offering practical solution, it is no surprise that the electorate has torn away from them. But torn away, and let me tell you what, Honorable Member Jordan is the rep for Region 5. In 2020, when they were voted out of government, the APNU received 14,502 votes in Region 5. In 2020, they were voted out of government. They had a chance to recoup. And you know what they did? Because of their attitude, because of their style, in 2025, they received 55% less vote in Region 5. 55% less. That is their record. That is their record. And we mentioned a whole host of other issues, which I will not go into, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the record of the opposition. So no matter what, they are complaining and criticizing us. We increase our seats from 33 to 36. From 33 to 36 because of what we have been doing in this country. We have been uplifting people. We have been improving people's lives. We have improved infrastructure. We have bring benefit to the people of our country. That's the record of the PPP Civic government. Mr. Speaker, and let us look at the achievement. Sugar production, they criticize it. But when the honorable member, when he was fired, when his contract was not renewed, 2024, when his contract was not renewed in 2024, sugar production increased by 26%. 26% sugar production increased by. Mr. Speaker, 113,047 metric tons of cane were harvested mechanically. Over 41% of Guy Suko's agriculture department now field have been mechanized. He had the task, the honorable member, but he failed. The cooperation is moving, and Mr. Speaker, I have here in my hand the new 5-year strategic plan for Gaisuko, which will see Gaisuko come to profitability by 2030. This is the plan that we have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a number of these developments in Gaisuko. The Albion packaging plan has begun operations. We have seen the land conversion level and mechanization advance significantly since Mr. Pandey were removed from Gaisuko. Honorable Pandey, at Skelden, the 5,000 hectares that the honorable member mentioned is now being planted when he was removed from Gaisuko because he failed to do it. Mr. Speaker, I challenge, as I said, NDIA, they always criticize NDIA. Mr. Speaker, for us to have production increase, for farmers to benefit, we have to modernize our NDIA structures. Over the last 5 years, we have built over 10 pump stations across this country. Another 5 are advancing. That will continue. And I dare the opposition to bring any project that has any problems, and we will investigate it under NDIA. Bring the project, bring the facts, Don't come and talk here, bring the facts, and we will do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday again we heard the member, Vincent Jordan, honorable member, said here, come to this house, and said how the government reduced the fishery budget by $200 million. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what, in last year's estimate, the fisheries budget had $1.3 billion allocated. And then the Ministry of Agriculture had another $400 million from the integrated budget, making it $1.7 billion last year. Mr. Speaker, that we spent last year. And this year again, when you look at the budget allocation, $1.5 billion is listed in the budget, and another $800 million will be going to that sum to increase it to $2.3 billion. That's the honorable member, very, Mr. Speaker. I am saying again, the honorable member don't know to read the budget. He don't know to read the budget. He just look at the minister's speech and think that is the budget estimate. You have the volumes, then you go through the volumes. Mr. Speaker, as I said, like last year, another $800 million will be added on to the $1.5 billion that are listed here in the budget, will give us $2.3 billion for 2026. That is the budget for 2026. So we have increased the budgetary allocation in the fishery sector by $600 million more this year. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Mr. Speaker, again, I am telling this honorable member, Vincent Jordan, learn your budget. The honorable minister said 1.5, but you got another 800 million coming for integrated. That is you don't learn it. That is why you'll be over there for the rest of your life. Mr. Speaker, as I said, in the rice industry, we have seen monumental progress. We have seen progress moving from rice production from a mere 500,000 ton in 2020 to 810,000 ton in 2025. Mr. Speaker, that came about because of the government's budgetary allocation in getting new variety of seed paddy, fertilizer grant to the farmers, subsidies to the farmers, reducing of the taxes that was imposed on the backs of farmers, reduction of DNI and rental charges from $15,000 to $3,500, open up new lands for farmers. Those are the factors that have contributed to the increase of rice production in our country. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the Caribbean history, Guyana has implemented a security insurance product for rice farmers. Rice farmers' crop now are insured that they can draw from that whenever they suffer from floods and drought. First time in the history of the Caribbean, Guyana is the only country that has that. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about food strategy. Food strategy, what we are doing. Right now as I'm speaking, a food hub is being built at Yarrow Cabra. And no less a person than Bloomberg Grain from the United States of America is the contractor building that food hub at Yarrow Cabra. Mr. Speaker, we saw, and this is simple. This any of the farmers, and I have a number of farmers here, they can testify, they're out there. They are listening, and they know the reality that what I am talking about. I am not coming here and saying, making false statements. They are here. We have farmers, the fisher folks. We have the rice farmers. We have the cash crop farmers. We have the apiculture farmers. We have the livestock farmers. All of them are here this afternoon to listen to the presentation of budget in the agriculture sector. They came here because they have benefited tremendously from the intervention of the People's Progressive Party Civic. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance, in his budget speech, alluded to the fact that the GDP growth was 19%. Non-oil economy grew by 14%. And that was led by agriculture, 11.5%. If agriculture was not doing anything, why agriculture pushing this growth rate in the country when you have an oil economy moving the economy forward? Mr. Speaker, again, we have moved growth in the agriculture sector from 0.5% negative in 1919 to 11.5% in 2025. We have increased coconut production to 2,056 acres. We have taken coconut cultivation to over 35,000 acres in our country. And this year again, we'll increase it by over 5,000 hectares. Mr. Speaker, you have to have vision. We recognize that young people is the key to develop this country. Mr. Speaker, what we did, we engaged a number of young people in this country. We formed a company called the Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. It has over 300 young people who are shareholders of this company. Some of them are here. They can raise their hand. Where they are? They can raise their hand. Look, right? They are here. Now we have over 54 shade houses under that program. We have 4 hydroponics farms in the Caribbean, largest in the Caribbean in Guyana. They are managing that. At the end of the year, when the crop is being sold and they got a profit, they are receiving dividend from that company. That's the vision we're talking about.
Honorable Minister, 1 second. Members of the gallery, please. No recording, no clapping, no cheering, no stomping on the benches. You can start.
Come on, let me start. Mr. Speaker, as I said again, the AIP project have encouraged us to move further. Now we have over 15 groups consisted of 30 and more young people who are involved in the tunnel ventilated program. They are here. They are here, came here. Each, Mr. Speaker, each tunnel ventilated house will where each tunnel ventilated house is capable of producing between 30 to 40,000 birds in every 6 weeks. Mr. Speaker, annually each pen can produce 7 crops per year. Multiply by 40,000 and then multiply it by 13. See how much production we'll have in poultry production. Poultry production. And these people will be owner because we have guaranteed a loan from the bank, and less than a year they will pay back that loan coming out of the profit coming out of the tunnel ventilated house. Mr. Speaker, again, you're talking about putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what. We have a policy directed by His Excellency the President that every project under the Ministry of Agriculture must include 35% young people and women. So much so that under the apiculture project, we have a young lady who testified, Miss Chisholm. She came all the way from Sanford in Barbies. Miss Chisholm said that 75 million, and Miss Chisholm is here. Where? Raise your hand high, can I see? Look. Miss Chisholm is there. She is there, and she said 40%, we have had 75 million national honey expansion program. 40% in honey production in 2025. Miss Chisholm, a mother of 3, who started in 2016 with just one hive. Because of floods and wildfire, it wiped out the entire apiary for her. Under the PPP Civic government, with help from GLDA, Miss Chisholm is today the proud owner. She manages 110 hives today, Miss Chisholm. And she produces honey. She produces honey under the name brand Nature by Flow. That is her honey brand name, and she exports honey overseas. But that story go further. She has 3 teenage children. And because of the help, they saw what the PPP Civic government gave to their mother. They themselves got involved in honey production. And with support from GLDA, Mr. Speaker, they expanded their honey production and they got involved in honey with their mother. And now they are producing honey, Mr. Speaker, under the brand Golden Harvest Honey, under Miss Chisholm children's name. They now got 2 families who are producing honey. That is the empowerment that we're talking about. That is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have here Lester Henry. Lester Henry, who's a sheep farmer from West Coast Barbies, right next to Vincent Jordan, honorable member. You know Mr. Hector. Mr. Hector is here. Mr. Hector, Mr. Hector was involved in the sheep production in Region 5. And because of the help he received from GLDA and the breeding animal that we gave him, today he can help his neighbors in his community, that 10 other persons are benefiting from the program that we're starting out with Mr. Hector. That's the kind of way of putting people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now in Region 5, the area that we heard that honorable member talked so loud about yesterday, Mr. Vincent Jordan, honorable member, that area is now an action area for us. That area is a catalyst of development for us now in the agriculture sector. Not only rice, gone are the days when only we had rice production. We have prawns production coming out of that area. Prawns is being exported to places like Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean countries. We have the abattoir in operation that slaughters almost 35 animals daily and when we expand it, it will start to slaughter approximately 100 animals daily. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we heard the honorable members talk about the fisher folks. The fisher folks in this country, we have seen massive infrastructural development. Hundreds of landing sites and wharf were developed during the last 5 years. We have put in these vessel monitoring devices from these vessels going into the Atlantic Ocean so that we can have traceability. Whenever they are in distress, we can find those vessels and bring them back safely ashore, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about empowering people and put people first, I said it last year. We have seen in this country a rural economy that used to produce just about 10,000 kilograms of shrimp. We have now moved production in that area from 10,000 kilograms to 120,000 kilograms. They brought in last year almost $2.9 billion, and some of them are over here on the top, on the quarantine. They are here, look, they're raising their hand there, look. They are over there, proud farmers who are farming under the People's Progressive Party Civic government, who are getting the benefit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we start in the hinterland location. We start the cage culture in the hinterland location. We already put down more than 40 cages where we are now producing tambaki, and that is supplementing the village economy in these interior locations. This year again, we will put in another 40 cages in different parts of the country. Those are new areas, new development that are taking place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will see massive development again continues this year. $13.4 billion will go back again into the sugar industry because we value people in this country. We are not callous. We are not against sugar workers. We are not against any workers, and we will continue to support all the workers in this country. Unlike the AFP and UAFC track record, they dismiss on the spot. Honorable member mentioned last night, 7,500 sugar workers. 7,500 sugar workers. Then he come into this house lamenting the fact that sugar production or the cost to produce a pound of sugar is over $200. But he doesn't say that they shut down 4 estates, they closed down 4 estates. They didn't say because of the costs associated now to run those estates, employ more those people in the community, that is pushing the cost up for production. Very callous action. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will see we will see $3.3 billion in the other crops section. We will see 30 acres of new area being developed for dragon fruits. We will see 10 acres onion being developed in Letem. We will see corn and soya increase production. We will see spices in Region 1 increase by over 500 acres. The Fisheries Department, as I said, $2.3 billion is allocated to this sector. We will see upgrading of new landing sites. We will see the construction of a feed mill. We will now produce our own larvae. The shrimp hatchery will come into effect this year. We'll expand the cage culture, and we'll install more vessel tracking devices. And also, we'll launch a digital seafood market platform from the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, in the livestock section, in the livestock department, $1.9 billion is allocated. As I said, we'll see a number of tunnel pens for young people being built this year. Almost 6 are in construction stage. 1 is in operation already. We'll see 65-acre plots at Region 5 already developed that will continue to support farmers to help them there to benefit from those plots. We'll expand the abattoir in Anvawak to cater for about 100 animals to slaughter per day. We'll increase honey production and expand honey production. In agro-processing, we'll see agro-processing facility built at Parika and Letem. We already completed the cassava processing plant at Parika. The special project As I said, I just spoke about the food hub. We will see the black eyed peas and red bean project come into operation at Kimbia. We already built the silos there, 4,000-ton silos. And Mr. Speaker, between the Ministry of Local Government, they are working in conjunction with us. And in vulnerable area, we will build a vulnerable group. And the Chief Whip just mentioned on our side that the women's group in Tiger Bay will be given 50 shade houses to start cultivation of high-value crops. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this year, in another 2 months, we will commission the Situation Room, the data center, where we will have updated data for not only farmers in Guyana, but across the Caribbean. We will see the construction of the Guyana School of Agriculture to become a center of excellence. We will see the start of the silos in Essequibo to store farmers' paddy. So when the price is low, we can store paddy there and keep it and see new market for farmers. Mr. Speaker, another game changer for the agriculture industry will be the Guyana Development
Honorable
Bank.
Minister, before you can tell us about that game changer, you'll need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chief Whip. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Guyana Development Bank, where we heard $100 million allocated to that bank, that will be a game changer for farmers in our country. As it stands now, many rice farmers are forced to sell their paddy to particular millers because they normally take loans when they go to the crops. This bank here will cater for up to $3 million loan without collateral and without interest. That will help tremendously our farmers in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen the zero collateral and zero interest rate in this bank here. We have seen the removal of the corporate tax for agro-processing businesses. This is a bold move that signals to every small entrepreneurs in Guyana that Guyana is open for business. We have seen the benefit that farmers spoke about with the lower of the excise tax and the elimination of the excise tax and a flat rate and the double door pickups. We have seen the elimination of all taxes and duty and outboard engine, 150 horsepower outboard engine. So, Mr. Speaker, there are lots in this budget for the farmers and the working people in this country. And we have seen with the amount of money being allocated to this sector and the entire budget, all these are allocated without no taxes. Without no taxes in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, that this $113.2 billion is the government's contract with the people of our country. It is a contract that says your food will be affordable, your land will be irrigated and drained in time, and your children will have a career in the most noble of all industries. Mr. Speaker, this year, under the guiding theme of putting people first, our agricultural budget is shaped by a single firm commitment to empower those who cultivated our land, those who cultivate our land, feed our nation, and sustain our future. We recognize that the strength of our agriculture sector is not measured solely in output or export, but in the dignity it brings to our farmers. The opportunities created for rural youth and resilience it builds in the face of climate and economic uncertainty. I am not behind a teleprompter here, reading from a teleprompter. This budget is a direct affirmation of our government's commitment to the hardworking farmers, fisher folks, agro-processors, and rural communities who sustain and nourish our great nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the honorable members in the opposition benches to stand with the farmers, stand with our sugar workers, stand with our fisher folks, stand with our agro-processors, stand with the workers of this country, and let us all approve this budget for the benefit of our country. I commend this budget to the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now invite the Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings, to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget debate 2026, not with hostility, but with responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Honorable Minister who just spoke. It is nice and I appreciate him speaking about what is there for the farmers. I appreciate him listing all the completed projects. Mr. Speaker, what about the incompleted projects? What about the Bellevue pump station and the Good Fortune pump station in Region 3? And probably there are many more, but it is only those two that has come to my mind. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will now ask, please permit me now to begin by joining my colleagues who spoke before me in congratulating the new elected leader of the opposition, Mr. Azzuddin Mohammed. I also want to take this time to thank all the indigenous brothers and sisters who came out in their numbers and voted overwhelmingly for the WIN movement. The people of Kako Village, Kamarang Warwata, Kaikan, Parima, Waramadang, Quibanang, Jawala, Imbamadai, without seeing the leader in person, came out to cast their votes with confidence. Why they did not see him in person? We all know that he was not permitted to fly into these communities, but that did not deter their determination to vote for a new party. Mr. Speaker, the people of Bartica and its surrounding communities, they too came out in their numbers and voted for the WIN. The people of Kangaruma, the people of Isanu, and the people of Isineru in the middle Mazruni, they also spoke by casting their votes for the WIN party. Mr. Speaker, we did not fly into these communities, but we drove. We took the jet boat and traveled that treacherous Mazruni River to meet with these people. And we will return to visit our people who voted for us. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, permit me now, please, to correct my colleague over there, my indigenous brother, who has miserably failed the indigenous people of this country. It is not the WIN movement that will vanish or disappear in the next 5 years or so, but that he must begin to accept and acknowledge that it is the LJP that did not keep up to its commitment. Hence, instead of working to build his party and win at least 1 more or 2 more seats in the National Assembly, he chose to abandon his ship and the people, the indigenous people who voted for him in 2020 and general and regional elections. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, Mr. Schuman, I must let you know that WIN is here to stay and will stay for a long time. We have, yes, APNU too, yes. We have created a history in the political sphere of this country, where we campaigned for almost 90 days before September 1st elections and were able to secure 16 seats. I repeat, 16 seats in the National Assembly. My brother, you had 5 years. The indigenous people gave you that opportunity to campaign to increase the number of seats. But what you did is allow the LJP to disappear and reduce its seat to 0. I don't know who or which party you are representing now, because we only know about the PPPC government. I haven't heard anything about PPPC LJP. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to extend a heartfelt thanks to the committed staff of the Ministry of Finance. Also, along with the Minister with responsibility for finance, the regional councillors of regions 1 to 10, and all other ministries and departments for the hard work that they put in crafting this budget of 2026. Mr. Speaker, I submit from the outset that the figures of $1.58 trillion means nothing to the ordinary Guyanese who are living under abject poverty. What matters is not that it is the largest budget ever, but rather what matters are the deliverables. In fact, what matters is the values for the money spent. Are the Guyanese enjoying better living standard, especially the vulnerable ones living in the hinterland and remote communities? Are their expectations being met? Perhaps, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, the 58% of poverty rate could have been significantly reduced if careful consideration and consultation was done with all the stakeholders, including the members of the opposition. What we observe, however, is more monies being poured into usual projects like public infrastructure, whether it be building a road, new secondary schools, or state-of-the-art regional hospitals. Mr. Speaker, it is time the government sit to review and analyze the performance of some of these contractors that are being awarded to families, friends, and favorites, who seems to have little or no experience in building a road, airstrip, school, or hospital. Mr. Speaker, I wish to to mention the school of Jawala and Philippi Secondary School, which was budgeted for last year, 2025, and to this date is not nowhere near to completion. It therefore means the children of the Upper Mazruni continue to sit in overcrowded classrooms and overcrowded dormitories at the lone secondary school that is known as Desiree Fox Secondary School. I was even looking at some of the result of the schools awarded to some of our children. Could you imagine they had Jawala Secondary School and the school has not been completed? Mr. Speaker, we all have experience and have knowledge that when projects are not completed on time, it is costly and the beneficiaries are delayed the essential and necessary services. This, Mr. Speaker, brings me to highlight the terrible state of some of our roads through the length and breadth of this country. Roads that lead to farms, or what we call farm-to-market roads, roads that lead to our gold mines and logging concessions like the Bartica Potaro Road or Bartica Isano, Itabali, and Kwakwani, just to name a few. The main roads in Bartica, Mr. Speaker, and right here in Georgetown are laced or decorated with many potholes. Mr. Speaker, some of our airstrips in the hinterland have now joined the ban. Some of our airstrips have potholes, Mr. Speaker, which pose danger to the pilots and the passengers. I recently traveled to Kaikan just a few months ago, and that was the experience I had at the Kaikan airstrip. I am hoping that the people of Kaikan and all other hinterland communities where the airstrips need repairs and upgrade can enjoy a good life, safe traveling to and from Georgetown back to their homes. Mr. Speaker, our role, therefore, as opposition is to ensure that public expenditure delivers measurable outcomes, especially for those Guyanese who remain geographically distant from decision-making centers, but no less entitled to the benefits of development. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn our attention to address some of the other public utilities, especially in our hinterland regions. And I am here representing the Cuyuni-Mazaruni region. Electricity. Mr. Speaker, despite repeated commitments, many hinterland and remote areas continue to experience limited hours of electricity. And here, at this time, in this August House, I wish to advocate for the people of Camarang, who for years have lived and experienced the limited access of only 4 hours of electricity supply, Mr. Speaker. 4 hours of electricity supply that is dependent on costly and unreliable diesel system. I am humbly asking for at least 12 hours of electricity supply for the residents of Camarang Warwater. Mr. Speaker, if this request Our recommendation is taken on board to ease the burden of spoiled goods, especially fresh fish and other fresh meats that are experienced by the small miners and residents of Camarang. Well, surely, if this recommendation is taken on board and this year's budget caters for this expansion of the electricity supply, we can surely say that the budget is putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, as I was reading through the budget, after listening to the minister's budget speech, at one time I was asking myself, is this really the people's budget? Is it the people's budget? Or is it the people's temple? You know, the people's temple came to my mind. Are we going down the path of economic suicide in this country? Only time will tell, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, water, another utility which is necessity and essential. Mr. Speaker, access to safe water remains uneven, especially in our hinterland communities. We are concerned that maintenance of existing system is inadequate and the quality persists in vulnerable communities. This is a problem almost everywhere in this country. And we need to fix it, and we need to fix it now. Because if this 2026 budget cannot fix it, well, then I don't know when it will be great. It will be fixed. Mr. Speaker, I wish to talk a little bit more about aviation, our hinterland airstrips. Public investment must be guided by strategy, not simply sustained by annual allocations. Mr. Speaker, far communities in the interior airstrips are lifelines connecting them to the much needed health care, education, markets, and the state itself. Yet, the opposition continues to receive reports of poor drainage and rapid surface deterioration of these airstrips, inconsistent maintenance schedules, rehabilitation works that do not endure beyond 1 or 2 rainy seasons. I therefore ask respectfully but firmly, what institutional reforms accompany this spending to ensure durability, safety, and value for money? Mr. Speaker, you would have seen on social media recently a patient being transported from Chinawing village in a hammock, being fetched by 2 or 4 men, and the patient in pain, groaning. The men have to bring him down the mountain. I climbed that mountain, so I know how it feels. What it feels to climb that mountain and to come down that mountain. They will bring the patient to the landing in order to catch a boat to bring the patient down to Mbamadai or to Camarang so that he could be transported. And this happened because the airstrip is closed for maintenance. And so when we're not against repairing and maintenance of the airstrip, but there has to be systems in place to cater for emergencies. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the cry of an indigenous boy, an indigenous girl from Amokokopai, who has to walk to school a far good distance on slushy and muddy road. He or she is being forced to walk bare feet because the child doesn't want his footwear to be dirty. He wants to look presentable when he enters his classroom. I am hoping that this budget will have or put aside some monies so that immediate works can be done on that Amokokopai and Kraimalu Road in Philippi. The children are shouting and the children are crying. The children read a lot about what is happening in the country. The children knows that we have resources that can be used to improve their standard of living because they are our leaders for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure investment without parallel institutional strengthening exposes citizens to unnecessary risk. We on this side of the House maintains that regulatory competence is as critical as physical construction. Electricity, water, and telecommunications remains the backbone of development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me now talk a little bit more about Region 7. I want to touch on the culture, youth, and sports. It was interesting to listen to the minister within the Ministry of Culture, Youth, and Sports passionately presenting his budget speech about community grounds that are now being lit. And young people can go to Bat Settlement, and I can't remember the communities he mentioned, that they can switch the lights on and play football or basketball in the evenings or in the night. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, it would be so nice too if the young people of Kako Village, Bartica Community Ground, Mongrippa Hill Community Ground, if these grounds can be completed and lighten up so that the young people can turn on the switch and play football in the evenings. What is reality on the ground? The reality on the ground in Kako, Mr. Speaker, is that they were given a second-hand brand new generator, which did not last. Right now, the generator is down. The floodlights are up on the posts, but cannot be lit because of no electricity supply. Mr. Speaker, we all want our young people to be meaningfully and gainfully occupied. And if we are talking about putting people first, these are the things that we have to look into. Look into our young people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now want to address our communities in regions 1, 8, and 9 who also voted for the WIN. They too would like to enjoy the community grounds that are lighted up. They too would like to have access to clean and safe water. They too would like to have completed and safe airstrips. I know that some of the airstrips are new, like Parima, Shelton, and I heard and read in yes, I will talk about that just now. Parima took a long time because, like I said before, monitoring and system that was put in place was lacking. And it's the same thing that is happening with Jawala and Philippi schools. We welcome the reduction cost of the airfare, but is it only, Mr. Speaker, for those communities that have new airstrips? Is it the fault of the people in the communities whose airstrips were not maintained and still now has to pay the high cost of fare in and out of these communities? For example, presently, to fly into Camarang and out is almost 76,000, 16,000 to come out and almost 60,000 to go in. Looking at the measures in this budget, when I look at the measures in this budget, the $5,000 increase to our pensioners. Just think about a pensioner who wished to visit the city, perhaps for recreation or to visit his family or friends. And with the transportation, the annual transportation allowance of 20,000. Can fly out, but may not be able to fly in. And if he decides to go to the Amerindian hostel, he will want to fly out with speed. Because we all saw what was going on in that Amerindian hostel right here in the heart of Georgetown. The deplorable conditions. Sad. Very sad. Is this how we put our indigenous peoples first? The first people, putting the first people first? Not to say monies were budgeted, Mr. Speaker. Monies were budgeted for rehabilitation in 2024. An additional 24 million was allocated and approved in this house for maintenance, repairs, and supply of equipment for the Amerindian hostel. We now have to ask the question, did we get value for the money spent? Of course, the answer, absolutely no. I will also make mention of, if that is happening right here in Georgetown, you could only imagine the Amerindian hostels that are in the outlying areas. The one in Lethem, the one in Mabruma, the one in Bartika, the one in Muruka, and the one in Camarang. The Amerindian hostel in Camarang is in dire need of repairs and there is a need for beds. When the people come from these outlying communities, they come there, if there are any, the mattresses are thin as razor blade. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about putting people first, we have to have in our mind our indigenous brothers and sisters. My sister Sarah Brown, the minister, the honorable minister, she has a lot on her shoulders to fix. But don't be afraid. We on this side of the house will help you by exposing. We will continue to to expose what needs to be corrected. And it is your sole duty, my sister, to ensure that our people receive value for money,
My sister,
quality life,
my duty
and
is to get you an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I kindly ask that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to complete her press.
Thank you very much, honorable member. You may continue.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are just some of the few struggles our first people continue to experience. Mr. Speaker, billions, whether it be billions or trillions, that our indigenous people receive from low carbon credits or from any other source, they have that right to enjoy like anybody else in this country. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's development trajectory. I will now talk about some recommendations as I prepare to close. Our country's development trajectory requires: 1, strategic aviation planning, enforceable standards for hinterland airstrips,
That's why it failed.
transparent reporting and accountability, consultations, FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent with our indigenous communities, and this is the right that they have. Our people, all Guyanese, deserve well. They deserve equitable distribution of our country's wealth and resources. And unless and until that happens, then I can join with you to say, yes, we are putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, the resources of this country must not only be for a few. It is to be enjoyed. It belongs to all of us. All of us in this house, our families, our relatives, our great-grandchildren, our serving wealth must be able to serve our great-grandchildren to come. You must leave a legacy. When you leave from that side of the house to come to this side of the house, because I must let you know, WIN has grown stronger from the 1st of September. And WIN will continue to work on the ground to garner more votes come 2036. The people will, the 2030, sorry, the people, 31, 2030, 2031. The people will say again, enough is enough, and we need a change. And believe me, that change will come. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member. And now, for the honorable member, Mr. Sherrod Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, very good afternoon. I trust I can do that justice. A very good afternoon to all of our colleagues on all sides of the House this afternoon. Let me start by responding to some of what Minister of Agriculture Zulfikar Mustafa said, the honorable member. He rattled off on a number of projects that he says that the ministry is doing. But my experience has been, unless you don't scrutinize this government here, you cannot take anything for granted that they say. And that is part of the hard work of scrutiny that the opposition has. Now, we are going to trust. We're going to trust, but we verify. Because they're going to come here with all kinds of words and scenarios and so on. But unless you don't know, you might run away thinking that all is well. But all is not well. This is a government that would come here and lecture us on democracy and take 3 months to swear in the leader of the opposition. They would come and lecture you. We believe in democracy. We brought it back in 1992. But take 3 months. And then they would take even longer with the chairman of Linden, Region 10. So unless you scrutinize them and you understand what is happening, you can take a lot for granted. But this is the year we can drill down in the government. We can drill down in the all. Now, if you listen to the government, you would think it's one person in this country who is sanctioned, if you go by the government. But whatever happened to May Toussaint Thomas, who sat in the hallowed halls of the PPP on the Central Executive?
Honorable member, you're just treading on the standing orders. So you withdraw.
Those former high-ranking public officials who formerly occupied the halls of the Ministry of Home Affairs. And then you have certain others too, high-ranking members of the Guyana Police Force who are sanctioned and still on the job, earning monies. So we got to be fair. But if you go by what the government tells you, we are going to be going down a wrong road. No, I want us to understand that the honorable member, Mr. Pandey, served under the PPP, and it was all well and good until he had a differing opinion. And then suddenly we know that he's incompetent. Once you want to go someplace else other than the PPP, you're incompetent. So I want us to understand that as well. Big budgets must fix things in a country, not only infrastructure. All that Don has said and all the other members on this side of the House have said, big budgets must fix problems in this country, Mr. Speaker. And part of that scrutiny, Mr. Speaker, has to happen in the National Assembly through the committees that are geared to scrutinize what the government is doing. And so denying those committees from their operation is part of rolling back the democratic process in this House. Now, this is a government who will tell you about press freedom and Press Freedom Day and all we have done and how we respect the media. But they continue to lock out the media from the people's house. And Mr. Speaker, I am condemning that in the strongest possible terms, that we have sharply restricted the independent media's access from these parliamentary proceedings, Mr. Speaker. And that is a very troubling move, Mr. Speaker, and a break from democratic norms and long-standing parliamentary practice in this country. And this House must immediately, Mr. Speaker, rescind the restraints and restore full, unfettered access to all accredited media.
Honorable member, what are you restoring? Tell me.
All of the media in this country, as I've said, who are accredited for accessing this House unrestricted. That is what I'm asking to be restored, and also, Mr.
I
Speaker,
want to turn your attention, and the clock is running.
of course,
Of course.
no surprises there.
Page 59 of the Standing Order 110. The Speaker may grant a general permission to the representative of any media to attend sittings of the Assembly under such rules as the National Assembly may make from time to time. If such rules are contravened, such permissions may be revoked. So you can bring a motion to the House, have it debated, pass, and I will implement those. In the meanwhile, what has existed in this House up to the end of the last sitting of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana has been expanded. That position was established in consultation with the Guyana Press Association. So when you speak of full unfettered access to the media, be careful. I never know. And those who have been here covering for whatever time, I have been in here since 1992. A couple of us are the institutional memory of this House. Many of us sat for months and went through these standing orders. So you have an option. You can mislead persons who want to go down that road, or you can bring a motion. Until then, I will continue to ensure that the media, the private media, as well as the state media, have access. No one is being restricted from covering the proceedings of this House. We establish two positions. You have to talk to, I'm the Speaker. When the Speaker stands, Manzoor Nadir, you don't need to respect. But this position, yes. There is a station downstairs, any amount of media could go. And the Guyana Press Association decides how they rotate. So I'm going to strike what you said. I have that authority as Speaker. I'll give you 5 minutes extra.
Mr. Speaker,
always gracious.
Mr. Speaker, I would like your take also in the standing orders on why committees have not met since Parliament resumed on the 3rd of November 2025. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is unless you scrutinize, that is the point I was making, and the importance of committees in the National Assembly to scrutinize, and the importance of the media in a democratic society to help in that process, we're going down the wrong road. That is a larger point I want to make. But I understand why we would go down that road, because of what is in the budget. And you don't want the opposition's voice to get out there and to make sense for the people because of what you have in the budget. It is easy to come here and to say all the nice things you say, but as I said, as part of that scrutiny process, when you go on the ground and you marry what is being said here to what is on the ground, there is a dislocation. It is divorced from reality. I was on the ground in Region 1. I was followed by the Honorable Minister of Public Works and the Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs. And I'm happy to have seen them following us on the ground there. They suddenly went into project inspection mode in Region 1. And I'm happy. I'm honestly happy. Because if we do meaningful and well-done projects, the people of this country benefit from it, and we all benefit from it. But the minister then passed around Hosororo Secondary School and see what we're handing over to the indigenous children in this country on a phased basis after spending $3 billion of taxpayers' money. He didn't pass there. He didn't pass and show us the Moano stelling and the other stelling and the one in Port Kaituma when the posts were falling down and the stelling the falling into the river there. And unless we had brought this matter to the public attention, it would not have been where it is. He didn't show us that. He didn't show us that.
Like you don't watch in the ring.
So there's a lot of other things that are happening that are being glossed over in the process. And Mr. Speaker, I get the sense of when I see where the budget speech went and where the budget estimates are, that again, there's a disconnect. And part of the problem is we do not have in a finance minister, well, the senior minister in the office of the president responsible for finance, Ashley Singh, who actually goes around to see what the money he is requesting is doing in this country. That is the problem we have. They stay in their ivory towers, in their $80 million Volvo vehicles, and they pontificate while the people's money is being wasted. And that is why Dawn can tell us what is happening in Waramadong. That is why she can tell us what is happening in Karasabai with the secondary school. That is why we know what's happening in Tabachinga. But billions of dollars that are wasting away. And then you come back and you ask for billions more, and you say we're doing all this wonderful work. You don't go wrong. And so the honorable member comes and he tries to ridicule Mr. Cruz. He wants to tell Mr. Cruz how to be an Amerindian, Mr. Jacobs. He goes to Maruka one time, and then he's a specialist on Maruka. And for 23 years, the Marookans have endured that road from Maruka to the other end of it. What is the name of the place? Kwabana. You have endured that road. I went on that road. We're going down a hill. The car started going sideways. Spin around 3 times. And you know how the government goes from Maruka to Kwabana? They fly. They fly in the chartered planes. That is why the road isn't fixed. They fly. Chartered planes. And he's a veteran. Never played international cricket a day. But he's a veteran. You know why the honorable minister went and opened the Parima airstrip? Because when he opened it the first time, the first plane that landed sunk in the airstrip. You're not wasting taxpayers' money in this country. Don't come and tell us you have bring down the cost of food and you have to fix the airstrip twice.
That's right.
Don't do it.
That's right, Sharon. Beat.
I went to Mabaruma recently. It was special to me when I went to Mabaruma and published the photographs of the airstrip. My mother and father met in Mabaruma. A young teacher meeting a gentleman from Mabaruma. She got a little distracted. You know what? I'm here. That airstrip was not fixed since my mother and father met in Mabaruma.
Wow.
Until now, when that contract was issued. And you want to come here and tell us what putting people first? How many trillions have you earned since 2020 in this country? The larger point I want to make is the further out we go as a country, the deeper the decay and the neglect is. You want to tell us about fixing airstrips? Fix the one in Chinawing. How much they pay for cooking gas, Minister? In Mbamadai, $16,000 a bottle. 16,000, but we pay 4,500 the cost for. And you could tell people you only bringing on the airfare for airship that you have fixed. A shame on you, man. 5 years minus oil, Madam Teixeira. 5 years minus oil. So let us talk about that. Let us talk about that. 5 years minus oil, we did a lot. So let me talk about that. I want to come to this whole notion, the further out we go. And as I said, and I say this with humility, if houses are built in the sector and our people can benefit from it, it's a good day for all of us as Guyanese people.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Shelter is one of the most important things, and I'm certain all of us here have those aspirations of owning our own home. But own ownership has gotten so difficult under this government. I'll tell you this. Here are the numbers, the government's numbers. Some of y'all don't follow anything else. Here are the government's numbers. They've claimed, they're going to put an asterisk next to everything. They've given out 53,000 allocations. They will tell you. They've made 53,000 allocations. And then they'll tell you, we've given out 25,000 titles. Bear that in mind. Because in the Honorable Minister's speech, his budget speech, he made a point, and he's right, that a title gives you the opportunity to go to the bank. And if you tell me you have given out 25,000 titles, you've allocated 53,000 house lots, how many people can go to the bank?
28,000.
How many people can go to the bank in this country? And then, when you look at it, the further out you go, the worse the allocation is. Now, that's what they tell you. The Honorable Minister of Amerindian Affairs had an end of year statement. They don't give press conferences anymore because they don't like questioning. The Honorable Minister of Housing, he had a statement, a video statement. The Honorable Member, Sir Brown, said that 16,000 plus, 100 and something else, was given out in titles to the indigenous. Mind you, they said totally 25,000 titles were given out. Now, if in indigenous hinterland communities, 16,000 given out, for the other regions, how much was shared? How many were shared? And coming around to the crux of the matter, that when you see a small pool of houses looking flashy and so on, you can't even take that for granted. Because when you go on the ground and you inspect, you see the decadence and the decay. I was in 5 Miles, Bartica, quite recently. You got houses there, they can tell you, oh, we can move families in here and we've allocated it and the families have paid. The houses, they're supposed to build about 100, they've done about 20. And of the 20, all got defects. A contractor was brought in to cure defects, and that contractor has abandoned the project. He has abandoned the project there. You go to Pork Bridge in Region 9. I've been there recently. I want housing and homes for every person in this country. Because you're poor in this country, you're allotted a 2x4. When you open your hands like this in a house in Pork Bridge, one given by the government, you're touching both walls. You throw down your towel, it's wall-to-wall carpet. Our people must be housed with dignity in this country. If people are desperate for homes in this country, and you put a mic in their face, what will they say? I'm very grateful, Minister. Thank you so much. But could you imagine 10 people in a house that measures that wide, Mr. Speaker? Can you imagine that when we went knocking on the door just to find out how things are going? You know what people tell us? There's so many of them in the little house. They got to come outside to turn around to go back inside. You can't turn around in the house. You got to come outside and go back in. We got to house people in this country with dignity. We got to house them with dignity. But you know what? They're going to come and tell us about allocations. They come and tell us.
You need an extension.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation. Thank you, honorable member. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They're going to come and tell us, oh, we built, y'all never do nothing up, no. Y'all built 300 houses. They won't tell you we didn't have oil and gas money. We didn't have oil money to do it. And we did a lot of other things in that industry. Case in point, case in point, case in point. Remember, we have graciously loaned them the theme, putting people first, because that is what we have done. The allocation model has failed the government. The government has failed on the allocation model. As a matter of fact, people are applying in such quantities they can't even print the allocation letters fast enough. And they have told us you have 78,000 applications, not allocations. 78,000 applications. And that is why they will tell you Region 4 is a special case. We can't deal with Region 4 as yet. That is part of the problem. Now, on that, by that same metrics, 78,000 applications, they have only done, according to them, if you believe the numbers, put an asterisk next to it, 4,000 houses in 5 years, trillions of dollars. And they tell us they've only done 4,000 houses. But because the allocation model has failed, they're now switching to building homes. Now, that looks a little familiar to me. That looks like housing solutions. That looks like housing solutions in the manifesto of the 2020 new AFC government. But here's the crux of it. With trillions of dollars and at full capacity, you could only do 4,000 homes in 5 years. They're coming to tell us they're doing 40,000 in the next 5. Make it make sense. Make no capacity improvement. As a matter of fact, the capacity is the problem. That is why you have schemes that are half finished, like the one in Poke Bridge in Region 9, the very one that we saw in 5 Miles. That is why in EP Enterprise right on the East Coast, we don't have to go far. Right in Nonpareil on the East Coast, those schemes are unfinished. We have to give people the dignity of housing in this country. No longer can we give them land, or not even house and a land if you can't flush the toilet in the house. We gotta give them water. We gotta give them electricity. People got house in LP Enterprise. They gotta buy solar. They gotta truck in water, $8,000 a barrel. Security, soon as we went there, the first woman we met said that Steve Barden here, security is poor. So every house allocation should be met with light, water, good drainage, and proper security at the minimum. I want to close, Mr. Speaker. I want to close on a pet project of this government, Silica City. Oh, they speak in glowing terms of Silica Smart City and City of the Future and so on. I went to Silica City. My God. Kurukururu, you take a long drive in. You see when you're going into Kurukururu? Concussion Road, that's a... You see by the time you're gone down at the back by Silica City, road smooth to blood. $35,000 is the cost of a house at minimum. Million. Nobody are moving yet. They got light, they got water, they got roads, they got drains. Silica City is the next Prado bill too, but I'll show you something. I'll show you where the emphasis is and why we got to rethink government. This government will tell you this is a city of the future. You don't see it on the ground. As a matter of fact, when we were there were quite a few homes there. You had about 10 contractors working on the ground because I tell you, the capacity They got to put 10 here, 5 over so, 3 over so, and nothing gets done. I want to challenge this government. I want to challenge this government. Since 2020 to now, trillions of dollars later, show us one housing scheme you have completed according to specification on paper. Show me one housing scheme, trillions of dollars later, you have completed according to specification and you've handed it over. Show it to us. Now, Silica City, I want to believe them with what they tell us on Silica City. How special it is. Silica City in the estimates has a minor position between two housing schemes that are ordinary. There is no special mention, there is no special write-up on Silica City, this innovative city of the future, and all of that. It's a private city, but they're coming for funding in this very house here, Mr. Speaker. Security and nobody is living there. But people are living in Nonpareil, but it has no security. Mr. Speaker, I close. As I said, our role, I think, as legislators is not to expose for the sake of expose, but it's part of the scrutinizing process to get it right. But don't come and lecture us here like we don't know what is happening, like we don't know who got a house in Florida and who sells chocolate, and you got ministers here living in lavish mansions to rival the Ambanis of India. And they will tell you that I borrow with money. I borrow with money. But look at the houses around them. If you want to see the decadence in the case, look at the houses around them. When I was in Latin, I went to see how the REO lived. My God. And look how the people around the REO lives and the size of their homes. The road up to the REO. And because the REO lives there, is that equity? Is that housing justice in this country? Mr. Speaker, we got to rethink this thing. All of us here are part of government, Mr. Speaker, and we want to get it right. We want to get it right. And I believe still there's a mismatch between what's in the budget presentation, what is in these estimates. I know we're going to get a chance next week to scrutinize it. And there's a total mismatch with what's happening on the ground. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member, Minister of Amerindian Affairs, the Honorable Member Sarah Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the first time in this House as Minister of Amerindian Affairs, beaming with pride, Mr. Speaker, to support my colleague, Dr. Natasha Singh, and Budget 2026 as presented before this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, from the banks of the Moruca River, yes, I am both humbled and elated to stand before this Honorable House, the highest in our nation. I stand here as a woman, a youth, an Amerindian, a mother, a wife, characteristics once labeled as marginalized, vulnerable, or minority, Mr. Speaker, but characteristics that are not barriers in the People's Progressive Party Civic. I stand here because I stand with a party that not only prioritizes our people, but invests in them, Mr. Speaker. I stand here because I know that this party has historically supported our people and continues to do so. A party whose track record speaks for itself, and a party who today in government has advanced yet again Guyana's largest budget to date, $1.558 trillion, presented under the most appropriate theme, putting people first. he, Mr. Speaker, aligns with His Excellency's continued leadership while continuing to ensure development in every sector as we move forward assiduously on our record-breaking transformational path, setting the record not only regionally, but internationally. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the speakers before me. Starting with Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member Don Hastings. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to these people, you know, it's hard to believe that they were in government. Honorable Don Hastings, who was in government for 5 years as a sitting government minister, the highest as the Minister of State, and also the General Secretary of her party, the People's National Congress Reform. She sat as quiet as a mouse, Mr. Speaker, when land tenure was dormant for 5 years. When 2,000 CSOs were sent home. When her colleague, Mr. Keith Cott, said that Amerindians were avaricious and we should not get any money from the resources of oil. Where was her voice then, Mr. Speaker? What were the recommendations and interventions towards improving the Amerindian hostel then? What was done to improve the Amerindian hostel? Mr. Speaker, this member has not betrayed, I don't want to use unparliamentary language, has turned her back on the party that made her, on the party that she led as General Secretary. Can we trust her, Mr. Speaker? We see you, Honorable Member, you have changed the color of your clothes, but you have definitely not changed the fact that you sat for 5 years in government and did nothing for people. You have a chance to do the right thing now, and that is to support Budget 2026 as presented before this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to my brother, Deon La Cruz, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, please come to the front of the class. The front of the class. To address this member, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer to my WhatsApp chat that was sent to me at 1:55 a.m. this morning by an intelligent, young Patamona girl from Cato Region 8. What she sent to me was a screenshot from the Guyana Standard, which said, and I quote the MP to say, "I strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that the days for Amerindians to be living in truly houses should now be over with. All the wealth of this country has. You can't born, grow, and dead in a truly house. We want mansions too, like some of the honorable members on the other side." Here is what Luana Augustus from Cato Region 8 had to say. "Good night, Minister. This is very offensive. I hope you will debunk this nonsense peddled by the opposition. Traditional homes are not symbols of failure or poverty. They reflect culture, climate, knowledge, sustainability, and identity passed down for generations. Development should give people choices, not erase who we are. And what's sad is when some of our own indigenous brothers and sisters repeat this narrative, looking down on our traditional living. Real progress, Mr. Speaker, is clean water, free healthcare, free education, roads, and opportunities to improve our livelihoods. And that is what this government is committed to doing. Not everyone wants the same definition of development. Mr. Speaker, Luana said, development should never come at the cost of erasing culture. While improving housing conditions for vulnerable families is important, and I would like to point out that government's program to assist households in parts of Region 8, when residents were consulted, many chose traditional housing styles. That choice is important. Our people have lived in truly and traditional houses for generations. To generalize and imply that our way of life needs replacing is to speak down on indigenous people. Real development is about options, dignity, and consultation. Something that they have no idea of, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn my attention to Honorable Mr. Shera Duncan, but there are many others that's coming out of me battle ready, right? Battle ready. Many others are coming after me. But what I'd like to know, Mr. Shera Duncan, is that you sat in this house, honorable member, for the last 6 years, and you still cannot differentiate between Amerindian land ownership and land ownership on the coastland. It's something different. Listen and learn as I speak about land tenure. Mind you, that this honorable member was also in government for 5 years. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, about Budget 2026. This budget will continue on this historically transformative path to further enhance the work that the government has been executing since our resumption into office with the aim of ensuring our development as one Guyana. And it will touch every single household in our great nation, including our indigenous brothers and sisters. It will further ensure that we will continue upon the inclusive and progressive path of development that seeks to propel our indigenous rights to even greater heights. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 have once again, Budget 2026, Mr. Speaker, the people have placed their trust by voting overwhelmingly in favor of the People's Progressive Party Civic and allowing us to sit on this side of the House in a sweeping majority. To the Guyanese people, we see you, we thank you. And as we have delivered on our manifesto commitments before, rest assured, we will deliver. But the question I know my Amerindian brothers and sisters would like to be answered by me, Mr. Speaker, is what does this budget mean for indigenous people like myself? As Amerindians and persons living in the hinterland, Mr. Speaker, we are set to benefit from every single measure under this budget as every other Guyanese. From the coast to the hinterland, as far as the macaw flies, Mr. Speaker, our newborn babies will benefit from $100,000 one-off cash grant. Our elderly will receive $46,000, coupled with the annual transportation grant of $20,000. Every citizen 18 years and over, including the Honorable Deon, will receive a direct cash transfer of $100,000. Our school children have increased because we care cash grant, $60,000, $20,000 transportation grant, and what's more, $5,000 uniform allowance, bringing it to $85,000. It means, Mr. Speaker, that every child in public and private school will receive $85,000. And what's best is that most of these cash transfers will be spent where? In the local markets, the local shops, using the local taxi, the local boats, the local bus. As a mother of three myself, I know that this will not only help ensure children attend school, but attend school with all of their supplies. Mr. Speaker, turning to housing. Last year, 253 of our Amerindian villages have seen a total of $3 million each in housing subsidy to assist the vulnerable in villages. Mr. Speaker, the measure announced by the Minister of Finance will see people in the hinterland benefiting from housing subsidy, as is done on the coastland already. Overall, these measures will also be a boost to the local village economies, and more so the small businesses who indirectly will be the beneficiaries of this massive cash injection. Mr. Speaker, what's more, in addition to these many measures will be the removal of taxes on ATVs, which will directly enhance our local transportation and tourism sector, of which many indigenous villages are heavily reliant upon as their only mode of transportation, the most dependable mode of transportation, especially in the mountains and by road. While by river, the removal of taxes on the outboard engines up to 150 horsepower will bring great relief and benefit to those of us who are living along the river with no access to road networks and depend on boats as our only mode of transportation. Mr. Speaker, while the opposition continues to gripe and ignore all the investments and interventions that have transformed our lives over the last 5 years, for many of them, Mr. Speaker, as I always say, if the Nabin come, the Nabin no. What we in the PPPC have known all along, and we have continued to address in every single PPPC budget, whether it's in health, education, digital connectivity, road infrastructure, housing, airstrips, land tenure, access to water, and many more. Yes, Mr. Speaker, telemedicine too. Much has been done, Mr. Speaker. Yes, much needs to be done, and much more will be done under the People's Progressive Party Civic, starting with Budget 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, there continues to be specific interventions through the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs to promote and enhance the social and cultural, economic as well-being of our villages. Mr. Speaker, permit me to share to this honorable House how the major plans of our ministry will be advanced as a result of this year's budget. $7.5 billion allocated towards continued development of the livelihood of our Amerindian brothers and sisters specifically. This budget represents an increase from last year, Mr. Speaker, but it also means that we can further support communities as we have done in the past. It means that where the gaps exist, we can further bridge these gaps by providing such as transportation, such as buses, boats, ATVs, and other modes of transportation. And no, Mr. Speaker, no boots that grow. We will present Mr. Speaker, since resuming office, we have allocated and distributed 400 assets specific to transportation for the needs of our villages. It means, Mr. Speaker, that for educational purposes, the children will not have to walk or paddle to school for long distances. And this will continue with Budget 2026 and beyond until we have realized 100% accessibility. Mr. Speaker, coupled with the major investments by the Ministry of Public Works in hinterland roads, this initiative has become a necessity. On the note of economic growth and opportunity, our Amerindian entrepreneurs will also benefit from the access up to $3 million in small loan from the Guyana Development Bank, and of course, at 0% interest, allowing us to repay exactly what was borrowed with no additional cost. I now turn my attention to LCDS and Amerindian land titling. Pay attention now, Honorable Sheriff Duncan. Mr. Speaker, enough is not being told. Enough is not being told of the success of Guyana's low carbon development strategy, a transformative and groundbreaking plan for national development. A plan that has set Guyana ahead of our time. A plan that was implemented without the reliance on the oil and gas sector. Following our return to office and after extensive national consultation, we expanded this initiative from 2009 to 2030. And this consultation led to direct allocation into the bank accounts of Amerindian villages across the hinterland. To date, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this strategy, $14.5 billion has been directly disbursed to villages to be used for village development. And what is better is that this is designed and driven by the residents themselves who prioritize of how they use these funds. And Mr. Speaker, it's a travesty that the newcomers does not understand how the sale of carbon credit under the LCDS works. And it's not my place to school them, but I dare say, if they have committed to an increase of 10% to Amerindian villages in their manifesto, they should have at least taken the time to understand the brilliance of this strategy, Mr. Speaker. But what they don't know, Mr. Speaker, is that while the sale of carbon credits were less, Amerindian villages did not receive lesser. Rather, what started in 2023 was 15% of the revenue from the sale of carbon credits were directly transferred to indigenous and hinterland villages, while in 2024 and 2025, 26.5% and 21% respectively were transferred, ensuring that our villages did not get less. That, Mr. Speaker, is putting people first. Mr. Speaker, standing tall in the Mabruma settlement, Mr. Speaker, is the Bonobo Guest House, funded by the LCDS, providing employment and much needed services to the sub-district of Mabruma Region 1. In the remote village in Kamana is the Kamana Mini Mart, funded by the LCDS. Kaiken's Women Group, Region 7. It currently employs 29 women. And in Region 2, the Mainstay Tourism Project features 2 cabins, each self-contained, and is fully booked every weekend. Karasabay Region 9, 2 self-contained cabins, all funded under the LCDS and implemented by villages themselves, while creating employment. That, Mr. Speaker, is just the tip of the iceberg. Under this successful LCDS plan, we have disbursed funds to villages in areas such as agriculture, infrastructure, projects for women and youth, transportation, livelihood, social and welfare, and very importantly too, culture and heritage projects. Mr. Speaker, we reiterate that we are committed to ensuring that these resources continue to support sustainable livelihoods, climate resilience, and village-led development, while preserving the environment for future generations. And this is clear. Dr. Ashley Singh said in his budget speech that we will continue to receive at minimum, Mr. Speaker, 15% of the funds raised from the sale of carbon credits to implement our village sustainable plans. Land tenure. This remains a priority for Indigenous people and the government. It's a common goal. We recognize the invaluable role land tenure has on our sustenance, on the environment, and our very identity and culture as Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC continues to lead the way in addressing and promoting Indigenous people land rights in Guyana. There has been significant strides in this area. And currently in Guyana, we're one of the few countries which has specific legislation that sets out the procedure that guarantees legal ownership of land by our Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to highlight that this project, the Amerindian Land Titling Project, was started, yes, by the PPPC government, supported by funding from the Low Carbon Development Strategy. A program that went dormant for 5 years when the PPPC was not there to execute. Since our resumption, what have we done, Mr. Speaker? August to date, another 15 villages have been demarcated and 17 have received certificates of title. Mr. Speaker, and the figures are right. It amounts to 16,174 Amerindians having legal title to their land under this land tenure over the last 5 years. Last year alone, Mr. Speaker, under our government, 7 villages received their certificates of title, giving them absolute ownership for their traditionally occupied lands. We will continue to further support this program through the allocation of $400 million to further advance Amerindian land titling within the confines of our legislation and further safeguard and improve the security of land tenure enjoyed by our Indigenous people. The Amerindian Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, land tenure must be accompanied by viable village economies. As such, over the last 5 years, our government has invested over $16.7 billion in village-led projects through presidential grants, capital grants, and our investment fund. This means, Mr. Speaker, direct investment in 253 villages, satellites, and CDC's economies, leading to unprecedented growth with increased amounts in grant allocation over the last 5 years. And this has enhanced the lives of 107,000 residents of our Amerindian villages. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 prioritizes the well-being and development of our people by outlining proactive steps and tangible in achieving this goal as represented in the Amerindian Development Fund. Of great significance, Mr. Speaker, is the presidential grant, which has increased by 125% to date, representing a total sum of over $2 billion investment over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the $5 billion in our ADF will be for economic projects for women and youth. Some of these include sawmilling facilities, tourism initiatives, agro-processing facilities, shade houses, printeries, bakeries, cosmetology centers, and heritage sites, all aimed at building the capacity of our people and encouraging economic growth. But high on our agenda, Mr. Speaker, is youth development. Viable economies are only realized when skilled youths whose capacities we continue to build. Mr. Speaker, the CSOs were sent home by an uncaring, now minority in opposition. They took $720 million away from our Amerindian youths every year. For 5 years, Mr. Speaker, Amerindians lost, our CSOs lost a total of $3.6 billion. Since coming back, Mr. Speaker, we have engaged over 2,700 CSOs under this program, allowing $4.693 billion to be invested in the development of our Amerindian youth. We have also trained, Mr. Speaker, 2,164 CSOs to receive training in areas such as small engine repairs, garment construction, business plan proposal writing, craft production, tractor driving and maintenance, cosmetology, tourism and hospitality, solar installation, and ICT. But this investment hasn't been in vain, Mr. Speaker. It hasn't. And I am proud to stand here today and to share with you because the success stories are many. From our CSO program, our CSOs are shining. Yulani Darson, Canal Bank, attended the digitalization development program for healthcare right in her region of in the Mabruma sub-district. She is graduated as the most outstanding in her course, sir. Nafisa Evans, Wairuni, a teacher. Shavana Singh, Aishalton, is now a trained teacher, also molding young minds in her village. Siparuta, several of our former CSOs are police officers, teachers, nursing assistants, and many have gone on to be Tushaus and village council members, playing a significant role in village governance. In Region 8, Mr. Speaker, way in the mountains, is Lisa Geronimo from Cato. She's a role model as a successful local entrepreneur in her village. She participated in this program, used her training, relied on her stipend, and she now has her own business, Lisa's Variety Store, right in Cato. Mr. Speaker, the names are many, the success stories are applaudable, but the goal of this program continues to surpass any expectation. And I am pleased to be advancing an increased stipend of $50,000 to the CSOs. We will continue to build capacity and skills through appropriate training, and I'm confident that the success stories will continue to dominate any dialogue on the CSO program. Mr. Speaker, turning to education, I know I don't have much time and I want to say so much, Mr. Speaker, but of the 4,000 recipients on the Gold Scholarship, I am proud to say that 3,900 of these participants are from regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Speaker, programs such as the Coursera program and the University of Guyana tuition-free program will also enable our indigenous people and the hinterland youths to further advance education in an unprecedented way. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand before this House and say that we have built 83 new schools in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. 83. But Mr. Speaker, while the educational opportunities are many, the Hinterland Scholarship remains a priority for this ministry. Last year alone, Mr. Speaker, 543 students benefited from scholarships. This would have placed, Mr. Speaker, a total of $44,354,000 directly into the pockets of our scholarship students. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to stand before this House knowing that this year in Budget 2026, my government has increased the pocket allowance for the scholarship program by 150%, Mr. Speaker, putting people first. This represents, Mr. Speaker, an increase from $4,000 to $10,000 per student per month, in addition to all we're already receiving from the Ministry of Education and all the other measures outlined. This, Mr. Speaker, represents to free transportation, meals, and accommodation providing to our students in our care at the Liliandal Dormitory. I am proud to remind this House that in Budget 2026, $133.8 million has been allocated to support the students on this scholarship. If you're not been come, you're not been no. Mr. Speaker, connectivity. Accessibility to education opportunities is now being realized under this government. Connectivity is a priority to ensuring our indigenous people are not left behind. Mr. Speaker, we have constructed 173 ICT hubs and 8 that are nearing completion. To complement these hubs, Mr. Speaker, we have had training for 192 hub managers, 32 ICT technicians, 31 PV technicians, and 2,489 residents trained in basic ITC. But what's better is that 76% of these are women. Fantastic. Mr. Speaker, this is a stark contrast to when the project was under the APNU AFC's care, when they definitely shelved it as if trying to stymie the development of our people. I now turn my attention to health and welfare, something close to my heart, Mr. Speaker. Our ministry continues to work closely with the relevant sector agencies of health and the Ministry of Human Services. Mr. Speaker, we have seen training and investment in the health sector, when it's investment in health centers, trained medical personnel, emergency transport, and of course, as I mentioned, telemedicine. And over the next 5 years, we will continue to see investment in world-class healthcare and regional hospitals in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Speaker, last year, our government, through the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, would have assisted 1,773 Amerindians through our welfare department, whether it's via prison visits, hospital visits, birth certificate application, welfare cases, and direct financial aid. And this aid were categorized into burial, medical, and difficult circumstances. This will continue, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2026. And of great significance in this area is our long-standing hostel, which has provided humble refuge to many indigenous people for decades since 1972. It's an invaluable asset to the ministry and to our beneficiaries. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, only on average of 250 persons per month utilize this facility, the facilities of the hostel, where they receive free meals, accommodation, and access to health care, along with the safe transportation back home. Mr. Speaker, while this hostel continues to serve us well, I am pleased to share that the sum of $500 million has been allocated to begin the construction of a brand new Amerindian hostel for people. A commitment, Mr. Speaker, of His Excellency, the one, the only, the people's choice for president. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the people's choice for president. And anyone who has an issue with that should cry a river, build a bridge, and get over it. Mr. Speaker, Amerindian women, we are the backbone of our villages. Our contribution and ability to be the ultimate drivers of development in our villages cannot be underemphasized. We have an essential role to play in cultural revival and preservation. This, Mr. Speaker, is an undisputed fact. As such, this government has made specific provision for women group and cultural projects in villages and communities by allocating funds in the budget for these core groups and projects. This will be specifically utilized, Mr. Speaker, for economic projects. Last year, we have assisted women and youth groups to establish beauty centers, sewing centers, craft shops, and bakery. And this has led to direct income and circulation of cash flow within villages. This will continue in Budget 2026 as we continue to empower our women, noting to Honorable Vindi that many of our indigenous women have also benefited from the WIN program under your ministry. The only WIN, mind you, the only WIN that has anything to offer the women of this country. Language and culture will continue to receive direct support as our indigenous people possess extraordinarily rich natural and cultural heritage sites. These include archaeological sites from prehistoric times, exceptionally preserved historical area, natural sites endowed with landscape distinguished by their biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, these cultural heritage sites help define our people's sense of identity. It's part of our history and can be a source of social information and collective pride. In addition, it also can become a vital economic asset that drives sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, the National Tushaus Council. We continue to support the NTC as a subvention agency under our ministry, and they will continue to receive our support in executing its legislative mandate, one of which is hosting the annual National Tushaus Council conference, where Tushaus sit here for 1 week, having the ear of no less than His Excellency, the President. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 has allocated $150 million for the successful execution of this conference and $72 million for the NTC to execute its work. Governance. Leadership training for Tushaus and councils remain an important and useful method of delivering positive outcomes for villages in Guyana. There is continuous need for training, Mr. Speaker, as especially for village councils, as it's an indispensable to knowledge requirement. Capacity building plays a critical role in facilitating this knowledge requirement and in supporting the community planning process. And also, to Mr. Speaker, in spearheading and implementing of the long and short-term plans of the village. Last year, Mr. Speaker, we provided training to 401 Amerindian leaders and residents throughout the regions of Guyana.
Honorable Minister, you will need an extension to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the honourable member be given 5 minutes more to conclude her presentation.
Thanks,
Continue,
Honourable Chief Whip.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 will once again make provisions to ensure that training for governance in governance areas is continued. I know, Mr. Speaker, that I'll now turn to legislative review, Mr. Speaker, given my time. My government has committed, Mr. Speaker, to a comprehensive review of the Amerindian Act of 2006 with the aim of further strengthening and improving its provision. Given this government's policy of engagement and transparency, the review process has been inclusive and a transparent one, weighing heavily, Mr. Speaker, on the free, prior, and informed consent of our Amerindian people and the engagement of all relevant stakeholders. This process is carried out nationwide, collaboratively with the NTC and the AG's chambers, and this process is following a rigorous approach of 3 essential phases. 1, training, education, and awareness. 2, nationwide consultations. And 3, drafting of amendments, if any. In phase 1, Mr. Speaker, it has been well received, and we're responding to additional requests for more training on the Act for all residents. It is not the intention of this government to represent the voice of a select few in this review process, but all stakeholders that will be affected by the revision of the Amerindian Act. To date, Mr. Speaker, 2,069 leaders and residents have been trained. Materials have been developed. 21 lead facilitators trained on conducting consultations. This will continue, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I stand before this honorable House precisely as how I began. As a woman, a youth, and as an indigenous woman, a person who has spent my entire life in a village in the hinterland, as your Minister of Amerindian Affairs, to wholeheartedly support the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for the financial year 2026. To Dr. Ashni Singh and his team, I say, hats off, sir. Well done. Mr. Speaker, putting people first. This is what we will do in Budget 2026 and beyond. I rest my case. God bless you.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, now is a good time to take a suspension for 1 hour. We return here at 6:05.
Wonderful.
Wind blowing sweet from Georgetown streets. Her voice on the line, my heart skip beats. Midnight calls, starry skies where we meet. Palm trees whisper what my soul can repeat. Jano, distance cut. deep like a color swing. But love stays strong, tighter than a wedding ring. Dreams of Guyana, gold rivers gleam. A peace of mind, she my Caribbean queen. One love across the sea, she waiting for me. Faith in a distance, just said us free. From Essequibo waters to NYC. Divine wisdom, one heart, one destiny. She said the ocean's wide, but her heart's bridge the gap. Oh, nah, nah. I send a voice note, she send a heart in a snap. Nah, 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 nah. Sunrise prayer, blessings on the map. A smile, my compass, no need for a recap. Mountains can't divide what the soul aligns. Every flight delay, another test of time. Her laughter echoes sweeter than a sugar cane vine. I keep her close like lyrics to a rhyme. Sacred moments, whispers in the breeze. Her love steady like the tides of the seas. No borders, no limits, we just believe. Ah, nah, nah.
While the Guyana Press Association and a number of journalists here in Guyana are calling on the Speaker of the National Assembly, Manzo Nadir, to immediately lift his restrictions on media access to provide coverage of Parliament. Members of the media turning up at the Arthur Chung Conference Center for the start of the budget debate today were informed that only 5 journalists will be allowed access into the National Assembly, and they must first lodge their national ID cards or driver's license before that access is granted. Members of the media were also informed that only the cameras of the Department of Public Information, which has been reportedly contracted by the Parliament, will be allowed video recording access in the National Assembly. In response, the Guyana Press Association condemned the actions of the Speaker as an attack on press freedom. The Press Association said the Speaker's decision to only allow access to the National Assembly to 5 journalists represents a significant reduction from previous years, when up to 17 reporters were accommodated within Parliament buildings to cover sessions. The association said it is difficult to comprehend why fewer reporters are now being permitted in a much larger space. Additionally, the GPA noted that the absence of a direct feed from the cameras inside the assembly is unacceptable. Media houses were told that they will be provided with a link from the Department of Public Information, but there exists no such link, and the media is being made to wait on the social media live streaming to end to be able to access the video recordings. The Press Association reminded the National Assembly that the role of the press is to ensure transparency, accountability, and accurate reporting of parliamentary business. It said restricting access and failing to provide proper technical facilities undermines the public's right to be informed. A number of senior journalists have condemned the position of the Speaker and have also called for his restrictions on press access to the Assembly to be lifted. The Speaker at the start of today's sitting commented on the issue and sought to defend his decision by referencing an agreement that was made on media coverage 6 years ago during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I want to make it pellucid. And if I could be redundant, in the words of a famous president, pellucidly clear, clearly clear, that we have actually expanded from 5 to 7 members of the private media, because most of them are using their phones to do the recording. So our PR department reached out and said that 2 persons with the cameras could be replaced with 2 additional reporters who will be allowed to use their phones as they have been doing to record. So it is being made out that this expansion of access to the National Assembly is a restriction.
Nadir said while the restrictions are still in place, several state media workers are also being prevented from covering the Parliament from inside, adding that Parliament has contracted an audiovisual company to stream the sitting, where it could be viewed by journalists. That contracted audiovisual company is the publicly funded Department of Public Information.
Reinforcing that we pride ourselves on access, and we will continue to provide access to the proceedings of the National Assembly.
Ahead of the presentation of the national budget last week, the president of the Guyana Press Association raised her initial concerns about the issue with the speaker, but he did not budge from his position to keep the restrictions in place.
Address an issue that some people like to parrot about, and that is the structure of our employment, the growth of our employment, and the reduction in unemployment. And I want to do this by examining the facts, because we can be easily misled as to the structure of our growth and the way in which our labor market is responding to that growth. A few days ago, I spoke to you about the growth in our investment portfolio and the diversification of our economy. Today, I'm going to show you factually how the labor market is directly related to the diversification that is taking place in our economy. Now, let us look at the recent labor force bulletin issued by the Bureau of Statistics, which showed that unemployment has reduced significantly. If you look at the period 2020 to 2024, unemployment fell from 12.8% to 6.8% in the fourth quarter of 2024. 12.8% to 6.8%. And that unemployment of 6.8% that fell from 12.8% in 2020 is by itself a number that needs to be analyzed, because there are a lot of people in that 6.8% who would not accept a construction job, who will not accept a job as an operator, who would not accept a job outside of what they are seeking. So that number itself can be further examined. So first of all, the fact. What is the fact? The fact is our unemployment reduced by more than 50% between 2020 and 2024. Now, what is also important is a reduction of our female unemployment rate. Our female unemployment rate reduced from 14.4% to less than 9%. Again, these are the facts as supported in the recent statistical bulletin of the Bureau of Statistics. Unemployment rates are also fairly balanced across regions. So it is not to say that the jobs are only created in urban centers. When you look at the distribution of jobs and the analytics behind unemployment rates, you will see that it is evenly distributed in rural and urban centers, which speak to the fact that government growth and private sector growth is following the development agenda of the country that is driven by infrastructure, that is driven by policies to push agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, agro-processing. So there is a correlation between the policies, employment, growth, development, and investment. But we hear a lot of persons parroting a narrative that is far from the reality, but a narrative that is only politically opportunistic for their own purpose. Now, let us look at the total number of persons employed from 2020, the first quarter, to the fourth quarter of 2024. Between that period alone, we have more than 104,000 persons, new persons employed. So persons employed moved from 264,000 to almost 370,000 in the last quarter of 2024. That is more persons in the labor force because there are more jobs available, because the economy is growing. Now let us go further to look at men, women, rural, urban. As I said, women has improved, rural to urban is the same. So these trends, of course, suggest the following important things: the steady improvement in the unemployment rate, reflects stronger absorption. The reduction in youth unemployment signals better integration of young workers into the labor force. Unlike the past, unemployment rates are now almost
is making a really big promise to take on unemployment in a major way. But when you start to look a little closer at the actual numbers, a pretty puzzling story starts to emerge. Let's dig in and see what's really going on here. And that brings us to the big.
We just got a chance to hear a presentation from the president. Well, what we do over here at Delta 9 Media is we analyze as many aspects of what's going on so we could get a real foundation in the truth. Well, this is the age of artificial intelligence. This is the age of AI. And what we did is we pull all the budget estimates for 2025, 2026 into Notebook ML, a program that is going to analyze all of those thousands and thousands of pages of data and give us actual findings, information that we can now analyze and compare to what was being presented by the president. Now, let's analyze some of this information and compare it to what was being said by the head of state just now. Welcome to all the travelers that's in the live. Big up to everybody that's watching this live presently right now. If you haven't already, take a couple of seconds, buddy. Thumbs up the live. Let's get into this information.
Question, right? What happens when a government lays out this ambitious plan to create jobs, but the budget itself seems to be telling a completely different story? It's a puzzle for sure, and we're going to unpack it. Okay, so the centerpiece of this whole new strategy is something they're calling the Manpower Planning Program. For 2026, this is supposed to be the government's flagship initiative, and the whole idea is to get Guyana's workforce perfectly lined up with what its booming economy actually needs. And the official goal? I mean, it's right there in the budget documents, and you can't really get any clearer. It's to reduce unemployment and accelerate national development. That's a huge mission, and it's absolutely critical for the country's future. And to show just how serious they are, they're not just writing a memo. They're renaming the entire ministry. This isn't just some small administrative tweak. It's a very public statement that manpower planning, getting the right people into the right jobs, is a top priority. So the intention is there, loud and clear, but, and this is where things take a really sharp turn, when you look past the fancy titles and the big mission statements and get into the actual performance targets for 2026, a very different picture starts to take shape, one that kind of seems to contradict the whole plan. So how do we actually know if any of this is working? Well, the budget.
So when you analyze the details, it seems as if Parsons is going contrary to the entire plan. So when they tell you about this big statement and this big slogan that they're using, does the policies really reflect what's being stated? We analyze the details and we're here to present it so that we can have other aspects to what's being presented before us. We want to understand what's going on, and this is one of the first years that we have access to programs, to artificial intelligence, to the same type of things that they use it to analyze this information as well, because nobody can convince me that somebody somewhere is not using Notebook ML to analyze those thousands and thousands of pages in just 7 days. Let me get into this so we could understand for ourselves.
It gives us these performance indicators, the hard numbers. Let's put them under a microscope and see what they tell us. First up, let's talk about actually getting people into jobs. In 2025, the target was to place 2,000 people into active employment. Okay, great. But for 2026, under this new and improved program, that number takes a nosedive to just 561. That's a drop of almost 75%. So right off the bat, a program that's supposed to fight unemployment has a much, much lower target for actually getting people hired. And it gets even stranger. Check this out. The Board of Industrial Training, or BIT, is absolutely crucial for training workers and giving them new skills. In 2025, the goal was to get over 6,000 new people into their programs. For 2026, the target is 0. Not a small number, 0. A total freeze on new trainees for a vital program. And you can see this same trend popping up elsewhere. If you look over at the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, their financial support for small businesses, which are, a huge engine for job growth, is set to basically fall off a cliff. The target drops from helping over 1,600 businesses down to just 74. Okay, so there's a pretty obvious disconnect between the plan and the numbers. But here's the interesting part. The data doesn't just show us the problem. It kind of points us toward the solution too. There are 3 really practical fixes that could help get this whole plan back on the right track. All right, so first, job placement. The idea is to put more funding back into the recruitment subprogram to get those placement numbers back up where they were. Second, skills training. A budget increase for the Board of Industrial Training would mean they can start taking in new trainees again, keeping that pipeline full. And third, entrepreneurship. Expanding the Small Business Development Fund would give more entrepreneurs the support they need to grow and hire people. See, these aren't just random ideas, they're direct answers to the numbers we just saw. So you might be wondering, why do these specific tweaks matter so much? Well, it's because making these kinds of changes would take the manpower planning program from just a nice idea into a real, concrete plan of action. It's all about making sure the money and the resources actually match the mission statement. Think about it. Aligning the budget this way would mean you're actually fulfilling the program's core mission. You'd get a steady flow of skilled workers, you'd be able to connect them with employers in those booming sectors, and you'd be helping entrepreneurs create brand new jobs. In other words, it would make the plan to reduce unemployment actually work on the ground. And that leaves us with one last, really important question. The budget data itself clearly shows a disconnect, but it also points toward a logical way to fix it. These numbers, they aren't an opinion, they're a roadmap. The real question is whether policy is going to follow that map and make sure this ambitious plan for jobs has the fuel it actually needs to get where it wants to go.
Clarity, information, a different angle to what's being presented to you, right? That's how we do it over here at Delta 9 Media, making sure that we have as many aspects as to what's going on so that we could get a real foundation in the direction to the truth, right? Big up to every single traveler in the live right now. If you have not already subscribed to Delta 9 Media, it really costs you nothing, buddy, but it will keep you connected with every single thing trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. And early this morning, all the way from the UK, Mr. Norman Brown was tuned in with the Honorable Nigel London, and they had some details that is very interesting that we're going to get into related to some of the stuff going on right now and trending in our beautiful nation, right? But for now, let me shout out a couple of travelers in the live. Who is live with us right now? Who is traveling live? Confused astronomical mode. Well, we're gonna just say astronomical, right? Is saying they only develop the people who voted for your party. It don't mean that you're putting all people first. Powerful point, and that's something that is always seeming to be a situation. Every time there's a change of the political power in Guyana, it seems like one set of policies put on and another set of policies pick up. One set of things start do and another set of things stop do. And that's the problem. That's the division that is causing the problem at the core of the nation. Big up yourself. Astronomical, thanks for dropping those comments into the comment section. Our very insightful moderator, P. Alicock, is saying if air fraud, including those 10 days workers' jobs as full-time jobs, This is an obvious fabrication, I tell you. Seems like there's a whole nother one coming up there, right? A whole nother. Might go up to 22, 23 by time. I telling you. Let me get into some of these details that was being highlighted by Mr. Brown and Honorable Mr. London.
This is more the value your nation. Wow. You're not a patriot, you're a puppet.
Wow. Wow.
So let me be quiet in peace. If you're not good for you, let me be quiet. Don't let me talk.
Wow.
Don't let me speak at all.
Wow. So I'm glad you were given this opportunity, and it's spiritual because yeah, it seems as if that particular video is flying over the Bermuda Triangle right now. So we're gonna get that updated for you, and we're gonna jump into some other details because remember that we were supposed to be getting into some esoteric history because over here at Delta 9 Media, we're not gonna take the usual route that persons take for African History Month. We're taking you beyond the so-called triangular slave trade. I think we do that too many years. It's overdone. We got to go beyond that. We're going to go into some of the esoteric history, some of the history that is not usually investigated throughout this entire African History Month, right? Or Black History Month, however you want to term it. We're going to go through a lot of these details.
So I will try to invite them. If you guys just give me a second, this thing will be disturbed.
$1 billion more than any other Caribbean territory or any part of the world. We don't spend it. It is siphoned off. Wow. I talk about this over and over and over. I said, when you see 3 miles of road, no, at least $2 billion Guyana gone. Just vaporize. Now you tell me that after all these budget cycles, Ashton gets up and talk again about infrastructure, $38 billion in drainage, and you got some of the same parliament. So what happened for the last 5 years, and I've been telling you that this is what they're doing. Healthcare. If one aspirin costs 1 cent, the PPP shall buy it for $55.
Wow. Wow.
And it will be legitimized because there will be nobody who has the power, apparently, to shut this country down. Teleprompters don't shut Guyana down. Talking in an office, and my fellow Guyanese, the PP is robbing us. That will stop the PP from. Sorry, when I get vexed, I talk fast.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
When you sit in an office and you tell people the PP are robbing us, that will stop the PP from robbing you? Man, where are those? Where are the Norman Browns who would have stood and said, I will not eat until you do right by my people?
Wow.
Where are they?
Wow.
Where are those who said, listen to me, man, shoot me if you gotta shoot me, but I'm not backing down from this? Where are y'all? Unfortunately, some of them have gotten 1 contract and have now said the PVP are angels.
This is the truth coming out here, Apostle. This is the truth. I don't know why I called you. And I've broken your silence. But the world is hearing you now.
You should have left me.
I should have left
you should have left me to be quiet in my corner and let them have a wonderful
alone.
Yes, let them have a parliamentary
now
dance.
You are saying what the people want to hear. What the people are thinking. You are saying what the people are thinking because people are coming out now and saying, we are willing to support the opposition. I'm saying that too. I'm willing to support the opposition. But I'm not supporting an opposition that is not doing what they're supposed to do. And that is the reason for this program. The reason for this program is to say that the press freedom, a fundamental global freedom, wherever humans are embattled, wherever humans are existing, you have to have a free press to hold government and others accountable.
Correct.
You understand? This is not politics. This is every person, every society must have information that is unbiased so that they can make a conscious and deliberate decision how they support or not support things happening in their country. And they have a right to be made aware of what is happening to them from their elected officials. This is fundamental, this is global, this is not about Guyana. And if a government, through its speaker, could say,
today is long overdue. Now everybody is familiar with News Source Guyana, Mr. Gordon Mosley, and HGPT Nightly News, Mr. Travis Chase. These men have worked consistently and have grinded and built themselves up into household name with their consistency, their diligence, and their commitment to releasing and producing credible, unbiased news. Now let me tell you guys what occurred. That hurt me to my soul. And it took me a long time to get around to doing this video because, as you know, I have a full-time job as well. The swearing in of the leader of the opposition that was done last Monday on the 26th of January 2026. When I arrived at Parliament building and I saw that Mr. Travis Chase, Mr. Mosley, amongst other news agencies and other news reporters that I can't mention because, as we know, Mr. Mosley and Mr. Chase are more household names, at least to Eternity Enterprise. When I saw that Mr. Mosley was locked out from being able to access Parliament building to get the biggest news of that month, the swearing in of the opposition leader, it hurt me to my soul. When I saw Mr. Chase was out there, this thing hurt me to my soul because I know the amount of work and the body of work and the consistency these men have shown towards what they do. And to get there and to realize these men were marginalized by the government of Guyana from the biggest story of that month, it hurt me to my soul. Because it clearly showed me that the marginalization, it doesn't just stop at working for the government, being a part of government ministries. It doesn't stop there. Because somehow it reached down to our credible news reporters who we depend on day in and day out for our credible unbiased news reports. Now today, the 2nd of February, finally the Guyana Press Association, maybe their hands are tied now, they decide to put out an article, and this article is overdue. Now let me read what it says. And Mr. Mosley and Mr. Chase, I want you to keep your head up. Make sure you drink lots of water, take care of your physical health, take care of your mental health. Don't let the wicked ones wear you down. You guys continue to do what you're doing. You guys are doing a great job, and Guyana and Guyanese needs people like you to take care of yourself because we need you guys to be around here. We need you guys to stick around for a long time for credible, unbiased news. The Guyana Press Association, GPA, registered its deep concern over the restriction imposed on media coverage on the ongoing budget debates in the National Assembly. We know that only 5 reporters are being allowed into the dome at any one time, with the requirements to lodge identification before access is granted. Now I wonder what is all this about. Once you had a media pass, you're supposed to have access. Freedom of the press as a part of our Constitution, Article 146. And all of a sudden now, for you to be able to access and do your work, you have to lodge your identification and all of that. And these brothers and sisters, open your eyes. Just listen to what's going on. This represents a significant reduction from previous years when up to 17 reporters were accommodated within the Parliament building to cover sessions. It is difficult to comprehend why in a large space fewer reporters are now permitted. It's difficult for me to comprehend as well. It seems like blatant marginalization. If you may be reporting your news in a way that one Guyana doesn't like, it seems like they're going to marginalize even the news now. Because according to what was reported, NCN was allowed inside of the swearing-in ceremony of the leader of the opposition, but other news agency wasn't allowed. Now, I would want to know, and I would want to ask to the government and to everybody, why was only NCN allowed into the swearing-in ceremony of the opposition leader? But I'll continue. Additionally, the absence of a direct feed for cameras inside the dome is unacceptable. So, less reporters are allowed access into the debate sessions, and additionally, there's also an absence of a direct feed for cameras inside of the dome. Media houses have been told that they will be provided with a link from the Department of Public Information, DPI, which has proven unreliable with frequent audio breaks and interruptions. An online link cannot be considered a direct feed, as it does not provide continuous, unfiltered access to the parliamentary proceedings. The GPA reminds the National Assembly that the role of the press is to ensure transparency, accountability, and accurate reporting of parliamentary business. Restricting access and failing to provide proper technical facilities undermines the public right to be informed. We strongly condemn this from the Speaker and view it as a direct attack on freedom of press, a hallmark of any democratic society. Everyone sit on their hands and they wait too long. As soon as the GPA, Guyana Press Association, saw that there were restrictions at the swearing-in ceremony, this statement should have been placed in the public domain. As soon as. This article is overdue. Now, everyone that works in news reporting and works in the press space should be reporting this article. They should be reporting the exact same findings that the GPA has found. Because if credible people, unbiased people that Guyanese trust, not just Guyanese at home, Guyanese abroad trust for credible, unbiased, timely news reporting, people like Gard Mosley and people like Travis Chase. And I'm not saying that they were not allowed into the budget debate, but I'm not sure at this point. But the fact of the matter is, when I saw these two men outside of Parliament, limiting outside of Parliament, restricted from being able to access one of the biggest stories of the year, it really hurt me to my soul.
But it's kind of like if we could have seen that coming, you know. We could have almost see it coming because remember, right before the president was sworn in this second time, or a little after he was sworn in for the second term, he had a back and forth with Mr. Chase. And Mr. Mosley has been banned from the VP's press conferences for a number of sessions. So it's kind of like almost something that we saw coming. They do all the little steps to finally this eventuality that's before us. Another step on the road to dictatorship. You see what Bantu King pointing out? It's like if we see it coming all the time, because remember now, the press always gonna have a place, right? But when you present your information in a particular manner, when you got an unbiased filter and you present information that might be going contrary to what the government is saying, right? You could find yourself in all kind of problems. And this other story that we gotta highlight right here. Even before we jump into the history, we're gonna highlight this because this is a situation that we got to bring to the forefront. You know why? This is a US citizen that is stranded in Guyana right now because they highlighted certain things. Let me let you hear directly from them.
Waiting on a date for the Chief Justice to review my my situation so I could get my passport to go back home. And this is all due to the fact that I said that in my previous video, what's really happening and my personal experience with applying for a firearm, you know, and what I'm being told. And because I said what I'm being told, they see fit to arrest me and put me behind bars, right? And they held my passport. And they basically, even though it's an American passport, I guess the government could do pretty much what they want because they're
Them man hold on your passport, US citizen or not. So I wonder, a lot of persons, myself included, that be highlighting certain details about what's going on in Guyana. Would be the outcome if they were to get their hands on my passport or other persons that is highlighting certain things while we are in the country? Would it be a similar situation? Because all this man was doing is highlighting what's going on when he applied for something, right? Let me hear this, because it's very important that persons understand the steps on the road to dictatorship, like Bantu
just
P
to
is
review
highlighting.
my situation so I could get my passport to go back home. And this is all due to the fact that I said that in my previous video, what's really happening and my personal experience with applying for a firearm, and what I'm being told. And because I said that what I'm being told, they see fit to arrest me and put me behind bars, right? And they held my passport, and they basically, even though it's an American passport, I guess the government could do pretty much what they want because their legislation or the documentation or the guidance that they are following basically states any passport. So they can hold your passport, deprive you from traveling and meeting up with your family. So that's basically the situation I'm in right now.
That's basically the situation he finds himself in, even to today date. Because this thing going on for a while, is a while now this man has been deprived from traveling. There's so much going on. But let me jump into some of the history because remember, is Black History Month, African History Month. So we got to get into some of these very important details, right? As we got a break before we jump back into Parliament. Let's hear some of these esoteric portions of history right here on Delta 9 Media. We can get into it. Remember, the hotline is open. You can call in. The number is right there on the screen.
And selling and bartering Native captives. There are more Native Americans exported.
Today we're getting into the decodings of the American Indians that somehow have lost their true identity in places like Guyana and certain other parts of the world where they have been misrepresented, right? They have been recertified, renamed, reclassified into a whole different ethnicity. And now we're seeing other persons parading around Guyana as American Indians or as Amerindians, parading an identity that is not their own. I know that's a history that somehow goes completely contrary to what we would have learned in schools in Guyana. But we got to pay attention to this information because it's information that is founded in a whole lot of scholarship. Persons all over the world are waking up to the true identity of the American Indian. And this information will be highlighted for the entire life of Delta 9 Media because this is the information that we are truly here to share. But we got to get around highlighting certain other things before we get into it. But nonetheless, it's that time.
From North America to the West Indian colonies than there are African slaves imported to the North American colonies. So many of the sources that we have to work with, and I think this is where so many of the myths that inform the legacies that people are still struggling with today, many of the primary sources that we have to work with are sources that were written by white missionaries, white federal governmental officials, and white citizens from the Deep South. And often those sources that describe Native slaveholding practices in particular, Native economic practices in general, and slaveholding in particular, tell us as much about the, or if not more, about the author of those sources than they do about the actual subjects.
Exactly.
The author of those sources.
Let me pull that back and make it larger so persons can see some of the highlighted points about West Indies and stuff like that that's being made, so we could get into this in a real way.
Than they do about the actual subjects.
From 1492 to 1775, when America was attacked by 7 countries simultaneously for 283 years, they bombed this place. Russia took Alaska, Netherlands took Canada, British and England took the East Coast, Italy took Texas up through the Gulf, France took New Orleans up the Gulf, and Spain came around the West Coast.
Remember, all of this is the history of the American Indian that we're decoding right here. Now, you're not going to hear a lot of this information coming out for certain regions, right? You got to dig a little bit to get into the esoterics of understanding, because some of this information is even polluted with the history that they teach us in schools, telling you and describing the American Indian in a manner, and certain slave, so-called triangular slave trade and them thing in a whole different manner than it actually was.
Down through Argentina, Chile, and up the backside. 7 countries attacked Black America. In 1775, we surrendered and lost the right to vote. They put us in slavery camps. They labeled them World War I.
This is the war they never taught us. From 1492 to 1775, America wasn't discovered, it was invaded. Not by one country, by 7. Russia came through Alaska. The Netherlands took parts of Canada. Britain and England worked both east and west coasts. France came up through New Orleans and the Gulf. Italy moved through Texas and Gulf territories. Spain invaded from the west coast down through Argentina and Chile and back up the spine of America. This wasn't exploration. This was a 283-year war, and the target indigenous Black Americans, the copper-colored, wool-haired people already here. They didn't come here to enslave Africans. They came to steal land from the indigenous. They just called us Negro to erase who we were. By 1775, we surrendered. We lost our right to vote, lost our land, and got renamed. They threw us on reservations if we submitted, and labeled us Negro if we didn't. And now they act like we don't belong, like our story started on a slave ship. But the truth, the ships never brought us here. They were used to ship us out, erase us from this land. This war wasn't just physical, it was legal, paper genocide, land grabs, reclassification. The original Americans are now called everything but what we are. You want to know why we're struggling? Because we're fighting under false names, false history, and stolen status. It's time to correct it. Learn the truth. Reclaim your status. You're not lost. You were renamed. And now it's time to return. Please like.
Renamed, reclassified, placed into all types of systems of gentrification so that we might not be able to decode our realities. So much going on, so many things to highlight in this month and as we continue the life of this channel.
Some of us got re-imported and told we was African. Let that sink in. This ain't just reverse. It's a round-trip slave trade.
You see how we're going to highlight it and how we're going to present it. You're not going to get it like this on a lot of other channels, especially those that are hosted by persons of Guyanese heritage.
Indigenous people were sold out of America, then brought back as African cargo. Example, the ship Providence left Massachusetts in 1638, carried captured Pequot natives to Bermuda. The captain, William Pierce. Manifest says Indian slaves, dark complexion. Another, the Sea Flower, 1679, took indigenous captives from Boston to Providence Island. No African names, no African ports, just native prisoners, marked Negro. Once in the Caribbean, they mixed us, renamed us, erased the tribal tongue. Then they shipped our people back into the colonies, saying, look, African slaves just arrived. But dig this, Barbados slave records list Black Caribs from Florida. The Garifuna in Central America, they trace back to deported indigenous people. You weren't brought here. You were shipped out, broken down, then brought back labeled African. That's not history, that's erasure. So next time they say you're from Africa, ask them what ship, then show them the round trip.
6,000 of the workers so-called quit. Saw videos that the plant that Hyundai sits on, and the reason why those 6,000 workers quit, because the indigenous people claimed that land, claimed that whole territory. Also, Marvel the comic, you know, Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, Robin, Wonder Woman, all the artificial superheroes. Well, Marvel is moving out of Georgia and moving to the UK. I wonder why. Why all these countries or companies jumping fence now? Oh, that's right. The indigenous people that came back for their fucking land. If your birth certificate reads Black, Negro, colored, African American, etc., and you indigenous, do you know you have an ironclad lawsuit against the United States under misclassification? You know you can go after the United States for misclassifying you. You can get fucking damages out the yin yang. They already shipped almost 20,000 so-called Native Americans out of this country. They're cleaning off all those reservations. They're taking away their rights. They don't get free land. They don't get free housing. They don't get any money. They cancel all that shit. They took them motherfuckers straight out of here, bro. They taking them out of here by the fucking boatload, right? That's why you see these so-called Native American Indians, the pretendians. That's why you see them now making TikTok videos about, hey, do you feel bad or are you ashamed of the dating of Native American woman or Native American man? But my
conversations that we don't hear a lot of in Guyana, right? Who are the real Amerindians, the real American Indians, right? They got a lot of pretendians, a lot of pretense, a lot of fake history that is so-called the foundation of the history going on right now, that they're making this popular conversation, even teaching it to children in schools. But when you go into the real history books, when you analyze it for yourself without going into the scripts that they tell you to box, when you go and check different books for yourself, analyze it for yourself, get the real information from scholars that are from Guyana as well. Scholars that would have decoded this information way before a lot of the people them that, you know, highlighting some of these things to us. We come to understanding that sometimes it's completely different to what they're teaching us in schools. Let's hear some of this pride, some of this connection that we would have lost in the Caribbean over time, coming from the former president, Mr. Hugo Chavez. Let's hear what he's highlighted.
Because of my curly hair. And I'm so proud to have this mouth and this hair because it's African. When we were children, we were told that we have a motherland, and that motherland was Spain. However, we have discovered later in our lives that, as a matter of fact, we have several motherlands. And one of the greatest motherlands of all is no doubt Africa. We love Africa. And every day, we are much more aware of the roots we have in Africa. Also, America is our motherland. Africa, America, and Bolivar used to say that we are a new human race in Latin America, that we are not Europeans, nor Africans, or North Americans.
Slave Trade, an Indigenous Review. And this book is releasing this week, and it's a part of the documentary series, We Are Indigenous. When we go to the Slave Trade Voyages website, we can see an estimate of over 12 million slaves from Africa and an estimate in the inter-American slave trade of over 600,000. Yet they use the word imputed. And what does that mean? It means assigned to something by inference from the value of the products or processes to which it contributes. Estimated. So these are estimates and inferences. When we go to the actual voyages, we notice in the next to last column that some of the ships had no captives. This is a close-up of it. So what was on the ships that travel all the way across the Atlantic? We see the very same thing for the inter-American voyages. No captives on ships that were traveling. They were not carrying slaves, they were carrying commodities. When we get to the data variables, we see that embarkments were only over 8,000 for Africa. Disembarkments at 18,000. This is the inter-American real data variables, and we see 7,000 embarked and about 22,000 disembarked. So what are we witnessing here? What we have here is a time lapse of the ships. Over 20-some thousand ships in the inter-American, and there were over 36,000 from Africa. Yet, when we calculate the data from embarkments, the actual data, what we find out is that the numbers only reach about 16,000 actual data embarkments. And if we count the disembarkments, we get about 40,000 in the slave trade. All of the ships that are listed with no captives that travel across the waters, what do you think they were carrying? Why would you travel from London to Africa all the way across the Atlantic with no captives? This is their data. This is not me making this up. And so what we have here is a very deceptive inference, estimated, imputed system of trying to hide something. And what are they trying to hide? You're looking at it in the time lapse. Indigenous people were taken from South Carolina into Cuba, from the Carolinas and Virginia into Jamaica, from Jamaica back into the States, from Brazil into the North American continent, from the North American continent back into Mexico. In fact, the slave trade started with Americans being taken from America back to Europe and Africa. And so we wrote the book, They Lied About the Slave Trade, so that you could get this information and not have to go by estimates, inferences, or something being imputed to you. They listed the real data on the very same website that they lied on. And this is important because this shows that someone will go through this much effort to lie, to deceive, to veil, through very shrewd methods. What do they want to hide? They want to hide the fact that the population of Black Americans in the Americas was already here. The mound builders, the pyramid civilizations, the She.
That's the biggest Masonic secret. The fact that melanated people, the fact that you, me, are the true indigenous of the Americas. That's the biggest Masonic secret. So all the brotherhoods around the world, that's one of their biggest secrets, that they are holding the identity of an entire nation that has been plundered for centuries. Let's listen to some more of the esoterics of the Brotherhood before we get in back to the parliamentary studies. They're on break, but we are getting into some extra studies.
The Brotherhood, which I was a member. We were taught many things, one of which was how to create the life you want. And I was taught a truth, a secret that was so simple and so easy to understand. It virtually exploded in my mind. There was a book written years ago. Some people say 1,000 years ago, because the origins are very difficult to pinpoint. The author.
Now he's about to tell you about the Kybalion that was written by the three initiates. The original author of the Kybalion is not a person or a collection of persons called the three initiates. It's William Walker Atkinson, which is a name used by a fraternal order. And we got all of the books then, and I'm going to put it up on a barcode so that persons can have it and use it to their advantage as well.
Allegedly,
let me put the barcode up right now.
Are people called the Five Initiates. It's an ancient Hermetic text. We have manuscripts that are thousands of years old, many of which are rewritten. I said, yeah, they must have been from the Brotherhood, because it was almost the same. And the one statement in there, which is really reflective of the whole short, I think it was a 30-page book, really a manuscript as opposed to a book. But the phrase was, as within, so without. In Kashmir Shaivism, it said that the world is simply a mirror reflection of who you are. Dr. Maxwell Maltz wrote the great book in 1959, I think it was, called Psycho-Cybernetics, the original one.
Another powerful read that we're going to definitely decode and dissect right here on Delta 9 Media. Psycho-Cybernetics, the Kybalion as well. We went into the 48 Laws of Power as well on the channel. And there's a number of other pieces of scholarship that we definitely going to be decoding throughout this calendar year.
And he was the first person to coin the phrase self-image. If you see yourself as someone who's sexy, then that's the world you live in. Members of the opposite sex or the sex that you're attracted to are attracted to you because you're sexy. That's how you see yourself. This whole concept of as within, so without is something that I was taught in the Brotherhood. And it was an interesting meeting because in the Brotherhood, I was told after a certain number of trainings, a certain number of years, and remember I was inducted when I was 6 years old. So it was many years later, I was told, today's your lucky day, effectively. You're going to have a group session where we are going to reveal to you the secret of the universe and the secret of creating the exact life you want. And I said, wow, should I bring pad and paper to take notes? No. So I walk into this home and I'm overwhelmed by the wealth energy, the money energy, the ancient wisdom energy. And we go into the basement. And the basement is dark. And in the basement, there's a circle. And now I start thinking, uh-oh, here are the rituals that I've heard about in secret societies. There's got to be some human sacrifice.
Notice he's saying he was overwhelmed by the energy of wealth, prosperity, empowerment, and they keep certain other energies for you. Fear, right? Poverty, despair, and all of these lower vibrational energies that they keep and they bring into your presence, into your communities as we take the flight into another direction and highlight some of what's going on the ground right now. We just heard about Masonic, a 33rd degree Mason telling you about walking into affluence and just feeling the energy in the room and know, well, yes, this feels and looks like prosperity and everything empowering. Now look at what some persons just do to the communities that is surrounding our beautiful country. We got to highlight this right here because this is blatant and this is disrespect to the highest when you're going to take trash and throw it around like this. Let me see what's going on right here. If you haven't already, Delta 9 family, it costs you nothing. Make sure that you are part of the team. Hit that subscription button, costs you nothing.
All is garbage.
this new housing scheme where I paid $26 million to build my house. Look why I have to come and live in garbage. Garbage I have to come and live in. All the millions you spent to get your house done and your land at housing. And this is what the people are coming and doing here. Every day. Every day. Every day. GLF 341 for every day he does that. GLF 341 for every day he does that. All is garbage. This new housing scheme where I paid $26 million to build my house. Look why I have to come and live in garbage. Garbage I have to come and live in. All the millions you spent to get your house done and your land at housing. And this is what the people are coming and doing here. Every day. Every day. Every day.
Dumping. There'll be serious consequences. Dumping of dirt, builders' waste, garbage is not allowed on the road shoulders of any main access or highway. Dumping of waste should go to a designated landfill site or an area where there's a school ground or a community ground that requires dirt to build up. It can be on the highway. We're going to clean up what is here now. But as of today's date, anybody who is caught dumping, there'll be serious consequences. But as of today's date, anybody who is caught dumping, there'll be serious consequences. Dumping of dirt, builders' waste, garbage is not allowed on the road shoulders of any main access or highway. Dumping of waste should go to a designated landfill site or an area where there's a school ground or a community ground that requires dirt to build up. It can be on the highway.
It's a wonder that you gotta tell some persons a simple thing like that. You know, how come you gotta tell people, listen, you can't throw your trash there? That makes sense. When you throw it there, somebody gotta come and clean it up again. You know, as a child when you're growing up, your parents, especially my mom, would always say, when you do that, you're creating another job for somebody else come and do, if not yourself. You're not stay in the place only to have to clean it up again. When you throw all of that trash along the roadways and stuff like that, it's either it stay like that or somebody now got to come and clean it up, or they got to be a budget that is expended to pay somebody to come and undo your dirty deed. That make any sense? They make no sense. And I pray that somebody in authority see this video and is able to apprehend this litterer who just throwing trash any place, like the Honorable Mr. Edgel would have pointed out. There will be serious repercussions for persons who are caught littering. Well, we're going to get into some of the details now coming from the Honorable Mr. Ramson. He's highlighting obviously some of the details as to the new expenditures coming from the most recent budget and a number of other things going on right now on the ground. Let's hear what's going on from Mr. Ramson.
People who are educated, very skilled, and not just the basic that you can
you know how to read and write, but moving into very technical areas.
I want to talk about your ministry specifically for a few seconds. You have now completed or close to completion of several of the major projects that you started, including Bayrock, New Amsterdam, Palmyra, Anna Regina, Mackenzie, all these places.
You know a lot.
I've been.
The budget is entitled Putting People First, but this title does not reflect what is really inside this budget. The budget presentation to this nation is largely a magical stage show. The budget of $1.55 trillion is a showpiece. It's a stunning with the size and a whopping 12.7 increase over the 2025 budget. Instead of helping the people and the ordinary people, it mainly benefits a small group of wealthy, political connection and individual. Meanwhile, the working people continue to struggle in poverty and high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, the nearly 7-hour-long budget presentation was full of big numbers, large speeches, but failed to deal with the real problem facing the Guyanese. The 2026 budget, $1.58 trillion, is the largest in the history of Guyana, Mr. Speaker. Yet, despite the huge amount of money in this budget, Mr. Speaker, 58% of the population lives in poverty. A big budget alone does not mean life will improve. What matters is how this money helps in communities. This budget does not give hope for a better future for Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will show that this budget is another attempt to make the people believe that this government cares, while the hardship continues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the increase in the $5,000 old age pension, many pensioners on wheelchairs, and the $3,000 increase in public assistance is unfair and nothing short of worse form of heartlessness shown towards those who cannot help themselves. Mr. Speaker, many elderly disabled persons cannot survive on this amount, especially when prices keep rising. Inflation quickly erases increase, Mr. Speaker. People will continue to struggle. Mr. Speaker, while many of these leaders who prepared this budget, I want to ask one question, Mr. Speaker. Will they willing to live on $46,000 or $25,000 per month, Mr. Speaker? I repeat, will they willing to live on $46,000 or $25,000 per month? The answer is no. This showed a lack of care for the helpless people. Imagine the PPP government can afford to pay a foreign consultant $650 million US, approximately 143 million Guyana dollars each month to get advice on GPL. Are they advising GPL on how to give us more blackout? We're still getting blackout. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister Zulfikar Mustafa give a long speech about rice. I will ask the Honorable Minister Zulfikar Mustafa come in front of the class. I will give a lecture on rice too. I was told he's a heavyweight. Mr. Speaker, Minister of Agriculture has a budget of $113.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. In Region 6, I plant rice. In Region 6, agriculture is very important. Rice farmers struggling, Mr. Speaker, because the cost of production is too high. The agriculture minister don't have a solution to the rice farmer with the cost of production. For example, Mr. Speaker, to rent one crop of rice, to rent one crop of land is approximately $25,000 to $30,000 per crop. Generally 2 crops per year farmer grow. This high cost of rent for land make it difficult for the rice farmer to make a decent profit
Minister Zulfikar. The government promised to open up more land for rice farmer, which will have reduced the cost of production, especially in Berbice. But those promises has not been kept, Mr. Speaker. Zulfi, the people are waiting for the land we promised to open up. Presently in Region 6, Honorable Minister, I call you Honorable Minister in Region 6. In Region 6, 78,000 acres of rice land in Region 6. Out of the 78,000, 63,000 planted crop. Why? Why? No, it's correct. The total, approximately, Mr. Speaker, approximately rice land in this country is about 238,000 acres. Tell me I'm wrong here, Mr. Speaker. I say approximately. Mr. Speaker, open up more land. Open up more land, Mr. Speaker. Will reduce the cost and the increase of income for rice farmer. The highest cost of rice farmer, Mr. Speaker, is land rent. Are you hearing me talk now? Mr. Speaker, during the last crop, the government provide a $300 bag. A $300 bag subsidy. But fertilizer price increased the same time. $300 you give them people to put in their pocket, and then the fertilizer increase. Mr. Speaker, the farmer does not benefit from that. Mr. Speaker, when Honorable Minister Zulfikar Mustafa, Honorable Zamal, pay careful attention because you just run in there early. Mr. Speaker, 6,200 was a bag for fertilizer when they give that $300. After they give that $300, Mr. Speaker, the fertilizer increased by 6,800. Tell me I'm lying there, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's a difference of 600 Guyana dollars. Mr. Speaker, rice farmers in this country employ approximately 20,000 employees. That's a high number for a private sector, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me further add and refresh the Honorable Minister. During his speech, he was kicking fire on that side. I was watching him. But I want to remind him, rice alone earn $100 billion a year, which is approximately $500 million US. And then you got the heart to talk about rice farmer. And in your budget, your 2026 budget, you put 430 million Guyana dollars for the farmer, and you say you care? Let me move on. I don't want to stick on one thing because I got 15 minutes. Shh, big people attack. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, Gaisuku received $13.3 billion. In 2025, Gaisuku received $13.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, 2026, Gaisuku received $13.4 billion. And still the sugar workers are complaining about wages, salary, not getting the incentive. Mr. Speaker, the sugar workers are complaining during out of crop. They only getting 3 to 4 day work a week. How much of that 13.4 billion is going to them, Honorable Minister Zulfikar? The sugar workers are complaining that 3 to 4 days per week, which is not enough to take care of their family. A few weeks ago, the sugar worker and the quarantine reached out to myself and the honorable opposition leader, Azadin Mohammed. We went to 10 and we reached over 200 sugar workers. When we reached them, you know what they complain? Out of the budget where you get in 2025, the 13.3, they complain that they're only making 16,000 to 18,000 per week, which is not enough to maintain the family due to the cost of living. Minister, you should not be proud of that. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister jumping like Bruce Lee on the other side. He talking about cattle farmers. In East Berbice, the cattle farmers are requesting more savanna land. They're requesting more savanna land on a lease agreement. If the cattle farmer in Berbice, so you're listening, listen carefully. I'm advocating that the open land and give a lease for the savanna. Yes. Right? The lack of this land The lack of this land will create that the people have a pasture to carry their animal and have lease to develop it. Right now, Mr. Speaker, at presently, due to the lack of cattle pasture, the cattle and the animal is on the public road. Roaming, people believe that the public road is the cattle pasture. Mr. Speaker, the government also, over the few years, coming from Minister Zulfi, Honorable Zulfi, that he gonna open up agro-processing. I listened to that word in 2022, and in process industry in Region 6 to create jobs, support farmers. Once again, nothing has happened. This is repeatedly broken promise, and it leave the people frustrated and disappointed. I have a page, but let me go to the NDIA. This is where the NDIA, let me touch on NDIA. Honorable Minister, in your budget have $81.9 billion for drainage and irrigation. How by? Money plenty there. Zamal, Honorable. Money plenty there, 81.9 billion. And if the rain fall for 24 hours, Babap, you zinc not. Place flood. Place duck. And if me tell you what I'm going to do, rice farmer and the cash crop farmer losing millions, they will shift the blame under 4 agency. Honorable Minister, I don't know if you know, but I think you know. You get NDIA, Water Users Association, sometimes RDC, NDC. You have a duplicate 4 agency doing the same thing. There's room for what? No, because you get water use, because drainage and irrigation. Look at the money size there, Honorable Minister. I guess no respect now. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the education sector, Mr. Speaker, let me shift to education, get manners now. Old people say when you see good people attack, must get some respect. Stay quiet. Mr. Speaker, the education sector allocated a massive 183.6 billion in the education sector. That's the second largest after infrastructure. The bulk of the finance will go towards the infrastructural project, like building new schools, repair the existing one. But school alone does not educate children. Quality education depends on well-trained and qualified teachers who are properly paid. Better salary for teachers is necessary to improve teaching to a standard to ensure students receive a better quality of education, Mr. Speaker. Some of the school in Region 6, lack of basic things like such as high-speed internet, functioning library. We need to look into that. And we're talking about data and internet speed in school. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on the biggest budget that we have here. The Ministry of Public Works have the largest budget, a whopping 196.1 billion. Yes, Mr. Speaker, roads and bridges are important, but people must come first. Many projects cost too much to deliver, and poor result. Every time you spend money, billions of dollars, people want to see result, they don't care what you do, and all your Facebook page and photo shoot. Well, WIN is not against infrastructure development. Priority must be given to the nation, citizen. However, development must appear to be not to be a show only. It must be a real and not an exhibition of reckless spending and squandering. It's not the best interest of the people. Mr. Speaker, electricity remains a serious problem. Electricity remains a serious problem in East Berbice. We got blackout often, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we get blackout often in Berbice, left, right, and center. It happens daily. It's not only affecting homes, it's affecting business, hospital, water supply, and government is spending billions on that. Mr. Speaker, it costs the government $48.8 million per day, which is about $17.8 billion a year to operate the 2 power ships we have, plus $25 billion a year in fuel. With that huge expense, one will expect that there will be some sort of improvement in the electricity supply. But remember, this is Guyana under the PPP administration. Yeah, and they can come at the front of the class.
Honorable member, you'll need an extension to continue, so you can conclude in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes to complete his presentation.
Honorable member, you may proceed to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I have to skip a whole page to go over here, but I'm doing so good. Mr. Speaker, there is 19 NDC and 3 municipalities in East Berbice, all highly controlled by the ruling party. It make it impossible for local leaders is unable to carry out their mandate. The mandate as independent servant of the constituency. They are compelled to obey the authorities that align with party politics and not in the interest of their community. These officers took an oath and they were elected democratically to run their NDC, but they failed. Mr. Speaker, in East Berbice, let me stick with that. Zamal, pay attention. Mr. Speaker, in East Berbice, we have approximately 285 councillors that East Berbice. We have 42 councillors within the 3 municipalities. We have 30 RDC councillors, and yet we have major problem in the NDCs and constituency. Mr. Speaker, all the NDC municipality in this country will have received a government subvention in 2025, a sum of $30 million for each NDC. The municipality gets $60 million each. And I will be fair and honest to the local government minister, honorable minister. She, a few weeks ago, mentioned that some of the NDC still have this subvention and not using it. Thank you for your honesty. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 100.1 billion allocated for the Ministry of Home Affairs. Security is important, yet the phones at some police station is not working. For example, Springlands Police Station telephone has been down for 2 months now. 2 months. And then you say Bartica too. Mr. Speaker, East Berbice, people are complaining that when they call the police, they are told that there are no vehicle available. They advise the people to wait on patrol. By the time the patrol arrives, it's little too late. But I don't want to blame the police. They work with whatever resource they have. Mr. Berbice, Mr. Speaker, yeah, that's okay, laugh me. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 has a big budget for Berbice, I agree. Mr. Speaker, the lack of a regional tender board. Mr. Speaker, Zamal, pay attention. This is going in your favor, but it never happened under my watch. Mr. Speaker, the absence of a regional tender board, many of these overnight contractors without knowledge and experience are given contracts on a silver platter. They are given contract on a silver platter because they have connection. This contractor will subcontract this contractor to a most experienced contractor. And once the contractor will make a cut, the subcontractor will make a cut. And Mr. Speaker, taxpayer is not getting value for money. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect on what the Honorable Ashley Singh said in this House during his budget speech. And I quote, he said there is a Guyanese language called scatteration. Some over there, and some out there. I want to remind him of another one called labadabar, which means any and anyhow. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a labadabar one and any and anyhow. This budget does not benefit the Guyanese people. I thank you. And here are some proof of flooding and everything we're talking about. I got proof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Gobin Harbhajan. Now we invite the honorable member, Ms. Susan Rodriguez, to make her presentation. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I begin by commending my colleague, the Senior Minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and his team on a fantastic budget. I also wish to commend my team at the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce for their hard work and dedication in preparing our submissions. Mr. Speaker, and I pick up immediately where my colleague, the Honorable Sarah Brown, left off. The members of the opposition, all of them combined, APNU, AFC, WIN, all of them over there, they have all the bright ideas when they're in opposition, and they have no power to get anything done for the people of this country. The honorable member who spoke just before me, Honorable Harbhajan, he's talking about who is jumping like Bruce Lee, but he jumped like grasshopper. He has been a member of every single party in this house. Every single party in this house he has once been a member of. No conviction whatsoever. He went with his government, APNU AFC. APNU AFC, they went to the people in Region 6 and they promised them $9,000 a bag for paddy. Remember that? $9,000 a bag for paddy.
That's correct.
And then the president said, President Granger, rice is private business. Rice is private business. Where was he when they took away the money from the school children? The children in Region 6 were deprived of the Because We Care grant as well.
Where was Labrador?
Where was he when no investment was made in schools, when not a single secondary school was built in Region 6 or any other part of the country?
Where was Labrador?
Where was he when no hospitals were built, when no highways were built, when no investment was made in the region, when 7,000 sugar workers were sent home, putting the people of Region 6 on the breadline? Where was he then? Where was his conscience then? Where was his advocacy for the people of Region 6 then?
Where was Labrador?
And now he has left the house. Then before him came the Honorable Sherrod Duncan. My God, speaking about the housing ministry, the audacity to speak about the housing ministry when his government, during the 2015 to 2020 period, dismantled the Ministry of Housing. No housing program. Only 7,000 house lots delivered during their 5 years in office. They built a handful of homes, and he's talking about housing solutions. The only housing solution they had was to give discounts on house lots that were already subsidized. House lots that were developed by this People's Progressive Party Civic government and left there. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered 53,000 house lots, and the honorable member stated it himself. We have built 4,000 homes. 4 to 6% of all our allottees are single women. This is how you empower people. This is how you deliver housing. And then when you come to this house and you want to make personal attacks at people, you have to remember your own record, because your record trails you. It follows you. And so the Honorable Sherrod Duncan was cited in the audit report by the Guyana National Printers, the GNNL, National Newspapers Limited, for spending money contrary to the tender board rules. Mr. Speaker, his own government fired him. His own government fired him, and then only recently, when he ran for leadership of his party rejected him in favor of an outsider. And so now he has cozied once again with the PNC. But I can withstand scrutiny. I can speak openly To the public, do not mix my success with government, Honorable Sherrod Duncan. If you are not making progress in your own life, that's your problem. Your disparaging remarks or any disparaging remarks will never penetrate me. I know who I am, and I can withstand scrutiny, and I can look all of you in the eye and defend my record. Mr. Speaker, half of them over there are running from their own shadows, and the others are running from the law. But it will catch up. It will catch up with them. Mr. Speaker, this budget, the first for this term in office, is the vehicle through which we will begin the work to achieve the commitments made in our 2025 to 2030 manifesto. Mr. Speaker, the public is aware that the People's Progressive Party, Civic, take our commitments seriously, and that we were able to deliver all of the promises we made in our 2020 to 2025 manifesto. And therefore, the public knows that they can trust this government to deliver all of our commitments in the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I heard members on the opposition side take valuable time out of their budget presentations to debate the theme of the budget. Big controversy over the theme of the budget, not the content contained in the budget, but the theme of the budget, putting people first. But maybe, Mr. Speaker, they are obsessed with themes and slogans. So we are less preoccupied with who first crafted the term putting people first, and more occupied with ensuring that all of the initiatives contained in this budget puts people first. And so, Mr. Speaker, immediately after the budget was presented to the country, we saw a number of organizations, private sector organizations, making statements, long statements, in fact, the longest I've seen, because there were so many measures and initiatives contained in the budget that they took time to list it, to list all of it. The Tourism and Hospitality Association of Guyana calling this budget bold and forward-looking development agenda. Mr. Speaker, that is putting people first. The Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a progressive blueprint, responsive to the challenges of the business community and aligned, listen to this, and aligned with the critical needs of women entrepreneurs, professionals, and families, employing targeted measures that empower women. That is putting people first. The Guyana Manufacturing and Services Association says this budget, strengthening economic resilience, diversification, and inclusive growth. Inclusive means everybody will benefit, putting people first. The Private Sector Commission, improving the quality of life for all Guyanese. Budget 2026 includes initiatives that support families, workers, and the most vulnerable. That is putting people first. The GCCI, strategic focus on the development of its people. That is putting people first. Mr. Speaker, these are real organizations representing real people and effecting real change. These are not bots on social media. These are not fake accounts on social media that cannot effect real change. These are real organizations. Organizations also commended the government for its responsiveness to feedback and recommendations through meaningful consultations that effected the positive changes that we now see in this budget. Idle gossip and relentless commentary on Facebook do not lead to positive changes for the Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker. Guyana continues to experience phenomenal growth under this People's Progressive Party civic government. This is a story of holistic development, reflected in a 19.3% growth rate in 2025, with the non-oil economy expanding by 14.3%. These figures underscore broad-based growth across key sectors, including agriculture, construction, mining, manufacturing, and of course, services. As reflected in Budget 2026, every presentation you will hear from this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, will tell a tangible story of positive, direct impact on the lives of Guyanese. Everything we do as a government is premised on one ideology: putting people first. Budget 2026 is bold and ambitious. It reflects the continued determination of the People's Progressive Party to improve quality of life for every Guyanese and to foster inclusive economic growth. When one looks at the budget measures alone, it becomes abundantly clear that the people of Guyana remain at the center of each new initiative. The budget removes burdens and delivers benefits. Where one side is known for callous removal of benefits and the imposition of hardship taxes, this PPP government removes taxes and burdens and delivers benefits which increase year upon year. 200 new taxes, took money from the children. That is the legacy of the APNU-AFC coalition. And they come to this house and cry crocodile tears for the pensioners. But Mr. Speaker, it was their government that taxed electricity and water, that removed the subsidy that was there for the pensioners. We didn't have oil money, but we gave the pensioners subsidy for electricity and water. They removed it. Plus, they increased water tariffs, Mr. Speaker, by 100% in 5 years when they were in government, placing hardship burdens on the people of Guyana, especially our pensioners. But they come here now to cry crocodile tears. They're so concerned about the pensioners. We have doubled old age pension and continue to increase it year upon year. The old age pension is not an annual sum. It is a monthly. It is a monthly amount that is given to our pensioners. Cost of living relief measures include a $100,000 cash grant to every adult citizen, subsidized fuel, cheaper electricity, increase in the income tax threshold to $140,000 per month, increased pensions, and of course, increased public assistance, alongside higher stipends for CSOs and CPGs. Measures included expanded small business support through improved access to financing, zero interest rates, and reduced collateral requirements. Upgrades to transport and aviation infrastructure, including river transport and airport expansion, targeted support for tourism, culture, and the orange economy through dedicated funding and incentives are all initiatives that support people development. Goal. They have GOAL. They have a tendency, Mr. Speaker, of taking advantage of all of the initiatives that we implement under the People's Progressive Party Civic and then discourage their supporters and curse those initiatives. And we saw it here yesterday with the doctor who benefited from the Gold Scholarship Program. They will take it and then curse it and discourage other people from benefiting from it. It was the same thing during COVID. You would recall when we made the COVID vaccines available, they came first in line up, took the vaccines, and then told the public that the vaccine is dangerous and that they must not take it. Same thing they do with house lots. They have benefited from the housing program, but they curse the program and they will tell people, don't bother apply for a house lot, you're not going to get it. So that is a very dangerous characteristic of those in the opposition. And that is why you cannot trust anything that they say. Mr. Speaker, turning now to tourism development. The tourism sector continues to exceed expectations. That's right. And is now firmly established as a main pillar of Guyana national development agenda. Tourism will play a key role in the expansion and diversification of our economy. The removal of all duties and taxes on ATVs and outboard engines up to 150 horsepower and the introduction of flat rate taxes for double cab pickup vehicles. These three measures alone make essential tourism transport more affordable and reduces operating costs for tour operators, eco-lodges, and communities. Reduced operating costs results in the reduced costs for tourism experiences, especially our domestic tourists. But that's not all. In 2026, there will be massive expansion and rehabilitation of hinterland and coastal airstrips, the new arrival terminal at Shedijagan International Airport, major allocations for roads and bridges, including the Linden to Mabura Road, the Mabura to Lethem Corridor, the Kurupukari Bridge, the New Amsterdam to Molson Creek Highway, among many others. All of these address, the thing what you bought, All of these address the issue of cost. Jealousy is a real thing. Further, immediately after taking up this role, I held consultations with the hoteliers and lodges, and a special rate was introduced for Guyanese at home and in the diaspora by several hotels and lodges. The president himself called for a reduction in domestic airfare, and some airlines have already reduced airfare by up to 9% for domestic travel. This will not only support tourism, but will support our Amerindian communities. Successes in the tourism sector are many and include record-breaking visitor arrivals in 2025, 453,489 visitors, reflecting Guyana's strongest tourism performance to date, a 22% increase compared to 2024. 12 new airlines have been added to the Guyana route since 2020. 6 new major hotel brands were added in 2025, adding 738 rooms to the country's official room stock. Guyana is on track to add over 1,000 additional rooms in 2026, increasing total room stock to over 5,600 by end of 2026, up from 3,280 in 2020. 18 newly registered Airbnb establishments in 2025, adding nearly 70 rooms, bringing the total to 115 establishments and 544 rooms. Advancement of new tourism products, eco-lodges, river and hinterland experiences, heritage and cultural tourism. 15 new experiential experiences were developed and launched in 2025. This takes us to 79 new experiences launched since 2020. We launched the Tourism is Everybody's Business campaign to raise awareness and influence positive societal change, encouraging all Guyanese to play their part. The World-Class Tourism and Hospitality Institute is expected to be completed this year, strengthening professional training and service excellence across the industry. Training is ongoing, and the GTA has trained over 8,000 persons since 2020.
Honorable Minister, you'll need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I challenge you, but no, I checked. It was 6:30.
The honorable member started at 6:25. She has 35 minutes. According to Harbhajan, finished at 6:32. She began immediately after Harbhajan.
You're correct.
Right?
You're
So,
correct.
yeah,
You
she
have
has
10 more minutes.
plus 5. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Guyana continues to earn international recognition, securing the Bronze Award for Exhibition Design at Japan Expo 2025. Guyana was featured in Bloomberg's Where to Go in 2026. New York Times 52 Places to Go in 2026, and Wanderlust the Good to Go list in 2026. Looking ahead, as Guyana marks its Diamond Jubilee anniversary and positions itself as a regional hub for events, several conferences and international engagements will be hosted. The Guyana Energy Conference and Supply Chain Expo this month. The Caribbean Public Health Agency will host its 70th Annual Health Research Conference in April. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Guyana will be hosting the 42nd Annual Caribbean Conference of Accountants in June, and our judiciary will host the Caribbean Association of Judicial Officers Conference in November. In that regard, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the Caribbean Tourism Organization's State of the Tourism Industry Conference will be hosted in Guyana in October for the very first time since its inception. This conference is CTO's premier gathering for tourism leaders of the Caribbean and attracts hundreds of regional and international delegates, positioning Guyana as a major player in the development of MICE tourism. That is, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. Additionally, we have developed our national calendar of events to drive year-round visitor arrivals, designed special packages for tourists and visitors, we will introduce new events like the Guyana Festival, and will elevate some of our existing events under the stewardship of the former minister and my colleague, Origins Fashion Festival and the One Guyana Worship Experience. The reduction of the 14-day residency requirement for destination weddings unlocks opportunities and revenues for small businesses in this rapidly growing niche tourism market. This one measure alone creates new opportunities for caterers, wedding planners, transportation service providers, photographers and videographers, decorators and designers, among many others. As I often say, the greatest beneficiaries of Guyana's tourism investments are small business owners. That brings me now to small business development. I began my presentation by saying this budget is the vehicle through which we will commence implementation of our manifesto commitments. One of the most exciting manifesto commitments is the establishment of a SME development bank. Budget 2026 establishes that $100 million fund that will see small and medium businesses access interest-free and collateral-free loans of up to $3 million, with the possibility of an additional $7 million through co-financing with a banking institution at preferential rates. Mr. Speaker, this is not a small one-off grant. This is access to real finance that can really make a difference in someone's life and tremendously alter the course of their future. The announcement of special investment zones spread across various geographical areas attracts investment and accelerates regional development. Expansion of export allowance to include value-added timber products enhances competitiveness for local manufacturers and exporters. The removal of VAT on locally made furniture supports domestic manufacturing and hotels. The removal of corporate taxes on agriculture and agro-processing strengthens value-added production and food security. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the Small Business Bureau placed increased emphasis on community development projects aimed at strengthening sustainability at the local level. To date, 24 communities have benefited from this initiative with direct impact on approximately 250 persons. Through these efforts, communities across almost every region of the country are now engaged in larger scale projects capable of generating employment and consistent income. In 2026, the Bureau will continue to support small businesses through development grants with a target of at least 1,500 beneficiaries. Strong emphasis will remain on community-based projects. Additionally, 32 businesses benefited from the Loan Guarantee Program, representing an investment of more than $270 million. This program supports businesses seeking expansion but lacking the collateral required by lending institutions. Through the SBB, we back these businesses with up to 70% of the collateral required to access up to $30 million. Budget 2026 provides for assistance to an additional 60 businesses. In alignment with the People's Progressive Party Civic government's broader initiatives to support persons living with disability, the SBB continues to offer collateral-free, interest-free loans for business startups and expansions. In 2025, 32 persons living with disability benefited from this initiative. A key pillar of our small business agenda is training. Over the last 5 years under our government, approximately 17,000 persons have been trained in areas such as marketing, financial management, and record keeping. In 2025 alone, more than 3,200 small businesses benefited from training, with a similar number to be trained in 2026. Our monitoring and evaluation unit continues to conduct follow-up visits to ensure the sustainability of supported enterprises. In 2025, the Small Business Bureau visited 658 businesses, and I am pleased to report that 89% of those supported remain operational. You would recall the empty business incubators that were built under the APNU AFC government. That was nothing more than a shell. Under this People's Progressive Party Civic administration, the reality has changed significantly. In 2025 alone, the Belvedere Business Incubator produced almost 18,000 pounds of flour, more than 2,300 liters of virgin coconut oil, 124,368 sachets of tea bags, and over 250,000 bottles to support packaging. All of this is free support given to our small agro processors. As a result of this incubator's operation, 30 businesses in Region 5 and 6 were not only allowed to thrive, but were able to generate employment. Similarly, the Lethem Business Incubator has also facilitated the creation of jobs and continues to provide storefront pods and office space rentals to support small businesses in Region 9. Agro-processors interested in marketing value-added products can access glass front pods to showcase and sell their items directly to the public. Additionally, the Lethem Business Incubator Center's new agro-processing facility is slated for commissioning in April this year. This open concept facility will house state-of-the-art equipment to support farmers in Lethem and 58 surrounding villages. It will include 2 industrial walk-in refrigerators, one for meat products, particularly poultry, and another for vegetables and fruits, along with 4 freezers and dedicated produce storage space. Our support for small business is geared towards the expansion of non-oil sector activity aligned with national diversification goals. The Standards and Quality Infrastructure, GNBS. The GNBS is the national standards body for Guyana. With its 6 core services, this agency continues to develop, promote, and implement national and international standards to ensure the growth and competitiveness of industries and ensure the safety and protection of consumers. The Bureau continues to develop and approve an average of over 13 national standards annually, which are important for improvement for products and services, streamlining and benchmarking industry practices, regulations, and trade. 34 standards were approved last year for storage, protective helmets for road users, the handling and transportation of LPG cylinders, and low-pressure regulators for LPG cylinders. In total, 68 standards were developed in 2025. An additional 33 are projected to be approved in 2026. In 2026, also, a national standardization strategy, 2026 to 2030, is expected to be implemented. This is a multi-year work program which prioritizes standards to be developed in line with Guyana's national development plans.
Minister, now you need that extension.
Okay.
Yes, I can confirm now that the Speaker and myself have similar numbers. Yes, I would like to ask that the Honourable Member be given 5 more minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Minister. You may continue.
Thank you. The GNBS has a key role in the oil and gas sector to witness the verification of the custody transfer meters for the accuracy of measurements of crude on the FPSOs offshore. In 2025, the GNBS witnessed a total of 260 lifts, representing 100% of those lifts. In 2025, the GNBS commenced the verification of stationary speed cameras, with a total of 41,114 verifications of measuring instruments conducted countrywide. In 2026, we are projecting to introduce verification of tint meters, sound level meters, and speed limiter for trucks. Consumer protection and fair trade. The role of the Competition and Consumer Affairs Commission is indispensable in safeguarding consumer rights and ensuring that consumers are treated with fairness and respect. The CCAC has maintained a robust public information and education campaign featuring weekly radio updates, regular stakeholder engagements, including active participation in key regional, national, and industry expos, and continues to advocate consumer protection, strengthen consumer education, and complaint resolution systems. These efforts have borne significant fruit. In 2025, the Commission received 506 complaints. 85% of these cases were resolved, and the others are still being actively pursued. The CCAC has instituted aggressive market surveillance to ensure fairness, transparency, and compliance. In 2025, 1,331 business inspections were conducted in all the administrative regions. We project for 2026 a similar number, resolving at least 85% of all consumer complaints and a continuation of our nationwide business inspections and certification. And of course, continued awareness of the consumer protection legislation with a focus on remote areas. Mr. Speaker, this budget affirms that tourism, industry, and commerce are not supporting sectors of development. They are frontline drivers of national transformation. By investing in MSMEs, strengthening access to finance through the Guyana Development Bank, expanding standards, and unlocking new markets for manufacturers, farmers, creatives, and service providers, Guyana is building an economy where opportunity is created in every community, from the coast to the hinterland. Every visitor welcomed, every product exported, every business formalized, and every consumer protected sends a clear signal that growth in these sectors must be inclusive, competitive, and sustainable. This is our commitment: to position Guyana as a destination to visit, to invest in, and a country to build, powered by the enterprise and ambition of its people. I therefore commend Budget 2026 for passage in this Honorable House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce, Susan Rodriguez. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Kwesi Solomon.
God is great.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before this House is invited to accept this unoriginally titled fiction of a budget that claims to put the Guyanese people first, let me first deal with a more basic inquiry made by the Honorable Minister of Finance himself. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, let me thank those diligent public servants who slaved to ensure that those fictional numbers came before us so that we can be able to identify those many discrepancies by this government. But let me say first, Mr. Speaker, as a reminder, why Mr. Granger and Harmon and even Mr. Norton allow me to reintroduce myself. My name, Mr. Speaker, is Qs Sharm Solomon, a proud descendant from the village of Victoria, not gifted by the empires, but purchased by formerly enslaved Africans from the colonial masters, who still have their names, my surname, four of them to be exact, etched in the records of that transaction. A reminder that long before modern Guyana, we stood as ownership, sacrificed with responsibility to build this nation. My parents took that drive to Region 10, Mr. Speaker, and made their contribution of building one of the most beautiful regions in this country on the bauxite, blood, sweat, and tears. But let me just say this, Mr. Speaker, that spirit still lives on in me. So, Mr. Speaker, while the question was asked by the minister why I was not given a seat by Mr. Granger and Harmon, let me remind him and this government that I received more than a seat. I got a chair to sit opposite that said minister and the Ramatar government to demand that what was taken unjustly from the people remain in the budget, that today it can still find itself in this budget. That is what I did with that chair, Mr. Speaker. That is what we did. But let me just say, outside of reminding this minister what that chair allowed me to do, Mr. Speaker, that today we are benefiting in Region 10 from that. Mr. Norton said to me to come here to ensure that we hold you all accountable. So Mr. Norton played his part as much as Mr. Granger and Mr. Harmon. But let me just say that It was ensuring that Article 13, which you, Mr. Speaker, would know that this government have no responsibility to respect the rights of citizens to be involved in the decision-making process that impacts their lives. So let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. As much as we hear of all the brilliance, and I respect the brilliance of the minister, enough numbers to put together isn't easy. So that mathematical genius of this minister is not to question it, it is to question the integrity of what he does with that mathematics. So let me remind this minister, after years of expanding budgets, record oil revenues, glowing press releases, Guyana today faces this reality. Mr. Speaker, 58% of the population lives in poverty and surviving on almost $1,200 a day. Let me say this to you, Mr. Speaker. 38% of this population lives in abject poverty and exists on almost $650 a day. That is the brilliant maths. But let me remind our brilliant mathematician that these figures are not the opposition propaganda. They are the acknowledgement of the Inter-American Development Bank, the very institution that this minister proudly referred to on the 2nd of December as long-standing friends. But let me say this, friends don't lie. Friends don't lie, neither do they flatter. So, Mr. Speaker, in essence, the minister friends have labeled him an utter failure for failing 58% of the Guyanese people who lives in poverty. By moving towards, Mr. Speaker, natural resources, which they've given me the opportunity to look at. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. The state of the sector and what has been done with the promises made. Significantly, mining is part of the non-oil sector and contributes significantly to that. But let me just say what that have done for those regions. What we are doing in this opposition is to ensure that those regions are well represented and given their fair share. So let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that those primary regions of 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10, these regions that provide, supply national economy, but remain structurally and socially underdeveloped. Let us be clear, non-oil extractive sector did not disappear. It went because of neglect by this government, Mr. Speaker. And what we have is almost 2/3 of this landmass, with over 25% of its population, cannot see the benefits of the extractive sector. But let me remind what goal within that extractive sector looked like in 2011 to 2015. With a constant target being set of 500,000 ounces, Mr. Speaker, we've never hit that target. So the aim maybe need to change. Somebody firing blanks, Mr. Speaker. But let me say outside of the blanks they're firing, because the APNUAFC government came in 2015, and in 2016 to 2020, we had an average gold price of a gold declaration of over 500,000 ounces, Mr. Speaker. We also in that period hit almost 700 or over 1,000 ounces of gold. Can you imagine that? But let me tell you what the contrast is about gold. You had the peak period of gold. You had the peak period of gold within that 5-year period. That's the price. It was a heavy price. And we couldn't meet the demand with supply. But when the coalition came in, we rose the declaration to almost 700 or over 700,000 ounces. But let me say what happened when the coalition left. When we left, we have never found a 500,000 ounce target that today the ministers revised that target to see if we can hit again in 2026. And we have never had the price of gold that we have now at almost $5,000 an ounce, Mr. Speaker. So we have a demand once again, but we cannot meet the supply. And this is the legacy of this government in regards to gold. But let me talk about gas, Mr. Speaker. It was this government in the oil sector. When we signed that contract, I had a lot to say. Remember the talk about making the contract available? This government is yet to make one of those mining contracts available to this house and to this nation the way they asked the APNU to make available the oil contract. We call on this government now to make those contracts available so the Guyanese people can scrutinize it the same way we were able to scrutinize the Exxon contract. But let me say this to you, again in the natural resource, we talking forestry, I got enough time. But timber, Mr. Speaker, these communities where the extraction of timber takes place, Mr. Speaker, these interland regions daily, the roads serve as extraction, not for residents. Value-added processing is minimal and communities remain poor, forests are depleted and people are not developed. I went to Kokwani a couple of weeks ago, Ichuni. The minister took the time the week before to go there. 4 matters to address. Concessions the people want close to the communities, not addressed properly. We giving it to the big companies. They ask about tags, can't get the tags so that they can produce properly. They ask about ensuring the road to Linden to Ichuni is done. Can't be done properly to date. People are suffering. But what is the biggest indictment of that visit, Mr. Speaker? What was said to those loggers in 2020 is that a 900 million fund is available for loggers to access. And to date, Mr. Speaker, not a single logging association or small man, which is there claiming to put in people first, benefited from that $900 million, a promise made in 2020 to our small loggers. 11 of them got that money, and none of them in small. That is it. You know what's the promise made to those loggers now? It is said to them that some merchant bank coming. You don't get when that bank come again. Let me hope so. But let me say this about sand and quarry. Because in those communities where we see the extraction of sand and quarry, although critical to the construction boom, the region providing these materials lack the durable infrastructure, receive no structural reinvestment, and suffer many environmental degradation. Just check the Linden Sioux Lake Highway. You always drive them every day. Check it out. We see bauxite in this government's claim as doing quite well for the extractive sector. Both sides. We hear about Russell coming back on stream. But the only boast of this government is jobs. That cannot be the only boast. Not when Russell, after leaving here and leaving 400 of our Lindeners, Region 10 residents and Guyanese to suffer, we are bringing them back with no assurances, Mr. Speaker. That is what this House and this country would like to know. As much as we see the development and success in these minerals, just like we see bauxite is given 0.5 last year and 0.5 this year after making exceptional profits, we are saying it cannot be only about jobs, but ensuring workers and Guyanese are taken care of better in this country, Mr. Speaker. But I'm coming outside of the extractive sector because Region 10 itself is an extractive hub. And what you see when you see in Region 10, it stands as the clearest distinction of an indictment of this government's approach to a people-centered economy. One of Guyana's most richest resource region and one of its most neglected. Governance in the region. Of 10 regions, this is the only region had no input into this budget by having a sitting democratic council to do so. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, shows the sort of neglect and takes away that Article 13, the right to be involved in the decision-making process. So we ask, Mr. Speaker, who really made the input into this 1.55 trillion budget on behalf of the people of Region 10? That in itself is what the people must know, and that is why they must know they got absolutely nothing except 6 new roads budget for them in budget 2026. But Mr. Speaker, outside of the fiction of the governance and ensuring that the decision-making process work in the interest of the people, they must say to us what Linden is with regards. It was Barrett Jagnio, the Honorable, who said the administrators within these NDCs The administrators who are REOs, the administrators who are clerks of councils must behave as though they're servants and not lord over the people. Well, Mr. Speaker, that aspect of governance is certainly a failure when it comes to Linden and Region 10, more so the municipality. But it was the Honorable Bishop Ejel who boasted about the budget engagement. What engagement that would have set him that the NDIA office needs to be set up? It would have found itself in this budget. Never consulted the primary school for Wizrock. Never consulted drains before roads are constructed. Never consulted the shade house. Never ensured that that shade house worked to provide food for the people of Linden and Region 10, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that is what we see for Linden. But Linden is more than Region. Region 10 is more than Linden. And I can tell you about Ituni in Kokwani. It was the Minister of Public Works who went and put down a brand new airstrip over 60-year-old rotted pipe, Mr. Speaker. It means in a few months we got dig the airstrip up, Minister. Nobody can show you that. Nobody can tell you that the NDC chair says she pointed out to your engineers and y'all still build the airstrip over a derelict pipe. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker.
As you pause, honorable member, we can take the extension for you to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I move for the honorable member to be given 5 minutes to complete his presentation.
Well, let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Comrade Ganesh. You know, I remember we spoke about these communities, Region 10. Region 10 with all of its extraction. Region 10 with all of its extraction, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this. These regions represent, as I mentioned, over 75% of the landmass of this country. They're not by accident of the geography. In the absence of a binding social contract with these communities, between the extraction and the people who live there, those extractive communities, we are saying, with high extraction and low reinvestment, weak services and limited autonomy, these regions demand a new social contract with revenue sharing tied to the extraction, infrastructure, and proportional to the output and environmental accountability. Human development and benchmark, national development cannot be accidental. It must be reciprocal. Mr. Speaker, other mining jurisdictions around the world, this is not nothing new. Canada, Australia, where communities that have mining industries have a contract where they benefit directly, and it's not new because our Amerindian brothers and sisters already have that sort of benefit when it comes to that. So for Region 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10, this means legal recognition of community engagement tied to mining permit, setting local employment quota, training, procurement target, community funds, and ensuring that mining go back into the community in a tangible way. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. I want to get quickly to the issue of our public servants, because you know the point of the issue is Epstein, listen, Epstein, there's some who would make him look like child's play, no pun intended. No pun intended. And let me say this, no pun intended. Epstein, listen carefully. There's some who would make him look like child's play. But let me say this further, Mr. Speaker. No pun intended. Let me say this. What about taking taxpayers' money without their permission to ensure that they acquire land, erect buildings in parts of Guyana without the intent of giving the proper property back to these people? That is also what we call taking without permission. The resources are not there for for their personal taking. It's not for your personal taking, it's for the benefit of the Guyanese people. But several examples of this behavior are on display, yet the minister have the temerity to come and tell this house that the government of which he's a part of is fighting corruption. He is saying that anti-corruption is in his budget speech. Now we must ask, the evidence exists that the police are already shooting children who they see taken without permission. We got people who corruption allegations have been leveled to. The minister said they're an anti-corruption unit being put in place soon.
The third time you use corruption would not be permitted. So we'll strike that one.
I was responding to the anti-corruption. I withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. So guided to the anti-corruption mentioned in the budget. The truth, Mr. Speaker, that putting people first, Mr. Speaker, people-centered budget would share the extraction benefit, respect constitutional participation, strengthen institutions, deliver justice, and transform those regions where extraction, including Region 10, is dominant. Budget 2026 does none of that. Instead, it prioritizes family, friends, and favorites, while leaving 58% of the population in poverty to live on $1,200 a day, and 38% in extreme poverty to live on $650 a day. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is not dignity, neither is it considered progress. It definitely is not a budget for the people. It is a budget for power. That is why it must be opposed in its current form, firmly and without apology. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, not until the potholes become a hospital bill and blackouts become a silent ICU, bridges trembles and budget speech echo are too late. Not until bad decisions come knocking on kitchen doors, and not until it comes sitting, sipping a cup of tea. Not until the investment failures turn into lost jobs and lost time, lost breath. Not until people realize in this country that policies are not paper number. They're neutral. They're meant to serve the people. And only then will they see that danger is not coming. It is already here with this so-called people-centered putting people first budget. We are not divided by parties in this country. We're united by the consequences that this government and its reckless actions have before us. We do not confront these choices now. We will be in a situation where we will fight for our survival in this country. That is the reality of budget 2026. All those fancy numbers cannot align with the policies when you're saying that institutions will investigate. Who is investigating the Sioux claim? Who is investigating the many murders? Who is dealing with the justice for Jamal Jones in Linden? Who is dealing with the justice for Keon Fujine in Linden? Those independent institutions you speak of will not be independent to function unless they deliver justice to the Guyanese people. That is the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker. So I want this government to know that putting people first means more than ensuring we got fancy numbers. It is ensuring that people benefit, not family, friends, and favorites, not those who we feel close to the power to ensure that they are given contracts. And I can ask the Honorable Minister Edgell, he knows what is happening in Linden. I am not the one who said it. Ask the many supporters of the government who took to social media live in their hundreds to denounce the minister and his behavior in Linden. Not me. Not me. They were loyalists. I ain't gonna call a name because I respect their decision, because they were correct. They were making a judgment not only on him, but the entire government, because they would know better. As they say, he who feels it knows it, and they felt it more than anyone else. So the minister can smile, but the minister knew exactly what they meant with those many allegations. But let me say this to this house, Mr. Speaker. Let me say this as I conclude. As I conclude. So somebody asked me about my ring. As I conclude, I can show a new ring. I hope somebody don't show me an old worn out ring.
Honorable member, you have to conclude. You're now 3 minutes over.
So let me thank this House for accommodating this presentation and to say that putting people first requires more than fancy number and loud mouth. It requires the work that was done, for example, we saw with the APNU in the gold sector to raise it from those missed targets to over 700,000 ounces. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Solomon. And now for the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of September 2025, the people of this country came out in their large numbers and they voted solidly for the People's Progressive Party Civic for a second term in government, thereby renewing our mandate for another 5 years. Mr. Speaker, that was based on trust. It was based on a solid track record of development. It was based on deliverables, and most importantly, it was based on a manifesto with commitments. Commitments that Budget 2026 is already geared towards ensuring that we fulfill as a government within the next 5 years in office. Mr. Speaker, and on that note, I wish to commend the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance, the director of budget, and the hard-working team at the Ministry of Finance for putting this 2026 budget together. Mr. Speaker, further, I wish to commend and thank my own team from the Ministry of Natural Resources and its agencies for their support, their hard work, and their commitment to the extractive sectors, especially with regards to transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that our country is moving forward. There is no doubt that Guyana is a hotspot globally for investment. There is no doubt that Guyana is certainly one of the fastest growing economy in the world. And that is not by mistake, Mr. Speaker. It is not because of the passage of time, but it is because of sound visionary leadership from His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfaan Ali, the President of our country. Mr. Speaker, it is because of good policies and programs designed to ensure that we put our Guyanese brothers and sisters first and foremost. It is policies and programs that are designed to enrich our people and to continue on the road of prosperity that has started in 2020. Mr. Speaker, and if we look at a few indicators that we see every single day that speaks to the development in our country. And one such indicator, Mr. Speaker, is our housing program, which we are proud of as the People's Progressive Party Civic government. And it was mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party Civic government has delivered over 50,000 house lots in 5 years. That is our track record. And that is why on the 4th of September 2020, the people of this country placed us for another 5 years in government. The 2025 continue our progressive agenda to ensure that we fulfill the commitments in our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, today, our young people, instead of looking for an avenue out of Guyana in search of a better life, rather they are the Ministry of Housing looking for a house lot so that they can settle and work and develop their own country. Mr. Speaker, another indicator with regards to the development that is taking place in our country. And my dear friend, the Honorable Solomon, will tell you that 5 years ago, it will probably took him 1 hour and a half to get from here to Linden. And he will tell you now, to get home, it will probably take him 4 hours, mainly because of the construction work that is ongoing on the East Bank Highway and the Linden Highway, mainly because of the amount of vehicles that is in our country today. All of us complain on a daily basis of the traffic jam, but look at the silver lining in that. The silver lining in that is that the ordinary Guyanese today can own their own motor vehicle. The young people in this country can own their own motor vehicle. That is progress. That is an indication that our country is growing and growing at a rapid pace. Mr. Speaker, imagine it took us almost 18 months in the past to complete one series. That is 9,999 vehicles. Only recently, it took us, Mr. Speaker, 3 months. 3 months to register 9,999 motor vehicles in this country. To Guyanese, to ordinary Guyanese families. Mr. Speaker, that is progress. That is a track record that we speak on. That is a track record that the people of this country has trusted us on. Mr. Speaker, another indicator that points to the development. Another indicator, Mr. Speaker, that points to development in our country. And it is sad that my good friend, the Honorable Natasha, had to come to the National Assembly to report that there is a house in Bushlot, West Coast, Borbies, with 35 adults and 15 children at a time in our country when there's great shortage of labor. There is shortage of labor in almost every single sector in this country. And in Linden, the mining town, where Bosa is investing heavily in the extraction and production of bauxite, they cannot find workers in Linden, Mr. Speaker. You ask any contractor, they cannot find workers. You ask any farmer, they cannot find workers because of the amount of employment that was created in this country over the last 5 years. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak on one final indicator towards the development of our country, and that is migration versus immigration. There was a time when Guyanese was running away. They were running away from this country in search of a better life. They were running away from Guyana in search of a better life because they lost hope in the government of the day at that time, because they lost hope in their own country, because they didn't see a good life in their own country. They were running away from this country. Today, our young people are dreaming. Today, our young people see a future in this country. Today, our young people are applying for house lots, gold scholarship, going to the University of Guyana, seeking a job, building a career, and living right here in our country, Mr. Speaker. And I deem that as probably the greatest achievement of the People's Progressive Party Civic in government, the restoration of hope in our people. Because many of you would recall that there was a time when people lost hope in this country. And for the young people who are here and who are listening, sometimes we ask ourselves, why are there so many Guyanese outside of Guyana? And we jokingly say sometimes that there are more Guyanese outside of Guyana than in Guyana. Why? Because they lost hope during the PNC dark dictatorship days. Because they fled this country in search of a better life. And we, the People's Progressive Party Civic, restore that hope in our young people so that they can dream again and they can stay here and develop this country, our beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I know a lot have been mentioned about the mining sector, but before I go to the mining sector, I wish to speak on the oil and gas sector, of which I have responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from, I think it's the Shadow Minister of Natural Resources for wind, and then I read in an article that Honorable Member Solomon is also a Shadow Minister too. So that is the confusion in the opposition, Mr. Speaker. That is the confusion. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, regardless of who is shadow and who is shadowing and who is a shadow, both of them spoke, and they dare not spoke of the oil and gas sector, such an important sector in our country. And oil and gas has propelled the development in our country. Oil and gas has acted as a catalyst for the development in our country. Oil and gas has actually helped expand the other productive sectors in our country, like tourism, like manufacturing, like construction. Oil and gas has been the catalyst for that. And Mr. Speaker, before I speak on the production aspect, I want to speak on the transparency aspect of managing the oil and gas sector. But let me say in this house, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana's oil and gas sector, and as patriots, we should be proud of this. Guyana's oil and gas sector is regarded as one of the best managed oil and gas sector in the world among new oil producing countries. And that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. Every single new oil producing country is looking at Guyana as an example when they're drafting their framework to manage the oil and gas sector. Presently, Guyana is assisting a few of those countries that draft their local content legislation and to put system in place to manage the sector efficiently. And Mr. Speaker, an indicator as to how well or whether an oil and gas sector is managed properly, you can look around in your country and you can be able for yourself to judge whether the benefits are flowing to our people. And I would have highlighted a number of indicators which points to massive development in our country. And that speaks to the management of the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the same very gentleman, the Honorable Member, Terence Campbell, was part of the Natural Resource Fund Board. He was part of it, so he very well knows of the strict transparency and accountability measures that are in place to monitor oil funds. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that we are very proud of. That's right. Because 1 year after taking government, on December 28th, 2021 in this house, we passed the new Natural Resource Fund Bill. Even though the mace disappeared from the house on that fateful night, this very important bill was passed in this National Assembly. And why is this bill so important, Mr. Speaker? Because there are many oil and gas producing countries in the world that took 20 years to put a sovereign wealth fund in place. They took 10 years to put a sovereign wealth fund in place. And many a times we like to look at Norway as a model oil and gas country. Norway took over 20 years to put a sovereign wealth fund in place. We did so, Mr. Speaker, after 1 year in government. After 1 year in government, we had a proper Natural Resources Fund Act in place, ensuring that the finance minister is not the one who dictates how funds should flow out of that natural resources fund. But the only way funds can flow from that natural resources fund is that there must be approval from the National Assembly, all of us here. And that is where the oversight comes from. And that is why it is so important that we place that clause into that bill, Mr. Speaker. The finance minister, even though he's so excited here, he can be jailed for 10 years if he doesn't come to the parliament and declare the revenue that flows into the natural resources fund. 10 years on hard labor, and look at the man. He's very brilliant but small in size. Can you imagine 10 years of hard labor for my comrade? And that is where we place accountability. We place accountability on the front runner. Mr. Speaker, now there's a prescribed formula that in every budget we can announce how much is in the natural resources fund, how much will flow into the budget, how much will remain at the ending of December 2026. We have already declared that. The Minister of Finance did that during his presentation. It is as clear as daylight, Mr. Speaker. It is as clear as daylight, Mr. Speaker. Any individual, Guyanese or not, could go online and you can look at the Gazette, where we gazette the oil revenue that flows into the natural resource fund, and you can add down and you will know how much we receive in a given year. That is transparency. That is accountability. That is how you manage an oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, further, Guyana recently submitted its 2023 EITI report. It's 2023 EITI report. And we are already working, Mr. Speaker, to complete the 2024 annual report to be submitted on time. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, this year is when we will do our second validation report. And it is unfortunate that the last validation exercise under the APNU AFC era, Guyana only scored 53 points. 53 points for transparency and accountability by the international body. Mr. Speaker, continuing, we have endeavored as a government that we are going to ensure that we publish all production license issue, that we are going to publish all environmental permits. And you go online and you will find those license, you will find those permits online today. That is transparency and accountability. And unfortunately, my friend, the Honorable Solomon left the house. But I wish to say to him, do your homework, my comrade. You are in the big league now. You are not a mayor anymore. You are a member of parliament. And to come here and to say that the mining contracts are hidden is false. It's misleading, Mr. Speaker. Because the finance minister can attest that on his website, we have placed the contracts that was signed with all large-scale mining company. And it was announced on a press conference by the Honorable Vice President of this country, Dr. Barra Jack Dio. Mr. Speaker, moving on transparency. Unfortunately, my friend, one of the shadow ministers of natural resources, the last time we had 3. Now apparently we have 3 again, with Terence throwing his hat in the ring. But Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the gentleman was battling in his head. He had a battle in his head. And that battle was between his conscience, between his party's position, and between what AI generated for him. Because he sounds so confused, Mr. Speaker. And then today I say, when questions transparency and accountability in the oil and gas sector, we question production. But Mr. Speaker, maybe the gentleman doesn't know that on every FPSO offshore Guyana, and we have 4 now, Soon we will have 5. On every FPSO offshore Guyana, we have a representative from the Ministry of Natural Resources on a full-time basis. We have a representative from the Environmental Protection Agency. We have a representative from the Guyana National Bureau and Standards. We have a representative from the GRA, the Guyana Revenue Authority, overlooking our interests. Overlooking our interests. And the only time they can be an offtake of crude from that FPSO into a tanker is if these individuals are present there. No offtake can be done with GRA or GNBS or EPA or the Ministry of Natural Resources representative. That is transparency and accountability. That is a government working for its people to ensure that is greater oversight over such an important sector that is propelling our economy and bringing the global spotlight upon us. Mr. Speaker, production today is over 900,000 barrels per day. This is unprecedented in the oil and gas history, Mr. Speaker. It is unprecedented to move from discovery in May of 2015 to 920,000 barrels per day 10 years after, just over 10 years after. That is never heard of. Our success rate, Mr. Speaker, at exploration well in deep water is over 80%, unheard of in the oil and gas sector. And this is through prudent management, Mr. Speaker. This is through the good management and, of course, visionary leadership. And I wish to speak on that, Mr. Speaker, because there are many countries in this world with oil and gas. There are many countries where oil has been a curse to some of those countries, while it has been a blessing to others like Guyana. And we don't have to look too far. Our neighbor next door that is claiming 2/3 of our land. That very country holds 300 billion barrels of oil compared to Guyana's 11 billion barrels of oil. 300 billion compared to 11 billion. And Mr. Speaker, the country with 11 billion barrels of oil is one of the fastest growing economy in the world. That is what you call leadership. And that is the leadership that we are receiving from His Excellency President Ali and Vice President Barry Jagdeo, who have overall responsibility for the oil and gas sector. It calls for good leadership. And that is what we have, and that is what we promise the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, only recently we signed two new agreements with oil companies around the world. And Mr. Speaker, these 2 new agreements have earned our country $32 million in signing bonus only. $32 million, which for only 2 blocks, and which has already been deposited into the Natural Resources Fund. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the country can remember. The country can remember when the AP and UAFC received 18 million sign-in bonus and hid it from the people of this country for over a year. For over a year. Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to be in the Parliament. I was in the Parliament when the question was asked of that particular finance minister, and his answer to the people of this country was that he thought it was a gift. He thought that it was a gift. And then another minister of that government said the money is tucked away safely to fight off Venezuela in the National Court. 1.5 years after, Mr. Speaker. And just to draw a comparison, the APNU AFC government at that time, Mr. Speaker, accepted an 18 million sign-in bonus for a block that is over 26,000 square kilometers. When we would have earned 32 million sign-in bonus for 2 blocks, less than 4,000 square kilometers. That is management. That is putting the people first. That is looking out for the interests of our people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while we have been managing production and exploration, and we will continue to encourage exploration in a safe, environmentally friendly way, because it brings opportunity to our people. And we have seen that through the establishment of the Local Content Secretariat in January of 2022, after the passage of the bill here in December of 2021. We have seen the almost flawless of the implementation of the local content legislation in this country, where today we have over 1,200 Guyanese businesses registered with the Local Content Secretariat and are providing goods and services to the oil companies in this country. Without that legislation, Mr. Speaker, we as Guyanese would have been bystanders. We would have been spectators in our own country. And when we were doing consultation for that bill, Mr. Speaker, many of the critics said that legislation would kill the oil and gas sector. And we said we are going to forge ahead because Guyanese must benefit from the oil and gas sector. And we are seeing the results today. Over $2 billion over $2 billion already brought into our economy because of that simple piece of legislation that we enacted. And the WTO. I can remember those arguments. I can remember those arguments by the opposition on that faithful night of the 28th of December 2021. Faithful because we almost lost this miss. We almost lost the miss on that night. Mr. Speaker, while we have been ensuring that we monitor the sector, we have also been building out the legislative framework to manage the sector in an efficient and environmentally friendly way. With the passage of the Petroleum Activities Act, a modern piece of legislation to manage an oil and gas sector, replacing a 1986 Exploration and Production Act. Mr. Speaker, only recently in this assembly, we would have passed the oil spill prevention bill, which is very critical for every single oil producing country in the world if you're serious about your environment. Because with our policies and programs, especially in the natural resources sector, while we encourage exploration and production, we are also mindful that the environment must be protected. That every single possible ways in which we can use to protect our environment, that we do so. That there is low impact mining, that in the oil and gas sector, we have a capping stack in place in Guyana. One of the very few capping stack in the world, and we have it in our country here in Guyana. So if in the event, God forbid, there's a blowout, we can deploy that rather than to wait for one from Texas or elsewhere. We have it in Guyana, Mr. Speaker. We ensure that we have an oil spill bill in place where it shows clear liabilities with regards to cleanup and compensation and restoration of marine environment. That is all spelled out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish now to turn my attention to the mining sector. And we have heard a lot about the mining sector, particularly the gold sector. And Mr. Speaker, I've been in this National Assembly since October 2016. And I've never heard so much emphasis and so much excitement over the gold sector like 2026. And I wonder why there is so much excitement of the gold sector. I wonder why there is so much excitement and comments over the gold sector today. Maybe it is because the honorable opposition leader is Al-Sudin Mohammed, and we know the history to that. Maybe it's because the gold price is high, or probably it is because of the prudent management of the sector. that today people see that there are real opportunities in the gold sector, and a number of people are now going back into the sector, or they're gravitating towards the gold sector, but because there is great opportunity for Guyanese miners, especially in the gold sector. Mr. Speaker, since we took office in 2020 to date, over 1,000 small Guyanese miners have benefited from the access to land and the accessibility to the land through the expenditure of over 10 billion Guyana dollars on hinterland infrastructure to ensure that our roadways are safe. And Mr. Speaker, again, I say to my honorable friend Solomon, you really need to do your homework. This is the big league. This is the National Assembly. This is not the Town Council in Linden. You don't come here and then boast about production figures increasing massively in 2016 and 2017. It is as a result of the work done by the People's Progressive Party Civic government between 2010 to 2015. It is because in those years, the two large-scale companies that were doing exploration on our government, that were building the mine on our government, it was in 2016 that they started production. So what you did is just to reap the fruits of our labor. And you're boasting today that it happened under the AP and UAFC. Yes, but the foundation was laid, because if you understand how the mining sector works, especially the large-scale mining sector, you would realize that it takes years to build a large-scale mine. And the Guyana Gold Fields, Aurora Gold Mine, and Troy Resources started to produce in 2016 and continue production all the way up to COVID, when Troy Resources closed and production went down because of the impact of COVID on most of the operations in the hinterland. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a resurrection of the gold mining sector. We have seen a transformation of the gold mining sector. And it is sad and unfortunate that the Honorable Mr. Lewis will come to the Parliament and speak about enforcement compliance. What is wrong with enforcement and compliance? It is sad when we have opposition in this country, Mr. Speaker, that will come to the National Assembly and condemn compliance and enforcement, that encourage illegality just to gain cheap political points. That is a sad day for Guyana, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad day for Guyana, where we'll have opposition members coming here and bashing the enforcement and compliance by the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission. And he's so confused, Mr. Speaker, because in one breath, he's bashing the compliance and enforcement, and in another breath, he's saying we need border controls, stronger border controls, because we don't want the goal to be diverted. I think that was his word he used, because he was staying away from, the S word. He didn't want to use the S word, and I wouldn't use, Mr. Speaker, because I know smuggling is unparliamentary. So he was using the word diverted. They're diverting the goal across the border.
Let me divert your attention to an extension.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, I ask that he be given 5 more minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You may proceed to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, let me move on quickly. Let me move on quick. It's not there. Let me move on, Mr. Speaker, to bauxite. It was mentioned again. It was mentioned again by the honourable member that we have to ensure that we look out for our people. We always look out for our people, Mr. Speaker. That is why we kept the bauxite mine in Linden going. That is why we kept it open, so that it can create economic opportunities in the mining town of Linden and create jobs for the people there. And your government chased away Russell and 500 persons. Unfortunately, 500 persons, mostly from the Borbis River, Kokwani, Aichuni, and in New Amsterdam, lost their jobs because of your poor actions. And today, Mr. Speaker, Today, Mr. Speaker, we have entered into an agreement with that company to come back into the Barbados River area and to restart that operation, thereby creating jobs for people in the Barbados River area. Mr. Speaker, if I may quickly move to the forestry sector. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector, as we know it in 2020, was bankrupt. Production was at all-time low at 345,000 cubic annually. We would have increased that in 2025 by over 150,000 cubic, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is a leader in this world when it comes to forests and forest management. Today, we can boast that we have one of the lowest deforestation rates in the world. Today we can boast, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana is one of the greenest countries on earth. We can boast that we have one of the best forest management system in the world. We can boast that even in our own commitments in the low carbon development strategy, that our deforestation rate is way below that. We can boast that we are one of the only country in the world that would have signed a jurisdictional carbon credit deal. We can boast as one of the only country in the world that have earned revenue for legacy credits. We can boast of the only country in the world that today we are certified to sell credits to the airline industry. And that is because of the prudent management of this sector, Mr. Speaker. And we want to assure our indigenous brothers and sisters that you will continue to receive the revenue from the sale of carbon credit for the next 7 years, because it is a 10-year deal that we have with S Corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend Budget 2026 as a masterpiece, to ensuring that benefits flow to our people. And that is why the team was carefully crafted, putting people first. Putting people first. And if we build a highway like the London Highway, it is benefiting people. If we continue the Heroes Highway, it is benefiting people. So you may want to criticize the budget as an infrastructure budget and to parrot sentiments from the past, but it benefits people. When we give 100,000 cash grant, Mr. Speaker, that is putting people first. When we pay our children's school fees, CXC fees, that is putting people first. When we give our children the Because We Care cash grant of $85,000, that is putting people first. When we remove the toll from the Barbados River Bridge and the Whisper River Bridge and the Barrajack River Bridge, that is putting people first. When we created employment across all the sectors, that is putting people first. When we distributed over 50,000 houses, that is putting people first. When we ensure that the University of Guyana is free, that is putting people first. When we ensure that every child, every person that applies for a scholarship will get a scholarship, that is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. When we take duty off of ATVs, that is putting people first. When we reduce duty from four-door pickups, that is putting people first. When we remove VAT off of wood products, that is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. That is creating economic opportunities for our people. That is ensuring that our industry are regionally and internationally competitive. That is creating opportunities in the value-added sector, Mr. Speaker. And that is the direction in which we are heading as a country. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude by saying I truly commend this budget 2026, putting people first for the unanimous passage through this National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Vikram Bharat. Before I take the
Take a couple of seconds if you haven't already. Delta travelers, almost 500 travelers in the live with us right now, and the many thousands that are going to catch this in the rewind in the future. Make sure that you are subscribed to Delta 9 Media. It costs you nothing, but it's going to keep you connected with everything trending in Guyana and in the diaspora, buddy. So hit that subscription button. Make sure that you are subscribed.
to complete the list of speakers during this session, you can migrate downstairs and return to the assembly. Honorable Member, Mr. Riaz Rupnarain, for your presentation.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
Noble Assembly, I am the second person to come from Jackalope Pomeroon River since 1977 as an elected member of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the journey reminds me of two enduring truths. First, what God has ordained for you will only come when it is destined to happen. And secondly, Mandela describes it better. Education is the greatest weapon you can use to change the world. And Mr. Speaker, I must express gratitude to the persons who placed their confidence and vote and made my presence in this honorable house possible. To the APNU supporters, and more particularly to the leader and comrades of the People's National Congress Reform. I have been elected by a few, but to represent all. From Pomeroon to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because of that responsibility to all Guyanese that I now turn to the matter before the House, the 2026 budget. A budget is not merely a financial document. It is a statement of priorities. I give acknowledgement to the honorable member. My mother taught me to always show respect to the elderly and those who are especially need. This budget of $1.558 trillion is the largest in the nation's history. Now, we would have wanted real transformation beyond infrastructure, bringing relief to working class people of this country, and represent fairness as it looks to put people first. Unfortunately, majority of it does not. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is a budget heavily weighted in infrastructure with far less attention to poverty reduction, reducing the cost of living, improving the lives of working class and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, let me be pellucid. The budget will be spent on the people. It is a Guyanese budget. It is the largest in our history. So then monies will be injected into the economy. But my argument lies in who will be reaping the majority of the benefit. Is it those that need it, or is it those that want it? Mr. Speaker, it is not about aggregate figures, but the impact it will directly have on the individual and the family, on every individual, as the honorable members of the opposite side would have indicated. And before I proceed, I must share a WhatsApp message that I received before coming to the podium from a member of the Regional Democratic Council of Anna Regina, a non-supporter of the opposition, mind you, stating, please try and back up, let me get more than $2,500 salary increase. Buy nothing for salary worker, like me fed up. It is to highlight that everybody stating that each individual will benefit. Mr. Speaker, during the course of yesterday and early today, the government members of parliament indicated that the budget is the best for all groups, of all people. But coincidentally, when everyone approached the podium, they kept repeating a few pension benefits, a few social benefits, repeatedly like a broken record. It's the same program that has received additional funding. That is why they have limited resource or limited statement to add for something new. Mr. Speaker, the increase in the income tax threshold removes just over 5,000 persons from the tax register. 5,000 persons out of a national labor force, which requires more than over 90% still remain on that taxation system. Now, this translates to $2,500, not even a fraction of what the cost of living is in particular areas. And I've heard, especially this morning, that government members of parliament admitting that they are aware of the cost of certain commodities in far-flung area, and yet to intentionally sit and still plan the budget without catering for that is a temerity to be callous. Mr. Speaker, according to the IDB annual report, food prices have risen by 8.2% last year, August. Mr. Speaker, the mantra will be $2,500 better than anything. So let's look at the track record. Let's go 4 years before, 2022 budget presented by the same government members of parliament. $552.9 billion. The tax threshold was increased by 10,000 as well. Mr. Speaker, ultimately, same story, different day. Mr. Speaker, with all of this, they will say the budget benefits everybody, and we are lying. The budget has the numbers, but it lacks the priorities. Mr. Speaker, while the 10,000 increase for 10-day workers is a step forward, it reflects a short-term response to a long-standing structural issue. Many of these workers have given years of service under the 10-day program, but they yet remain without pension security or consistent NIS payment that will allow them to have access to broader social protection at present and beyond retirement. A stipend does not address the long-term problem. Mr. Speaker, we welcome development. We support infrastructure that advances Guyana. But development must mean more than concrete and contracts. It must mean that all citizens can afford the basic necessities. All citizens. Distribution must be focused not on equality, but also on equity. Mr. Speaker, I am well aware that the mere mention of poverty often invites immediate dismissal from the government members of parliament, as though acknowledging hardship is an act of disloyalty, particularly the IDB report, which has been constantly repeated. I can recall, I looked to see the government official, so I can't call his name in the parliament, mentioned on social media that the IDB report was supported by the labor force survey done in 2021, which means that the data is not relevant or it is inaccurate to draw a conclusion on an IDB's report. Mr. Speaker, the labor force survey is conducted by Guyana's own Bureau of Statistics. If the most current comprehensive poverty indicators available are not current, it is not the fault of the IDB. It is the fault of the National Data Management Committee. $1 trillion economy cannot operate on blind spot. We cannot consistently use poverty as a debating point. It should be a national priority. Mr. Speaker, several ministers in their speeches on social media and in public forums have indicated Guyana's commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. But what about Goal 1, the eradication of poverty? Goal 10, the reduction of inequality? All must be committed to, not some. Mr. Speaker, assistance to students is always welcome. We do not oppose any help for children, particularly children, the elderly, and those who are differently abled. However, a uniformed education grant treats unequal situation as though it is equal. A child traveling from Lower Pomeroon River to attend Charity Secondary School, which is the closest secondary school to their area, has to pay at approximately $2,000 per day. That is $390,000 per academic year. Taking into consideration if that family has 2 or more children attending the high school. Mr. Speaker, the residents in Pomeroon have indicated that at some days they have to make a decision of who to send and who to stay home. That is not the eradication of poverty. Mr. Speaker, the government has a boat that provides transportation for these students to the secondary school. The government, the boat cannot or does not carry all the students. Policy that ignores differences is just for visibility, not for transformation. Mr. Speaker, there are several instances, and if the minister so require, I can provide the details of same, where the students were told by the boat operator, facilitated by the council of the NDC, that they cannot travel in the school boat because their parents voted for an opposition party. As I indicated earlier, the information can be provided to the relevant ministry if requested. But to obey the rules of the parliamentary process, I will not call names without their presence. I just said you can have it, the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, as a teacher, I can tell you light travels faster than some. And sometimes some persons look intelligent until you hear them speak. Mr. Speaker, this budget not only fails to address some domestic issues, but foreign policy issues as well. On matters of foreign relations, sovereignty and national security, there is no government of Guyana or opposition of Guyana. There is only Guyana. It is our national interest. We stand on Guyana's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and we support any measures to solidify this. But it must be in tangent with the interests of Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs allocations increased by 10% in the 2026 budget for Program 121. This is a crucial aspect, primarily as the ministry aims to develop foreign policy to target the Guyana-Venezuela territorial controversy in particular. Mr. Speaker, I anticipate at the speech of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, a foreign policy framework will be given after a 6-year cycle on Guyana's strategic priorities, the obligations that we have under bilateral and multilateral agreement, and our social and security implications of those agreements that we have signed thus far. This becomes necessary because of the plethora of international events that have occurred over the past months, primarily with the absence of a parliamentary sectoral committee on foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, the minister will obviously say, as he did in his 2025-2024 speeches, that he inherited an incoherent foreign policy from the former administration. 6 years later, on multiple budget cycle, there has to be one provided by the now office bearer. Mr. Speaker, in Program 121, the third strategy identifies education and awareness of the territorial controversy, of the Guyana-Venezuela territorial controversy. But how is this effectively being done? What are the indicators? Are the target groups? How is it being implemented, especially for areas like the Pomeroon River, Bartica, Lessem, and other border communities? In 2024, the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated that training will resume after a hiatus, apparently because of the pandemic as well. Mr. Speaker, awareness cannot be an abstract line item. These citizens deserve explanation, reassurance, and inclusion, not silence. More than that, there is nothing in the budget to incentivize our border communities and bring calm to reassure them. Our bordering communities must be treated as an important part of foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs need to work in collaboration with the Ministry of Education to ensure that all students are aware of the history that they're intellectually ready to protect our country's sovereignty when they hold these offices that we presently occupy. Mr. Speaker, we must not assume that a simple program done when our borders are being threatened or a Patriotic Day significance is done on a program to pacify and curb the anxiety of the people, especially those residing in the county of Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, at present, the Caribbean Examination Council is revising the CSEC history and Cape history syllabi. It is paramount that both ministries ensure that the Guyana-Venezuela territorial controversy is added to those syllabi. This will ensure that not only the Guyanese students, but the Caribbean students are aware of the right we have to Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, we need to train the teachers to implement the program and also to provide the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to facilitate personnel to travel to border communities with information and at the level that they understand, and not the fancy terminology or the protocols that are established in diplomacy on a program, assuming that they all have access to it. The people need their attention to be pacified. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs said in his 2025 budget speech that ministries are working together to achieve the 2030 SDG agenda. The same must be done for national interests. We have Caribbean history teachers at the 11th hour asking students to change their SBA topic because they are unable to grade a paper on the territorial controversy. Mr. Speaker, this is an indicator that education and awareness are not being done effectively. Having a couple of television programs in the city will not curb the situation. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is deeply concerned about the perception of Guyana's foreign policy becoming more reactive and less proactive. And don't take my word for it. As two of the Guyanese students who were studying in Jamaica under CSEC scholarship would have indicated to the media outlets when Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica, that learning lesson for the government is to establish proactive, comprehensive plans for future emergencies affecting Guyanese students abroad. Guyana must cooperate internationally, but cooperation must never be compliance without consent.
Okay, I need the consent of the House so you can conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable MP. You may proceed to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, the penultimate speaker of yesterday's debate highlighted the need to work collectively for the greater good of this country and represent those who have elected us. I agree fully. But this cooperation must be collectively done. For Parliament is too often informed about decisions after they have already been made, rather than consulted beforehand. I conclude on a worrisome note, Mr. Speaker, that the budget gives most people significant desire, which is the freedom of speech and expression. That freedom is only allowed when it is in favor of the government. When people speak up against what they experience, they are persecuted. Yes, Mr. Speaker, persecuted. Ask communities like Lima Sands that the ground is only allowed to be used by their party supporters, and people are fearful to inform the relevant authority because they do not want to lose access to the only income that they have. Their party supporters guard as though transport has been given to those persons, and in some cases, even they spend social aid. Mr. Speaker, fear. That is how we have some of our people. Fearful and submissive, they must demonstrate godlike gratitude to government for things that the state has given them, that the state is mandated to give them, that they as Guyanese, as taxpayers, as natives of this land are entitled to. Mr. Speaker, this will also be claimed to be lies. But let me remind the honorable member that at the close of yesterday's debate, your own member of parliament stood and stated that pensioners should be thankful for the increase because it is a supplement they did not work for. I guess that too was AI. It is sad when our elders have to beg to be cared for. It's a 12% increase. whatever makes you sleep at night. The ministers cannot ask for feedback and impact. They need to verify data for themselves, because ultimately it's the staff's job, but your accountability. You can't keep the staff, and when the incompetence is exposed, you throw the staff under the bus. Mr. Speaker, I average it is easier to dismiss it completely, cover it with election rhetoric, rather than seeking to solve the problem for our people. Mr. Speaker, a common phrase that people say when you traverse areas, especially at Charity in Pomeroon, is that even the foreigners are treated better than them, and we are second-class citizens in our own country. Mr. Speaker, a $1 trillion plus budget is not an achievement if most of the people still remain poor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Ruth Lorraine. And now for the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Public Works, the Honorable Madan Lal Ramraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor I'm allowed to make my first contribution to this 2026 debate. I wish to begin by commending the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and my colleague cabinet, my colleague Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, for presenting a visionary budget presented under the theme, Putting People First, one that continues the PPPC government unwavering commitment to equitable development, modern infrastructure, and a better quality of life for everyone. I also wish to commend, Mr. Speaker, the Director of Budget and her team, our team in the Ministry of Public Works, and all the teams in the different and various ministries. Mr. Speaker, guided by his transformative vision of His Excellency President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, and underpinned by the prudent management and responsible stewardship across all 10 administrative regions, the result of this national transformation are visible and undeniable. Since 2020, the People's Progressive Party Civic Government Administration has faithfully implemented and delivered on its commitment made to the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, that is why the people of Guyana voted the People's Progressive Party Civic back to office with a clear, commanding, and resounding mandate of over 40,000 votes. Mr. Speaker, while others deal in talks, and we heard many of it for the past 2 days, the government delivers result. Mr. Speaker, every dollar spent on infrastructure increases tenfold the economic dollar value. By this, I mean that today, if a street is being built, Mr. Speaker, the value of a house lot or a plot of land within that area has gone up significantly. And this we have seen, and I will provide examples of what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very important. And I think members on the other side create that impression that everything seems to be not good or everything seems to be bad. But Mr. Speaker, if members paid attention and keep or feel the pulse of what is happening in the Guyanese economy, they would really think otherwise. Because there are some indicators to determine what is how the pulse of an economy is derived. When you look at growth, that is one of the determining factors. Jobs and income is another determining factor. Prices, inflation is another determining factor. Investment is another determining factor. And consumer spending tops it all. Mr. Speaker, and we have ticked all the boxes that we have been ticked. Mr. Speaker, so to come here and to say that we are not being delivering and that we have been spending and those kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, it's not correct. It's not correct to say those kinds of things. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? In 2025, the economy, the growth, 19.3%, that's the economic growth. It's in front of our eyes. With the non-oil economy, 14.3%. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the Ministry of Public Works in 2025, Mr. Speaker, issued, I'm showing what development look like. In the Ministry of Public Works, we have issued over 5,000 contracts. 5,000 contracts and over 12,000 projects executed nationwide. Mr. Speaker, this is development for every single Guyanese. Unmatched. And let me go region by region so we can have an appreciation, Minister. Because I heard Region 1, member of Region 1, and member of Region 10 seems to be, they are being excluded from the national development. From Region 2, in Region 2, there were 326 projects that valued $11.7 billion. Region 3, 524 projects valued $49 billion. Region 4, 57 projects valued $65.3 billion. Region 5, 389 projects valued $11 billion. Region 6, 857 projects valued $72.1 billion. Region 10, 758 projects valued $16.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, and my mathematics, I think is good. This valued, when you add all of this, it's $225 billion valued, and this goes into contracts and this goes into people's pocket. These are contracts that is going to people's pockets. That is correct. That is correct. Mr. Speaker, I heard as if nothing is being done in the hinterland. As if nothing is being done in the hinterland. From 2020, let us put the record straight, Mr. Speaker. For 2020 to 25, Region 1, 302 kilometers of road, either constructed or maintained, $6.5 billion. Region 7, 449 kilometers of road, either constructed or maintained, $5.4 billion. Region 8, 613 kilometers of road, constructed or maintained, $4.3 billion. Region 9, 1,486 kilometers of road constructed or maintained, valued $5.3 billion. Region 10, 909 kilometers of road, valued $5 billion, were constructed and maintained. A total of $26.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am telling you, I'm moving on. I'm giving you some details now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the fiscal year in 2024, in Whitewater, in Region 1, in Whitewater, 1 kilometers of road have been completed, valued $225,278,000. In Waramuri, Region 1, 1 kilometer of road completed 100%, $300,548,000. In Region 9, Yukonparo, 1 kilometers of road, value $339,862 was completed. In Region 9, again, Rukamutu, 1 kilometers of road completed 100%, $302,199,000. That's for region. That's in 2024, $1,167,886. In region for 2025, Mr. Speaker, Whitewater Phase 2 and 3. Whitewater Phase 2 and 3, 2 kilometers. Complete 100% completed, $450,556,000 in the community hands. Walna, 3 kilometers of road have been completed, and work is progressing on the drain, and it is progressing smoothly. $665,925,000, Mr. Speaker. In Waramuri, 1 kilometers of road has been completed, Mr. Speaker. $300,545,000. In Arakaka, Region 1, again, 1 kilometer of road has been completed, 100%, $318,178,000. In Kamwata, Maruka, 1 kilometers of road have been completed, $257,041,000. In Huradai, work on tracks and are progressing. 85% completed, Mr. Speaker. $217,082,000. Barbina Hill, work are ongoing. 30% completed, Mr. Speaker. $262,587,000. Kamwata, Mabaruma again, 1 kilometers of road, 100% completed, Mr. Speaker. $230,896, Mr. Speaker, for the fiscal year. That is for 2025. Monkey Mountain in Region 8, 1 kilometer of road has been completed. Work are going on 2 kilometers of road. Valued, it is 80% completed, Mr. Speaker. $755,199,000, Mr. Speaker. Paramakatoy, 2 kilometers of road have been completed, Mr. Speaker. $876,757 million. Mr. Speaker, for 2025, $4,324,772. Give a total of $5 billion for 2024 and 2025. $5,502,650. Mr. Speaker, and we are in this house listening to honorable members saying that there's no development, that there's no any different in what is happening. Mr. Speaker, these figures don't lie. These are figures. These are accurate figures. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this is not all. This is only for public works. This is only roads. We heard all the different sectors speaking about development in interior location. Mr. Speaker, and this is not all. This is not all.
In the we are talking about airstrips. In the Matthews Ridge, it's 20% completed, Mr. Speaker. The value of that is $1.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. In Region 9, the Aishalton airstrip is completed at a cost of $920,398,000. In Karasabai, it's 20% completed, $995 million, Mr. Speaker. These are what we are speaking about. This is what the government is talking about. When we talk about people investment, this is exactly. And my honorable member, all of it will be done. Don't be afraid. This government looks out for people. All of it will be done. All of it will be done. We are not adverse to criticism and works that are not being done. We will get it done. We will get it done. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you examples of my recent visit. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, I visited Region 7 and spent quite some time in Bartica. Mr. Speaker, the development trajectory and what is happening in Region 7 is unprecedented. We were told those roads that joins by the Rabo and Bartica Patara Road has been completed. And when, Mr. Speaker, people used to pay $1,000 for a short drop, or it has to go wrong, and etc., etc., they're paying $200 now. $200, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was told, I went to all the roads I've been developing there and made an assessment, and there's a cry for more. And we understand that there's going to be a continuous cry. That's why we are in front of this house. That's why we are here to debate budget, because we want to continue the development. Yes. Mr. Speaker, so I was told, yes, Jawala too, Dr. Jawala too, Mr. Speaker, I was told that there's a backlog in cargo movement. There's a backlog in cargo movement. Mr. Speaker, there's only one vessel traversing the Parika-Bartica route, the MV Macora. Mr. Speaker, as soon, and I think by this weekend or next week, Honorable Minister, we should be able to have the MV Hercules completed. It's ready, and we'll have the MV Hercules completed. And so we'll have two vessels moving from the Bartica to Bartica. Mr. Speaker, I made an on-the-spot decision. We had the vessel moving Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and it goes Saturday and come back Sunday. You know what I did, Mr. Speaker? I said, no, go Saturday, come back Saturday, go Sunday, come back Sunday. Mr. Speaker, you know what the deputy mayor of Bartica told me? He said, Minister, thank you very much. He said, Minister, every boat, every vessel that come here, a new car is in the vessel. That's what he said. So, Mr. Speaker, it means I am putting it at a minimum. I am putting it at a minimum that a 5 car, sorry. I am putting it as a 5 car per week. Mr. Speaker, it means that every month at least 20 new cars are going into Region 7. Mr. Speaker, and we are hearing today, or we are hearing that we are talking about not putting people on force. We are here, all of this here. Mr. Speaker, that's on Thursday. On Friday, I went to Region 8. I visited K2, I visit Madja, I visit Paramakatoy, I visit the highest village, Kubukubaro. It's, Mr. Speaker, It's the kind of transformation. Who would have expected that up 300 feet, 3,000 feet above the sea level, that roads are being constructed? People are asking for more. Who would have believed that? Those men who could have believed that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, only recently His Excellency commissioned the Parliamentary airstrip. Go look at what is happening there. Mr. Speaker, now, a couple of years ago, 2023, when I went to distribute the cash grant, I could not have gone from Parliamentary to K2. Now I could have driven across. I drove, comrade. I drove. Sorry, I don't remember, Mr. Speaker. So that is what we are talking about. Putting people first. This is what you're calling development. This is, Mr. Speaker, this is what we are speaking about. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of putting people first, Mr. Speaker, this is what it means in practice. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members on the other side should listen to this. In 2025, under the Ministry of Public Works, 10,868 small contractors benefiting from contract for $14 million and up, while 1,600 medium-sized contractors got contract ranging from $14 million to $100 million. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 12,000 contractors. These are small people who are benefiting from the government. Well, this is only from Public Works. This is only from Public Works. What about all the other ones? Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, this is what we are doing, putting people first. And this is what the budget speak about. Mr. Speaker, this is what is meant by putting people first. What it truly means. And the People's Progressive Party-led government has been delivering on that commitment, Mr. Speaker, not just for 1 year, but consistently since assuming office. Mr. Speaker, this is not progress on paper. It is progress felt in everyday life, in shorter travel times, stronger connectivity, new business opportunities, and improved livelihood for families and in both coastal and hinterland communities. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about village economies, when we speak about village economies, one can recall clearly, Mr. Speaker, not too long, a couple of years ago, when the village economy was destroyed in the Borbis area by closing the sugar estate, carelessly closing the sugar estate. Mr. Speaker, these are reversed. We are caring government. We care for every single community. We are building community by community. Can we go today and tell those people in Maka, or can we go to Sophia and tell those people there that you are not entitled to contracts, or you're not entitled to development? Can we do that? This government is callous. We are not callous enough to do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so what we do? So, Mr. Speaker, what we do? We take, for instance, in Sophia, all those road contracts were given to contractors in Sophia. Every single way. Same thing in Islandale. Same thing in across our country. Villages by villages, we are ensuring. We are empowering our community, Mr. Speaker. This is what the PPP Civic government. That's the legacy of the PPP Civic government. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the work of the Ministry of Public Works, as I said, is not merely about infrastructure. It is about building the pathway through which opportunities reaches our people. Every road we construct, every bridge we erect, every port we modernize, every sea defense we reinforce forms part of a unified mission that is to create a Guyana that is fully connected, globally competitive, and truly inclusive. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, the government has transformed investment into visible national progress. More than 10,000 under the Ministry of Public Works, over 10,000 roads and 430 bridges have been constructed or rehabilitated over the country. Along with this, 35,000 meters of new sea defense and river defenses have been built, and more than 425 meters rehabilitated, strengthening protection for families, businesses, and entire community against erosion and flooding. Mr. Speaker, every concrete we pour, Mr. Speaker, every BRC we install, Mr. Speaker, every revetment we put, Mr. Speaker, every boulders we put in our sea defense benefits the people of this country. Every single one we do. This is what is value for money, Mr. Speaker. This is how we think. This is a strategic thinking. This is when we put a road, when we put a bridge, it's the connectivity. It's just bringing people to forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, those who say that this budget has nothing for the people have not really read the budget. They are certainly not have walked the roads and the communities and see the kind of transformation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, along the East Bank corridor from Eccles to Yarracabra, 214 roads, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is Tuesday. Last Tuesday, I went here and visited these roads. No, that was 7-8. Mr. Speaker, it's so much. 214 roads were completed by 604 small community-based contractors. It's people from within the communities are building this road, Mr. Speaker. Putting income directly into the local household and ensuring that development is built by every communities and is meant to serve. Mr. Speaker, this People Progressive Party government is building a one Guyana where a child in 5 miles Bartica and a shopkeeper in Corriverton share the same promise of progress, same opportunities, and the same future. Perhaps the most historic, Mr. Speaker, is the completion of the Demerara Bridge. A modern four-way gateway between Region 3 and 4 replaces a 47-year-old structure. Mr. Speaker, if you don't be on the ground and walk the road and meet with people, you don't know what is happening. Mr. Speaker, through the vision of His Excellency the President, and under the stewardship of the Agriculture Minister, we have seen a boom in the production in Pomeroon. In Pomeroon, we have seen the increased production in paddy in Region 2. Mr. Speaker, for last year, 100,000 bags of paddy came from Region 2 all the way to Region 5. Mr. Speaker, you know what I want to get at, Mr. Speaker, is a new ferry, is a MV Hercules that were used to transport the paddy across the Barra-Jagdeo-Demerara Bridge. That is the importance. That is the importance of our investment. Our investment is bringing tangible result. It's benefiting every single farmers in Region 1, in Region 2. As far as Maruka, people are using this passageway, this new artery to come to the different regions. This is how a prudent, a thinking government get its activities completed. Mr. Speaker, previous to the bridge, the Barjagdeo, the Mara Bridge, there was about 25,000 vehicles and about 70 to 70,000 persons traverse it. Mr. Speaker, on an average day, 50,000 vehicles and 150,000 persons traverse that bridge. Yes. This is it. And it's toll free. And it's toll free. Toll free, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what people-centered thinking is about. This is what putting people first is about. Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, I was over in Region 3. I went to Stanley Tong and Dinamstel and a number of other areas. And I listened to what the people in those areas said. Mr. Speaker, we heard. Now we are not hearing about complaints. Complaints are gone now. We are hearing about people saving. People want more roads. People want their demands are more. Of course, their demands are more. And this PPPC government will ensure that those requests are made over a period of time. Mr. Speaker, while others gamble with Guyana future, the PPPC government is building it. Growth is projected at 16.2%, with 10% to the expansion in 2026 in the non-oil economy. Mr. Speaker, inflation is projected to remain as low as 2.5%, protecting the purchasing power of our people. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, this $1.558 trillion budget introduces no taxes, demonstrating that this government is growing the economy without squeezing families or burdening small businesses. Growth is being driven by productivity and investment, not by hardship.
Honorable member, you will need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, I ask that the honorable member be given 5 more minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, this budget promotes stability, reward enterprise, and above all, putting people first. For 2026, Mr. Speaker, this government is once again putting money where its mouth is. Through the Ministry of Public Works, a bold program of miscellaneous and urban road and drainage works will continue to be rolled out in Region 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10, valued $40 billion for the community. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, the Ministry of Public Works will remain at the forefront of delivery, turning this government vision into roads, bridges, ports, and pipelines of opportunity. We are not investing at random. We are building deliberately to diversify the economy, strengthen climate resilience, and lift communities across every region. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is deeply humbling to be part of a team that is not only shaping the physical landscape of our country, but improving the daily experiences of our people. Each and every infrastructural project is a statement of intent. It tells every Guyanese that we are moving forward with confidence and with care of how citizens feel and everyday services they use. And I want to just quote a little quote from what the Finance Secretary of the Ministry of Finance said, Mr. Pasha. We must not lose focus of the bigger picture, that is the overall benefit that the budget brings to the entire population. It connects us as one Guyana to the shared future as we are building together. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is anchored in growth, fairness, connectivity, and a deep commitment of putting people forward. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I proudly and confidently support this budget, which represents a nation advancing together, connected, transformed, and focused on meaningful progress for every single Guyanese. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Well done, my brother.
I'd like to invite the Honorable Psycho Andrew, the Honorable Member of Parliament, to make his presentation.
This one's on.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take this opportunity to make a little correction. I hope it doesn't come from my time. My name is Psycho Andrews with an S to the end. There's an error there. So,
Correction,
Mr. Speaker, for
Psycho Andrews, and now your time starts.
not Psycho, Psycho.
Psycho.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the PNC's leadership, those who voted for the PNC, those who voted for the APNU, and allow me this opportunity to be their representative in this house. Mr. Speaker, two observations. Most of the speakers on the government side spoke about the APNU taking away the cash grant. Okay. No, if you said it, fine. But listen to this. Let us circle back to 2015 and do some simple mathematics, because that is fundamental. Listen, in 2015, Mr. Speaker, the Because We Care crash grant was, because it crashed. The Because We Care cash grant was $10,000. When the APNU AFC came to power, we put in place a project that was called the 5 Bs. So listen. The 5 Bs, bus, boats and bicycle, that is transportation. Breakfast and books. But let us do some simple calculation. A kid going to school, $100 to go, $100 come. Conservative estimates, $100 to go, $100 to come. 5 days a week, that's $1,000. 39 weeks in the school year, that is $39,000. That is more than the $10,000 We Care cash grant. Hold on. Come to the front of the class. Mr. Speaker, put aside the books. Let us go to the breakfast. Conservative estimate, $400 per breakfast, 5 days a week, $2,000, 39 weeks in the year. Mr. Speaker, that works out to 78,000 Guyana dollars. Add them together. Add them together. That is a value of 117,000 Guyana dollars to a school child. And when the Honorable Riaz Rupnarain mentioned that it's $339,000 to get the kids to school, it exposes the superiority of the 5B program and the weakness of the Because We Care cash grant. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? You know what, Mr. Speaker? When people don't care about people, you know what they do? They don't examine programs to see the good in it. And if they could see that the program is superior, all they need to do is examine if there's something bad. We take this out, we refine it, and we just allow the people to benefit. But no, for political expediency, this government throw away the 5Bs, and guess what happened? A kid gotta pay $339,000, $2,000 a day, $10,000 a week, 39 weeks, $390,000 per year. And you say you care about people, you care about yourself. Now, on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker. On a lighter note, Mr. Speaker. Listen to me. Listen to me. When I look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, it says putting people first. But one would expect stronger measures. Stronger measures geared at the senior citizen, uplifting the life of minimum wage workers, youths, and the vulnerable. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this budget that is presented in this House is clearly a budget of sand, stone, and cement. 50% of this budget goes to capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I am not here to oppose vision, you know. Don't get me wrong, comrades. I am not here to oppose vision. I am not here to oppose transformation, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I welcome transformation. I welcome vision. As a matter of fact, listen, the Barajaglio River Bridge is just a replacement of what was truly a transformational piece of infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, so I'm not going to fight that. I'm not going to condemn that. But Mr. Speaker, hear this. Transformational, because the budget talks a lot about transformational infrastructure. But transformational infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is not vision alone. Transformational infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, must deliver value for money. It must stand the test of time in service. It must withstand adversity. That is transformational infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, listen. At the end of the day, we in the PNC has a record of delivering truly transformational infrastructure. Hold on, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born in Pushadnagar, right? Right, Mr. Speaker, hear this. Transformational infrastructure loaded with value and benefits for the citizen was delivered in 1978 when LFS Barnum had the vision and foresight to link Stoosdyke and Linden. Listen to me, a 72-kilometer highway stood the test of time. Stood the test of time for 57 years. 1969, 57 years before this government decided that it needed some significant form of upgrade. That is transformational infrastructure. But on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government is spending in this budget, is asking us to approve $7.4 billion to rehabilitate the Providence to Diamond East Bank 4-lane road. Mr. Speaker, hear this. That project was only completed in 2014. That's only 12 years. Mr. Speaker, 12 years, and you gotta go back and spend $7.4 billion, and you talking about transformation? That is not transformation. That is a waste of money. That is terrible management, Mr. Speaker. And listen, no, that's not all. Let us go to Thomasland. Let us go to Thomasland, the road by the National Park. 2022. We spent $30 million to rehabilitate that road. 2 years later, after multiple attempts to fix the shoddy work, this government has decided to rebrand it and call it a 4-lane road. And now guess what? We're about to we already completed spending billions of dollars on it. Mr. Speaker, that's why we waste money. Money keep going into projects and it don't make sense. And next year, we got to come back and do it again. 5 more years, do it again. And all the while, the people continues to suffer. Mr. Speaker, it is not only the roads that are in need of rehabilitation. The PPP's mindset needs to be rehabilitated. It needs to be rehabilitated. It needs to be rehabilitated from build, break, and rehabilitate to build to last. This is what Guyanese people need. This is what they vote for. This is what should have been delivered. Mr. Speaker, hold on. Mr. Speaker, 1978, Demerara Bridge, vision, transformation, Lincoln Region 3 to Region 4, 48 years of service to the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, this government is now asking us to approve spending on the New Barbies Bridge. Mr. Speaker, look at the contrast. Now this government is asking us to spend money on a fixed bridge over the Barbies River. In 2000, this government missed 2 opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to build a fixed concrete bridge over the Barbies River. In 2000, Mr. Speaker, and 2004, they got the estimate, they got the proposal in 2000 for $30.8 million. They rejected it. In 2004, they got a proposal for $34.6 million. They rejected it. But in 2006, Mr. Speaker, they decided to burden the Guyanese people with a floating bridge that cost $45 million plus return on investment and all of the other maintenance costs over a 21-year period, subjecting the people of Region 5 and Region 6 to some of the highest toll rates in the Western Hemisphere. That is not leadership. That is cake shop economics. Mr. Speaker, this is contempt. This is contempt and managerial hypocrisy. Because here it is. The new bridge at a press conference, an honorable member of this house was asked about a feasibility study. Mr. Speaker, you thought that decision was bad? This was the response. What feasibility study? We already did a comprehensive feasibility study in 2004 that told us where is the exact location and the benefits. So why did you need 3 feasibility studies before you decided to build a floating bridge? You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the PPP got trapped in 1978, trying to recreate and mimic the transformative legacy of LFS Burnham with a floating bridge. But by the time they decided to build a floating bridge, that era has already been gone. The PNC been there, done that. Now, Mr. Speaker, you talk about transformational infrastructure. Like I said before, it has to stand the test of time. It has to deliver value for money. And listen, when you look at the Kanji River Bridge, it stands 48 years in service to the people. Ask the Honorable Minister, how much money you really spend when the year come on the Kanji Bridge? It's almost negligible, because that is transformation and value. You know what is vision and transformation? Having the foresight to leave a 200 plus feet reserve to link Georgetown from Mandela Avenue to Sue's Dyke. But guess what? We did a wonderful housing scheme, the largest housing scheme in the Caribbean, but a lack of vision. Guess what it did? Or mix-up vision. Guess what it did? It put the housing scheme smack dead center in that pathway. Now guess what? We're about to build the Mandela to Eccles all the way to our Sue's Dyke Highway. And now the road is like this. You gotta go straight, twist, turn around Diamond, go around like if it's an amusement park ride. But hold on, Mr. Speaker, this is beyond poor planning. This is beyond poor planning. Mr. Speaker, this budget wasting people money. This is more of the same and value down the drain. Mr. Speaker, let us go to the Mandela to Eccles Highway. Like I said, a lot of projects have the potential to be transformative, but it must deliver value. It must deliver savings. But listen to this one. This is going to shock the house. Phase 1, 2021, phase 1. It cost us 928 million per kilometer. This is Cane Field, virgin land, right? 1 year later, phase 2, Eccles to Diamond, the price went up. $1.4 billion. 1 year after that, phase 3, Diamond to Busby, $2.3 billion. Same Cane Field land, you know. Phase 4, Busby to Land of Canaan. Mr. Speaker, guess what is the cost per km of road? $4.6 billion. We signed contracts valued $52 billion for 11.3 kilometer road. But Mr. Speaker, let me do an exegesis on this.
Before you could engage in that exercise, you need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, this time run out real
Thank you,
fast.
Mr. Speaker.
But I live with what I get.
Hold on. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to proceed with his presentation and conclude.
Mean even the 10% into what I want say. But here it is. Let us finish. Mr. Speaker, hold on, Mr. Speaker, it's party time, right? You got a party time, Mr. Speaker. Good, let us go. But Mr. Speaker, on that same road, the devil is in the detail. Ashoka Bill Construction, the same company that is building the Ogle to Eccles bypass, phase 1 and phase 2, that is carrying the same cost per kg across those phases, as the minister pointed out, that we're paying the same price. That same company of international repute, that company bid a total cost of $41.5 billion to construct the entire road corridor in phase 4. We signed contracts for $52.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, can the members of this house explain how, in the name of Bishop Etiel, How, in the name of being an honorable and prudent public servant, you could make a decision to spend $52 billion when you have a reputable company that offered to build that road for $42 billion. That is a loss of $11.5 billion on phase 4 alone. Mr. Speaker, this 11.5 billion, let me tell you what it could do. Let me tell you, when you're prudent managers and you examine contracts and you examine the cost and you hold a tight rein, this is what the people get to benefit. For $11.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, we could give 95,000 old age pensioners $25,000 for the next 5 years. That is the value that you must create. That is the kind of value you must extract. That is the value you must deliver to the Guyanese people. But Mr. Speaker, nobody don't care about that on that side of the house. And then look at the Aubrey Barker. Let us go to Aubrey Barker. Mr. Speaker, I live there. Mr. Speaker, I live there. Aubrey Barker Road, Mr. Speaker, force and experience. Force and experience, Mr. Speaker. Aubrey Barker Road. 4 contractors, $1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, 4 years. Nowhere in the modern world it takes a government 4 years to deliver the expansion of a 1.9 kilometer road. Nowhere in this modern world. Outside of Guyana. But Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, in the context of explosive economic growth driven by the oil sector, this government has spent $5 trillion in the last 5 years. But what do we have to show other than sand, stone, and cement? Mr. Speaker, at some point, after the waves of the Hero Highway are settled, and the noise of this house on that side fades, this government would have to reconcile the monies it spent with the value it delivered. And in doing so, the Guyanese people watching this telecast must ask the hard question. They must have the hard question. How is it, after spending $5 trillion in 5 years, after the unverified claim of creating 100,000 jobs, distributing 50,000 house lots, 5,000 contracts, 12,000 projects, and all of that, 58%. How is it that 58% of this country remains in poverty? How is it, after you would have proudly announced your numbers, 32% of our people live in extreme poverty? This is not leadership that cares. This is a group of administrators who I would consider hirelings. People who work for money and no care for people. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we hear the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, the Honorable Pauline Sukai.
Pauline, the wake, rough for sailing. Rough, this is rough. Pauline, you need to get you sailing legs. After sailing legs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening to the House. Mr. Speaker, I stand this evening proud and honored to lend my full support to the 2026 national budget, a budget that continues to reflect our government's unwavering commitment to the people of this country, our Guyana. This $1.558 trillion budget aligns with the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto, which sets out Guyana's development path for 2030 and beyond. The 2026 budget stands as a powerful testament to the dynamic leadership of His Excellency President Dr. Irfan Ali, as it captured his visionary announcement made in his address to the nation not so long ago. Mr. Speaker, I skipped Mohammed because I did not want him to be associated at this time with the other Mohammed. Let me congratulate and thank the senior minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Natasha Singh and his team, for scripting such a masterclass fiscal plan for 2026 that looks beyond short-term gains while deliberately charts a course towards sustainable national development. Mr. Speaker, our budget theme, Putting People First, reflects our commitment to inclusive development across Guyana. In the hinterland and unserved communities, the People's Progressive Party Civic Government distributed 37,230 solar home systems. In 2026, in 2025, 7,000 was delivered and distributed to the hinterland communities and villages, improving students' ability to study at night and enhancing daily life of families. Despite criticism, Mr. Speaker, from the Honorable Deon La Cruz, our one and only, the initiative has positively impacted students, education, and prospects. In 2025, the Guyana Energy Agency constructed solar farms, mini-grids in various hinterland communities and hydro projects in locations such as Kumu, Mokomoka, and K2. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that put peoples first. Coming from where we started, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that before the PPP came into office in 1992, the hinterland was in darkness. It was in abject poverty and marginalization. Mr. Speaker, and I say no more, because from then to now, the improvements that we have seen, felt, and is experiencing is untold. It must be recognized, it must be recorded, because it is a fact. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when young parliamentarians, who I applaud, has taken up the leadership in their own space, not exactly on this platform that is putting people first and focuses on people's development, they need to reflect and to question themselves whether coming to this house with heaps of criticisms and not looking back. Many times it is the history that inform us the next step forward. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that because when one consider where Guyana was, by those, the young members associated with, the honorable members associated with, it was truly a failure. And I want to say this. Another criticism that came from the other side had to do with jumping ship. And when the matter of jumping ship was being told to this House only a couple of hours ago, I remember Dr. Ashley Singh's referral about the scatteration. Mr. Speaker, the scatteration have them scattered all over. And it was like the pot telling the kettle the bottom black. Because the same person who was speaking about jumping ship has jumped on a ship that is fastly sinking. Sinking. And Mr. Speaker, having been the major opposition team just 5 years ago, can accuse someone who has chosen to jump ship on a platform of progress, a platform where this government continues to put people first. It is nonsensical because the pot is calling the kettle black, but the kettle jumped on a progressive ship, not a sinking one. The 2026 budget, Mr. Speaker, includes funding of $6 billion that will be directed to the establishment of 10 more mini-grids for communities. Mr. Speaker, and for the honorable member, someone said here he should have read the budget, or the honorable member should have read the budget, because in the 2026 budget, Dr. Ashley Singh, the honorable member, indicated that for Region 1, there will be an extension to the solar farms that exist there in Port Kaituma, Matthews Ridge, and Mabaruma. This is what we would refer to as a government that continues to incrementally change the landscape of the hinterland and put people first. Of course, Rome was not built in a day. And I am proud, as I started my presentation, proud. I feel privileged that I could be on this side, no matter what position I may be in, no matter how critical it will appear to those on the other side. It is a position of choice, a position of recognition, and a position of representation for the people of this country. The hinterland, as well as the coastal regions, have benefited from investment in road networks and connecting bridges and drains. The new highway in the coast is a reality and has brought relief and strengthened economic opportunities for all of Guyana. Opening up lands for housing scheme, will be opening up lands for agriculture, opening up opportunities for young people, for women. Mr. Speaker, if that is not putting people first, then what is it? What is it? Similarly, in the hinterland and remote communities, the road network has expanded to bring improvements. Each year, the People's Progressive Party Civic government has incrementally increased investments to upgrade and construct road networks in the hinterland. This year, the budget has allocated $10 million to commence these critical transport networks. Mr. Speaker, I want to take some time to address the numbers. to highlight, Mr. Speaker, how this government, without oil and with oil, continues to support development in the hinterland. Allocation for Hintel Road development. I want to demonstrate how the incremental increase is impacting and affecting a positive way of life for our people. In Region 1, in 2020, $146 billion. 2021, $700 million. In 2022, $970 million. In 2023, $1.8 billion. In 2024, $1.3 billion. In 2025, $3 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's what we call incrementally increasing every year the investment in hinterland roads. In my honorable member, or on the other side, region. Mr. Speaker, their government or the opposition, and I'm speaking here because I'm not sure where they are placing themselves at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, their history and their record has never shown such development track record. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they can bawl, they can shout, and they can perform antics at the podium. But that will not bring them votes. It might bring them social media likes, but it will not bring you votes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to specially point out that in 2025, $14 billion were spent on hinterland roads alone. Mr. Speaker, that is what we're talking about. Increasing and building out the infrastructure to support hinterland, Amerindians and hinterland community life, so that they too can be party to the benefits of what is happening around and in this country. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget caters, Mr. Speaker, local government is where development becomes real. It is where citizens judge the state by whether drains are cleared, roads are maintained, markets are organized, garbage is collected, and public spaces are safe and usable. Mr. Speaker, when one reflects on what we inherited, it was a total mess. Before I highlight what the budget offers for local government development, it would be remiss of me not to say that the opposition-run city council has over the years allowed the capital city to rapidly deteriorate, to rubble and waste. Since 2020, with strategic investment from the People's Progressive Party Civic administration and the intervention of central government, Guyanese are witnessing a city that is progressively transforming into a safer and more secure space. Just take a walk down to the historical old train station and the seawall. They are now awesomely well kept and enhanced. Nothing like in the days of the opposition. And with this, we cannot fail to recognize the effort of the Office of the First Lady for the dedicated leadership provided across various regions to uplift and enhance towns and communities alike. This year's budget caters for investment to the tune of $2 billion to to commence the reconstruction of two historical city markets, the Stabroek Market and the Border Market. And not forgetting that we have already achieved the rehabilitation of City Hall, beautifully done, along with further investment for city enhancement projects throughout the year and beyond. A revitalized and beautifully maintained city will in turn complement the targeted support being extended to the orange economy. Because the PPP Civic government put people first, we realized the scope of our culture and creative industry that will generate income for countless Guyanese in the area of music, fashion, cuisine, film, art. Mr. Speaker, design and heritage-based enterprises. Mr. Speaker, exciting times lie ahead for our creative population, for our young people, for male and female designers. Mr. Speaker, this is what real development is, since it seeks and ensures that people's life will be improved, that income will be generated, and prosperity will begin to prevail. Turning now to regional development. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, the People's Progressive Party administration pursued a deliberate and measurable agenda to expand development at the regional and the local levels. Through improved connectivity, stronger regional systems, enhanced energy access, and direct investments. Mr. Speaker, we in this government strengthen the governance architecture through a democratic and balanced approach. Local organs must be resourced, trained, and equipped to deliver services, and they must be also accountable. As such, under the government subvention, increases for the local organs, including municipalities, received in 2025 $50 million, and neighborhood democratic councils were allocated $30 million to ensure that both these levels would execute impactful projects that improve people's life and the delivery of service to our people be upgraded and enhanced. This is a deliberate policy to strengthen local organs with more predictable resources and delivery of services. As such, tractors, truck, waste management, equipment, and tools will be procured. Mr. Speaker, the grumbling about reading, I want to assure this House, these notes belongs to me, supported by my technical people, not by Christopher Ram. That is what responsible government looks like, Mr. Speaker. When money is allocated, money is disbursed, money is utilized, services are improved, and communities and people continue to benefit, and life continue to improve. Mr. Speaker, solid waste management remains a challenge. It's a fact. It is one of the toughest local government responsibility. That is why the portfolio is not only about trucks and schedules for pickup. It is also about policy modernization. Consultation has begun for an integrated solid waste management bill aimed at strengthening standards, improving regulation, and modernizing the framework within which waste collection, disposal, and site management will operate. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, a total of $7.9 billion budgeted to pursue a comprehensive approach to solid waste management, with a particular focus on constructing access road and landfill facilities. Mr. Speaker, this is how the People's Progressive Party civic government operate. We manage the present while modernizing for the future. Mr. Speaker, with respect to hinterland development, the People's Progressive Party civic government policy is to improve the delivery of services. And that is relatable to people. And that is why this budget is themed putting people first and not a mere slogan. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that on December the 17th, 2025, right on the lawns of the conference center, His Excellency, in his message to the nation, said, development cannot remain concentrated along the coast. It must be national in scope, deliberate in its execution, and tangible in the daily lives of Guyanese, particularly those in riverine, remote, and hinterland communities. This is substantive. This is visionary. And this is coming from a leader who has put people first. His Excellency recent commissioning of hinterland airstrips in Parmakatoy Region 8 and at Aishalton in Region 9 demonstrates a strategic push to integrate these communities into the national economy through transport infrastructure that supports agriculture, tourism, healthcare, education, and access to market. Mr. Speaker, the vision, the pronouncement, the message of His Excellency to this nation is not only now beginning, but he has reinforced what this government should focus on. And therefore, with the commissioning of more than one airstrips in the hinterland community, it was providing evidence to what the intention is, so that we will be able as a government to continue to deliver, to serve, and of course, to attract the votes so that you on the other side may take a lesson from us over a long protracted period of years while you sit on the other side. As part of the integrated food production strategy, the government has set ambitious annual output targets to be achieved from regions 8 and 9, including 1 million pounds of carrots, 500 pounds of citrus, 200,000 pounds of peanuts, 150,000 pounds of mangoes, 200,000 pounds of beef, and 100,000 pounds of mutton, along with the cultivation of potatoes, onions, and carrots. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the first shipment of mangoes, amounting to several thousand pounds that might otherwise have rotted, were already flown out of Aishalton, and more than 40,000 pounds of produce have begun arriving in Georgetown. Again, as I speak, or as I stand here, I'm happy to report that 38 acres of arable land has been cleared in Region 8 in Parmakatoy to revolutionize agricultural production. This will be done with the support, technical and otherwise, by the Ministry of Agriculture. It will ensure that youths, women, farmers remain involved in production, are working and earning through a lucrative project right in their home or village. Mr. Speaker, that is what integrating the hinterland areas and location with the national policy of food security. Our country, Mr. Speaker, has committed to be the supplier of food for the region. We can do it. I've heard the Minister of Agriculture outline here today that Guyana is one of the only country that has the capability, the capacity, and the potential to carry on this task. And the hinterland community are going to be integrally a significant participant in this activity. Mr. Speaker, development cannot occur in darkness. For long, under the grapples and the hamstrung and the tentacles of the opposition, Guyana has been in a really sad state. And so today, I want to say that infrastructure alone is not enough. And I agree that all the beautiful highways we've had, the modern BJ Bridge, the Amarar Harbor Bridge, Mr. Speaker, they are magnificent. It's awesome. It's building out and modernizing our country. But that is not enough. And I agree. And that is why over 7,500 hinterland residents have benefited from training and educational opportunities through programs such as GOAL and other scholarships, including the free tuition at the university. And Mr. Speaker, our government continues to invest in our human capital, our human resources. And I like to tell the story, which I've said before, others have heard it before, but I want to say it in this August House, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. Our government has put people first. People, for us, are the important players in everything that we do. And so, in a family, when the mother gets pregnant or a female gets pregnant, she has the option of going not only to the private hospitals, but now, comfortably so, she can go to the government public health system. Mr. Speaker, she gets free examination, she gets free ultrasound, she also gets free medication if necessary. She gets free birthing of the child in the institution. And when that child is born, that mother receives $100,000. That's investment from day one in our human resource. When that child gets into nursery school and registered in the private or the public schools, that child is today receiving, or this year will receive $85,000. When that child is about or is ready and eligible to write the CSEC examination, Mr. Speaker, parents will keep the cost or the fees for 8 subjects in their family budget because the government is covering the cost of up to 8 subjects for that child born. Mr. Speaker, if that child chose to go into business or go on to higher academic levels, whether it's to study at an international institute or university, they can get free gold scholarships, fully paid by this government. And if they decide to go to the university, they also get free tuition. In fact, we've gone beyond that as a government. And we have written off the loans for young people and workers who would have been attending university, taking the opportunity to educate or further educate themselves. Mr. Speaker, skills training, the investment in practical institutions and skills training in this country is enormous. There is no other country, even in the old socialist country, can they match what this country, under the leadership of the People's Progressive Party, Civic, has accomplished. We have accomplished opportunities that are so easily and readily available to young people. Anyone above the age of 18 today can dream of qualifying themselves in whatever field they may choose. That's an investment in our human resource, an investment in the human capital, an investment for our people to put on our shoulders the challenge of continuing the transition to a modern country, a country which will be built and will be led by a People's Progressive Party civic government for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to Region 8.
Before you turn to Region 8, let us turn to an extension.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for the honourable member to have 5 more minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like all the other geographical MPs in this honorable house, I am privileged to be serving Region 8 as a geographical member of Parliament. And it would not be correct for me not to speak a little on Region 8. Because people in Region 8 are benefiting from our government development programs and plans. Mr. Speaker, it was my government who worked tirelessly in this region, whilst in opposition during 2015 to 2020, when power-hungry individuals held onto seats in government. Tangible development only started to flow unabated when the People's Progressive Party Civic was returned to office. Mr. Speaker, the hardship that Region 8 suffered during 2015 to 2020 is unimaginable. Transportation or modes of transportation collapsed.
Mr. Speaker,
roads became really difficult.
Honorable member, Honorable Minister Gail, to share.
Threatening another member. And so I'd ask you to please listen carefully to some of that thing, because what I heard just now, I will take as threat.
all the time.
Honorable members, we have been going well for the day so far. We have 3 members to come. Please let's desist, or we will have to start naming people. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but today I've listened to the Honorable Minister within the Ministry of Public Works, and I concur with him that traveling in the North Pacaraimans, which is Subdistrict 1 in Region 8, is much more easier than it ever was under any other government. But this government has achieved great strides in traveling. Mr. Speaker, it used to take an individual to ride an ATV from Parmakatoi to Cato for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you yourself would have traversed those areas. Today, riding an ATV takes 20 minutes from Parmakatoi to Cato, and using a pickup truck takes 25 minutes. That is what achievement for Region 8 is. Mr. Speaker, we have just seen Monkey Mountain roads, internal roads being completed. We've seen Parmakatoi roads being completed. We've seen Cato gravel road being completed, and over 27 communities in the North Pacaraimans will be benefiting from improved, upgraded internal roads. I'm not speaking only about internal roads, but we are also speaking about the connecting village-to-village roads. Those are being maintained both by villagers, funded by the public works, and contractors who have bigger equipment that are taking care of those long stretches. Mr. Speaker, I want to also applaud the government for ensuring that more than 90% of ICT hubs are established and operational. That is bringing internet connectivity to the most remote region of this country. And that's commendable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year we would see a practical institution, a practical center, skill training center being established in the township of Madia. Madia itself has benefited from 5 kilometers of roads, including now we will be ensuring that the road from Madia to Brian Sucre Junction will be done in this term. In fact, awards started since last year, and the minister, I accompanied him to inspect some of the completed roads, and he was very surprised to find out that roads awarded in August of last year were completed by December of 2025. That is what work, efficient road work, and they're concrete roads. We're getting value for money. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is not long gone, it's about to expire, but I want to say that this budget is indeed a people's budget. And therefore, I wish to commend this budget and to ensure that we get full approval for this budget, and to encourage the opposition to put people first, not yourself, not the bullying, Mr. Speaker, not the chanting, not the arm waving, not the shouting, but to put people first. They are the significant players in any development. And so, like my colleagues on this side of the House, I wish also to support fully 100% the passage of the 2026 budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Char.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring from my indigenous brothers and sisters of the Rupununi to this August House, Miaramang. From my indigenous brothers and sisters across Region 7, Arabunai. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the national budget of 2026 that was eloquently presented by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. Allow me at the outset to commend the Honorable Minister and his hard-working team for the careful preparation and presentation of this budget under the theme, Putting the People First. Mr. Speaker, this budget encapsulates our government's vision for continued growth, inclusion, and transformation. Mr. Speaker, I have listened attentively to what I will describe as utterances emanating from the opposition side during this debate so far. Mr. Speaker, let me make one reference to the Speaker before the Honorable Sukai. Mr. Speaker, one word to describe that contribution: delusional. Delusional. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member boasts of the 5Bs program under the APNU AFC. And alluded to it as superior in comparison to the Because We Care cash grant. Mr. Speaker, 32 buses for 260,000 school children across the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, breakfast for 260,000 school children in our country. How could this be? How could the 5Bs be superior than the Because We Care cash grant? The PPPC implemented that Because We Care cash grant and was disbursed to every school child across the length and breadth of this country. The PPPC believes in inclusiveness, equal distribution, equity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Speaker, one word, as I said, delusional. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to address the utterances of the Honorable Don Hastings. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member now awakes from her slumber with the taste of the wind and alluding to water as necessity and essential. Necessity and essential. While she sat and on the APNU AFC from 2015 to 2020 and was a minister within the Ministry of Communities with responsible for water, and did nothing for the people of Region 7, and now come to this house and say water is a necessity and essential. Mr. Speaker, lest the Honorable Member forgot, because charity begins at home, and this Honorable Member is out of reach from her region, because water distribution, water supply is in Camarang, Warwata, Kwebenang, Jawala, Kako, her very home village, Waramadong, Parima, and the list goes on. And this sends a clear message that the Honorable Member is out of touch. Electricity. The Honorable Member is electricity. But lest the Honorable Member knows that Camarang is earmarked for a solar farm under the office of the Prime Minister. And all the solar panels that was distributed in 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, as I said, charity begins at home. And the Honorable the Honorable Member came here to paint a glossy picture of no development taking place in Region 7, particularly in the Upper Mazaruni, where the Honorable Member lives. But let me make it clear this evening, Mr. Speaker,
The PPPC government's intervention, total investment from 2020 to 25 amounts to a whopping $337.3 million. In Kako alone, in Kako village alone, LCDS, $24 million in 2023, $24 million in 2024, and 2025, another $24 million, totaling to $72 million allotted to Kako in just 3 years. From the People's Progressive Party Civic government. Of course, with a heart of love for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, the supplemental budget, the $3 billion, Kako was allotted $11 million. Capital projects under the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs amounts to $34 million. $34 million under education, $123 million. So what the member came here to say was primarily to mislead the people into believing that the PPPC is not doing anything for the people in the hinterland regions in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me address the Honorable Deon La Cruz. The Honorable Minister alluded to indigenous people need better. And he is indigenous, thank God. Mr. Speaker, I did my research and came up with the empirical evidence. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member hails from Rincon in Maruca Region 1. But let me tell the honorable member that Rincon alone received presidential grant $10.1 million. $10.1 million from the Ministry of Amerindian Affairs. Mr. Speaker, LCDS for 3 years, $72 million. $72 million. And the honorable member told this house that nothing is being done on the culture, youth, and sport. But the member is out of touch with his people and village council, receiving in 2023 $1 million, in 2024 another $1 million for ground enhancement. For ground enhancement. We have the record. We have it. We have it. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. Mr. Speaker, he is out of touch. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member criticized the Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030 and alluded that the LCDS has declined the distribution under the allotment under the carbon credits. It has declined. But the honorable member doesn't understand. When you don't know, ask, and you will be told. Ask. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. In 2023, the Amerindian villages benefited 15%. 15% in 2023 and 2024. An average of over 20% was allotted to all the Amerindian villages and communities across Guyana. Amerindian villages and community development councils. Mr. Speaker, the percentage tells a story here, but the other 80% can be found in the national budget, which goes back directly to the same villages. Understand the concept of the low carbon development strategy before you come here and talk. What must I say, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member La Cruz told this House that indigenous people in his region are living in truly houses. But that honorable member is living far from the reality of Amerindian development. He is out of touch, he is out of reach, and doesn't seem to understand what is development and where the development is taking place. Mr. Speaker, housing development in Barometer, in Arakaka, Canal Bank, in Batero. Housing development is taking place there. In Batero, Canal Bank, Barometer, Arakaka. And also, Mr. Speaker, the $3 million housing assistance and subsidy went to every Amerindian village and community across this country. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Andrews went to 1973. And I plan not to go 73. He went to the Honorable Member mentioned 1973 and 1978. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member had forgotten where Guyana was under his PNC. Where Guyana was. The Honorable Member forgot what the PPPC inherited in 1992.
Honorable Member Charlie, you need to have an extension and to continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now turn this House attention to Amerindian and hinterland development. Mr. Speaker, 7.5 billion is earmarked in 2026 alone to continue to support Amerindian communities across Guyana. 400 million budgeted to further advance the land titling program. 5 billion budgeted to continue support our Amerindian communities through the Amerindian Development Fund and presidential grants. 1.9 billion budgeted to continue the CSO program. 133 million budgeted to take care of the Hinterland Scholarship Program to benefit 800 students. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government will continue the Gold Scholarship Program for the Hinterland students. The PPPC government will continue to ramp up the construction of schools at all levels health centers, wells, and water distribution systems across the hinterland. The PPPC government will continue to support the Amerindian heritage celebration for every Amerindian and every Guyanese in our country. Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support of this people-centered, transformative, and inclusive budget. One that builds on the achievements of previous years and lays the foundation for sustainable national development. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC budget, the people's budget, putting people first, stands at $1.558 trillion. A historic budget of our country. Mr. Speaker, I support Budget 2026 as a serious development intervention in the economic history of Guyana. And that is why I support and proudly support this budget as a legitimate indigenous representative defending my country's future. Mr. Speaker, I commend this budget to this honorable House, and I ask the opposition to take it from here and join us on this side of the House. Let us all pass this budget for the people of our country, putting people first. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One Love.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Advertise with us, and let's help you promote your next product, project, or event. More than 1 million viewers every month in Guyana and all over the globe. No project too big, no project too small. Delta 9 Media. Let's help your project reach its widest possible audience.
But as a proud representative of a government that was once again chosen by the people on the 2nd of September 2025 with a landslide victory. On that day, the people of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana renew their trust in the People's Progressive Party Civic government, granting us a clear mandate to continue improving their lives and advancing our nation's development. They did so because they saw leadership that delivered. They witnessed His Excellency the President, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, not merely govern over the past 5 years, but excel, meeting the challenges of our time with vision and results, and earning the confidence of the Guyanese people with distinction. With distinction. That is important. That means the Guyanese people look at the record, listen to the noises from those on the opposite benches, and made a judgment about who they trust to govern and who they do not. Listen, my brother, you got to go to the back of the class. You're not so bright. You go to the back. Despite the shouting, the fear-mongering, and the constant attempts to rewrite history, the people rejected those in the opposition and renewed this government's mandate. It's important that you understand. Mr. Speaker, as such, allow me the opportunity to commend our senior minister
in the office of the president with the responsibility of finance, my good friend, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Kumar Singh, and his team on putting together the largest budget in our country's history. One that is not a collection of numbers, but a blueprint for the dignity of our people. That is why it comes under the theme, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I want to address the Honorable Member, Mr. Gobin Harbourjan. It's my countryman, but when you're out of touch, Mr. Speaker, it's a bad thing. Mr. Speaker, it's normal. I don't expect better from the Honorable Member, because this government has employed Harbourjan to fix all those problems that he raised here, and he did nothing in 5 years. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And he was paid a handsome salary every single month. For 5 years. For 5 years. And you come in here, and he's doing the same thing at Win. You know what he's doing? The man, the Honorable Member, raised some issues, and I need to clear them up. I will do his job, because he never does nothing. And I will give the Win party an advice when I finish with Harbourjan that should be taken very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Lands and Survey changed the land rental from $2,000 to $1,000 for land rental. That is an intervention this government made. Mr. Speaker, 20,000 acres land at the 5274 Savannah was surveyed and is made available for cattle farmers in Barbies, right where Harbourjan live. But Harbourjan doesn't know that. Harbourjan never leave the perimeter of his yard except to go to walk his dogs. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you the other way how he leave his home in the next couple of minutes. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about agro-processing facility. In Blackbush Polder, there is an agro-processing facility that is operational. But Harbourjan, the Honorable Member, don't leave his home. It's only when his boss come, the Honorable Member of the opposition, and he collected him and to go out to take a drive. That is when Harbourjan actually sees people. The Honorable Member. Keyboard politician, Facebook politician, nothing else. Mr. Speaker, Harbourjan spoke, the Honorable Member spoke about land availability in Barbies, region number 6. Mr. Speaker, we are engaging in a number of land clearing in the entire Barbies. You know, one of the biggest projects that we are doing right now is the Hope Light Canal in Barbies. And that is from India. You know, the Hope Light Canal will ensure that we have thousands of acres of land available for farmers in Region 6 and protected from the floods. Mr. Speaker, we have lands right now that we are making available at Molson Creek. We are doing an all-weather road there to open about 300 to 500 acres of land there, and even more Oh, I apply to Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, as you said. Please, Mr. Speaker, I want to correct you, the honorable member, on the amount of land that was cultivated. He said 63,000. Mr. Speaker, it's 70,038 acres of land that is being cultivated in Berbice for rice. I understand the honorable member only can eat rice. And you know what really shocked me is when the honorable member comes to this house and want to speak about rice. In the 2015-2020 period, the country didn't even know, or Berbice, Region 6, didn't even know we had an agriculture minister. The minister comes to Berbice 3 times. 3 times. And he reached farmers. Harbour John bring him, the honorable member. You don't even know his name. I can't remember his name, but and the 3 meetings he had, in Berbice was at Nanbasad boardroom in AC, where only 15 farmers attend, and come to this house here to lecture about helping rice farmers. Shame. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I want to continue and respond to him, Mr. Speaker. He spoke about rice and $300. Yeah, he spoke about $300 a bag for paddy that the Honorable Minister of Agriculture gave. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. We have been supporting rice farmers, not only the last crop when he said manure raise. We have been supporting rice farmers since we are in government from 1992 to 2015, when Abdu AFC made it a private business. And then we start to support rice farmer back from 2020 to present. Mr. Speaker, I also want to let you know that the Ministry of Agriculture is doing a tremendous job in Berbice. And I must commend the Minister of Agriculture, because thousands of people depend on agriculture in Berbice. And the support that we are giving to rice farmers, the honorable member come here and said fertilizer raised. What he didn't tell the House is that fertilizer was subsidized by this government, given to farmers, $1 per acre. Plus we gonna make we own fertilizer soon. You might get it free, Honorable Member Manipal. We might get it free. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to leave the advice with, when I ain't finished yet, I'm going to continue. Continue with my speech. So, I want to leave the advice with Win. One of the honorable members you don't trust is who change party on every occasion for their personal gains. And you know why? Here, everybody who changed, and I can tell you, the honorable member is not here, but he was a person who actually tell me personally about the Prime Minister at that time, the Honorable Nagomutu at that time, right? Good. I will give him the accolade, right? Never went in PNC by, if I do something wrong with me. Something really wrong with you, me. Mr. Speaker, there's one party I will advise nobody to join. PNC. That is a sinking ship. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the honorable member is not here, but I want to take the House to a journey to Region 6. And Mr. Speaker, let me mention this. I know the honorable member Govin Harberjan need a trip throughout Region 6. So we're going before the bridge. We started from the honorable member of the Jordan region. So when we go over the bridge, Mr. Speaker, you know what this government did? The honorable member Bishop can tell you. We made Barbies River Bridge toll free.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what that is doing to Barbishep? Every car that travel over that bridge, they give him a bill and they say take $1,900. Every minibus operator take to $1,900. Every double cab pickup or SUV, $3,600. The business people with trucks, $5,800. That is the way how we were helping the residents of Region 6 and putting people first. Mr. Speaker, as we cross the Barbies River Bridge with disposable income, we get disposable income going into Barbies. You hear that? Govin is at the back of the class. You need to come to the front. Only if you get bright do. Right? Good. So, Mr. Speaker, as we cross the bridge, if you want me to turn right, you want me to turn left, you want me to go straight ahead, I will go straight. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, as we go into Palmyra, Mr. Speaker, there is a spanking new stadium. Spanking new stadium. World-class facility. World-class facility. You know, Mr. Speaker, I went there a couple of days back with the Honorable Minister Jacobs. And when you go into that stadium, it's a different feeling. And that is how you make people feel welcome and proud to be Guyanese.
That's right. Yes.
Because the feeling that you have there, spanking new multi-purpose stadium.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, right next to that, I don't want to compare it with Durban Park. That will be chalk to cheese. Careful. Mr. Speaker, in Palmyra, Mr. Speaker, the tarmac that is being built there, over 10 acres, that will be hosting the Barbies Expo, where thousands of people will benefit there, Mr. Speaker. That is putting people first. Mr. Speaker, at Palmyra, we didn't move from Palmyra. No, we are Palmyra still. Yeah, Palmyra. We have, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we are right in front there. Remember, we had to fix the monument site. Honorable Member Manipal, the thing collapsed. If it collapsed, we have to fix it. But then, because, Mr. Speaker, because we have to remember that we have the Center for Equity, Opportunity, and Innovation. You know why is that center, Honorable Member? That is to cater for people with disability. That is when you put people first. That is when you put people first. Mr. Speaker, it is operational. We have 100 people working there. People with disability. That is what is important. Mr. Speaker, as we go down, we turn in right. We
Okay,
going
before
down.
you turn right, you're going to have to get an extension.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, according to my notes, started at 10:28. So he hasn't exhausted, as far as I know, his time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Beg your pardon? Can't hear, sorry.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to come.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the amount of development that is happening in Barbados, we can't even read it here for today, tomorrow, and the end of the budget speech. So, let me go quickly. Mr. Speaker, every neighborhood Democratic Council in Region 6 has experienced notable improvement in the last 5 years, from upgrade internal roads to enhanced drainage network. And Mr. Speaker, every local authority area have a HIMAC, which is a small excavator. They have tractor and trailer. They have machine to collect garbage. Mr. Speaker, they have new buildings, some of them, and there's so much a thing happen at the NDC level. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you into New Amsterdam quickly, but before that, because I want to tell you what is happening in New Amsterdam, because Mr. Speaker, we had, in this last election, we had the largest amount of vote ever in New Amsterdam, even beating the base of the APNU AFC and win. Mr. Speaker, before we do that, okay, that's true. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the East Kanji Public Road, or the main road, right now doing. The Ministry of Public Works have persons working there. 4-lane highway. 4-lane going to the new municipal airport at Rosal Kanji. New municipal airport at Rosal Kanji. That will improve so much commerce, tourism, etc. Mr. Speaker, in New Amsterdam, we have transformed New Amsterdam. And I want to tell you one part of New Amsterdam. When we went in to Angais Avenue in 1999, the then president, the Honorable Dr. Barra Jack Dio, went in with long boots. Mr. Speaker, now the Honorable Opposition Leader can drive his Lamborghini through Angais Avenue. Through Angais Avenue. You know the reason why? We have transformed the entire Angais Avenue with concrete roads. We have made tracks. Mr. Speaker, we put in lights at Angais Avenue at the community ground. We have transformed an area named Tannery. My good friend, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, and me went there. The people was wearing long boots going in. The town council that is being led by the Honorable Member of the APNU, Manipal, could ask his colleague to ease the people. Because you know why? They don't want to give them title. No title for the land. They take the people money. They take the people money, Mr. Speaker. And you know what they do? They deny them their title. But beside that, we transform Tannery, we put in roads, we put in electricity, we put in water, we give them solar panel in front. That is what we are doing in Amsterdam. You had the chance, you didn't do it. There is a problem. And the people voted you out. I'm so disappointed that you had the chance and you didn't do it. Mr. Speaker, that when we go to the East Bank Barbies, massive transformation. Massive transformation. Electricity from Lightong to through Mara to Germania. That is for the first time ever. Mr. Speaker, Terence trying to show me, honorable member, that we should wrap up. But let me say this. Let me say this. You know what we are doing with farmers in the East Bank Barbies? And that is replicated right across Region 6. We are assisting farmers through the president's commitment to clear 5 acres of land for each farmers in the East Bank Barbies to do farming. And that was committed by His Excellency the President, Dr. Mohamed Afan. Mr. Speaker, we have to swing back quickly. So we will use the Lamborghini to go up. You'll be faster. Mr. Speaker, as we go up, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention we have 3 mega solar farm. 3 megawatt solar farm. One at Prospect in Palmyra and one at Hampshire. We forgot to mention that. Mr. Speaker, if you go into Port Morant, I didn't even reach Blackbush Polar, where people go in and, you know, politicizing that they're doing everything for Blackbush. We put a brand new pump at Lesby Holland. Plus we get one completing very shortly at the back of Blackbush Polar, the Kanju Creek, that will irrigate the entire Blackbush Polar. That is what we're doing for farmers. Mr. Speaker, it's finished. It's finished. So I'm going to take your trip, must come on Barbies. I'm going to carry you with the boat there. Mr. Speaker, that is true. Mr. Speaker, true. True. You can't get support now in Amsterdam. That is the problem. And that was the only support base. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say that this budget is indeed a people's budget. These people, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you walk the ground, when you walk and you interact with people, then you know the plight of people. Not when you then Facebook and you get in and you get 200 fake accounts trying to back you on Facebook. You gotta go and walk the ground, and that is when the people tell you what they need, and that is how we craft this budget with the people. That is it, how we do it. So I want to commend the Honorable Finance Minister and his team. I want to commend the government, the People's Progressive Party, who will be the government for the next 50 years. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we should all agree that this budget is indeed a people's budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member, Ms. Sonia Lachman, to close off this session of Budget 2026 presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a daughter of Bethany Amerindian Village in Region Number 2 and a proud Lokono woman to give my contributions to Budget 2026. This budget was carefully crafted by my MP colleague, Honorable Minister Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. And I would like to say thanks to the hardworking team who worked with him with diligence and dedication in creating Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, the theme, putting people first, is not just a statement that we came up with, or it's not that something we copied like the members of the opposition said. It is a commitment by the People's Progressive Party to the people of Guyana. This budget is not just numbers on papers. It is one that put peoples before politics and communities before convenience, and rightly so. Since it is the largest budget in Guyana's history, 1.55 trillion, Guyana's largest budget, and may I remind this House, with no new additional taxes. This is the focus of the People's Progressive Party. This is the vision that we have for the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, we have seen substantial and massive transformation in all sectors, in all administrative regions of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this development reaches from the hinterland to the riverine communities, the interior savanna, the low coastal plain. This development reaches every single Guyanese, and Budget 2026 will continue to deliver to the Guyanese population. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 is a reflection of our shared priorities and our dedication as a party to budgetary prudence. The People's Progressive Party stands to creating a robust and inclusive and a forward-thinking economy. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members of the opposition does not understand what this means. Win criticizes, but has no track record. APNU promises, but has a record of failure. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, the PPPC just did not deliver. We delivered, and the Guyanese population saw the spending decisions, and they saw that it was evidence. They were evidence-based. They were outcome-driven and in line with President Ali's national developmental goals for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget demonstrates a balanced approach to public finance, emphasizing effective resource allocation, microeconomic stability, and fortifying the groundwork for sustained expansion in every region of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget stands for the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget clearly shows that Guyana is built. This budget clearly shows that Guyana's future is built with the people, for the people, and around the people. Budget 2026 talks about this. Mr. Speaker, allocating $7.5 billion towards Amerindian development demonstrates the government's explicit and intentional dedication to inclusive national development. In the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, hinterland and Amerindian communities have witnessed significant and unparalleled developments due to intentional government policies, one that was crafted by our Vice President, Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, the LCDS. Amerindian villages, satellites, and CDCs have benefited tremendously from this great initiative. And I am going to speak about my village, Bethany, since I am a Tujao. We have benefited over the last 3 years, Honorable Member Deon La Cruz. I don't have to talk about Rincon or another village. I am going to talk about Bethany in this house. Over the last 3 years, Bethany received 72 million under the low carbon development strategy. And I can proudly say this, and I know my people back home are looking at this. I can say this without fear because we have done consultations before uplifting our monies, as well as all other villages, satellites, and CDCs. So when the honorable member come to this house questioning, where is the money? Where is the money? Go and ask your village council, not the government. Mr. Speaker, presidential grant, we have benefited 10.3 million in 2020, between 2020 to 2025. And our capital project, Bethany, benefited from $36.5 million, all for development for my village. And just as Bethany benefited, all 253 Amerindian villages, satellites, and CDCs, we have all benefited. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, Budget 2026 shows the People's Progressive Party, Civic, understands the specific problems that Amerindians confronts. And we respond with targeted investments that will make living better, create opportunities, and make communities stronger. The ongoing emphasis on Amerindian and hinterland development in specific areas in our sectorial plans are commendable. And I know you have all listened to it when my other MP colleagues from this side of the house brought it up. Roads, the continuation and the continuous allocation of resources for essential infrastructure in remote areas. I'm speaking about roads, Mr. Speaker. With the 2026 budget, we will be linking Oriala to Separuta and Oriala to Kwakwani. Isn't this putting people's first? Mr. Speaker, let's not forget what we did in the last 5 years. Just to name a few, we have Bethany, road construction, first phase finish, Paramakatoy, of which my MP colleague, Minister Pauline, mentioned a few moments ago, Monkey Mountain, Santa Rosa, Port Kaituma, Waramuri, Aishalton, Kaudarno, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the 29 bridges that we'll be building that stretches from Region 9 in Karasabay to Region 8, tell me, members of the opposition, isn't this putting people's first? Isn't this putting people's first? Mr. Speaker, with the 2026 budget, the PPPC government will continue our investment in airstrips across the hinterland regions. And this will help our brothers and sisters with connectivity. Which will reduce transportation costs and expand economic opportunities in the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, let me turn my attention to ICT hubs. Putting the people's first is evident in Amerindian villages, satellites, and CDCs, where we have completed and connected to Wi-Fi over 171 ICT hubs across Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we have trained 2,489 Amerindian youths from regions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And currently, we are training youths in regions 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Speaker, as I present to you here tonight, we are putting people's first by building ICT hubs in Kamana, Kopinang, Maikwak, Ansawar, Sandhill, Waipa, Kaibarapai, Karisparu, and currently we are constructing ICT hub in Arau in Region 7, putting people's first. Mr. Speaker, let me turn my attention to Amerindian land titling. The Honorable The honorable member, Deon La Cruz, from the opposition, mentioned about land rights a few hours ago. But does he fully understand that Amerindians are the second largest land rights owner after the state? Mr. Speaker, from 2020 to 2025, the PPPC has issued 8 absolute grants. 15 villages have been demarcated and COTs being issued. Mr. Speaker, may I remind this House and the Guyanese population that 5,256.35 square miles is of legally owned titled communal land, and 16,174 Amerindians are with secure land tenure. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of Amerindians, we should bring the facts to this House. This is not a show. This is not about politics. This is about the first peoples of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, housing development in Amerindian villages have improved in the last 5 years. And it is not where we would like it to be, but we have improved significantly from 2020 to 2025, and under the leadership of Dr. Mohamed Irfan, we will continue to see massive development in housing. Mr. Speaker, every village also received sports gears and checks for their sports grounds, of which were meaningfully utilized by the village. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Deon La Cruz, again mentioned my Amerindian brothers and sisters in Region 1 are not benefiting, but this is a misrepresentation of the people that are living in that region. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare services has never been so effective in the hinterland before. Under the PPPC, we have trained young professionals in various areas such as pharmacists, registered nurse, nursing assistants, caring for the elderly. Mr. Speaker, we have installed telemedicine in various areas, such as guns, such as Prima, just to name a few. We have built new health centers and new hospitals. These are all investments in healthcare because we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to delivering quality healthcare to all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC has consistently respected and invested in Amerindian communities. APNO, you have ignored our villages until election time, when you use our Amerindian people for talking points. The PPPC treats Amerindians as partners of development. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 highlights key investments in education and skills training, encompasses technical and vocational training, and this is crucial in empowering our hinterland youths and enabling our indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 to 2025, 2,164 Amerindian youths, CSOs, have benefited from various training programs, of which 1,165 were males and 999 were females. This has never happened under the APNO administration. Instead, you took away our CSO's jobs because you have no vision for us as Amerindians. Mr. Speaker, with the PPPC government, Amerindians have always been a part of Guyana's development. It is how it was, it is how it is, and it is how it will always be, because this government is focused on inclusion. Take a look at me, for example. Consider my experience as a young Amerindian girl residing in Region 2, Bethany, paddling a boat for 4 hours and walking over 2 miles uphill to get to school. Leave home for secondary education, then move from Essequibo for teachers training college in Georgetown with my minister, Sarah Brown Shanique. And I must say, now, as I speak, we do not have to leave the comfort of our homes anymore, nor regions, nor families. We can train within our regions, and circumstances have changed for us as Amerindian peoples. This is a result of the People's Progressive Party.
Honorable member, your 15 minutes is up. You need an extension to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to ask the honorable member to have another 5 minutes to conclude her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Teixeira. Honorable member, you may continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
Moving on, Mr. Speaker. Since I'm geographical MP for region number 2, permit me to turn my attention to the massive transformation that is currently taking place in our beautiful Cinderella County of Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, Region 2 has seen significant and massive transformation. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, 94 schools are currently under rehabilitation. Not forgetting what we have constructed in the last 5 years, the Abramsville Secondary School, the Mashabo Nursery School, Tapakuma Nursery, Bethany Nursery, extension of the Anna Regina Secondary, and the construction of the Cottonfield Secondary School. Construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, with over 200 plus concrete roads from Supinam to Charity, where the local contractors benefited, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, transportation has never been so easy. With the new addition of the MV Kanawaruk 1899, Essequibians can traverse at a cheaper cost, helps boost tourism and increase trade. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the state-of-the-art Lima Regional Hospital at a cost of $6.6 billion. I must say this was commissioned on August 22nd, 2025, where Essequibians do not have to travel to Georgetown for various services, but we can get it at the Lima Regional Hospital. Our Anna Regina Stadium, solar farms at Onderneming, and the recently constructed one at Charity, which will reduce costs and boost greater reliability. Dredging of the Pomeroon to prevent flooding. Construction of the Farmers' Wharf at Charity, Supinam, and Durbanton Castle, which were all put in place to improve the lives of our farmers, putting people first. Drainage for farmers along the Pomeroon River and the Supinam Creek, where over 500 plus farmers are benefiting currently. Insurance of rice farmers, first in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, as of January 2026, the fertilizer subsidy was given to rice farmers. Mr. Speaker, this House must be reminded, and our rice farmers in Region 2 who are currently looking at me right now, you must be reminded that under the APNU administration, you are promised $9,000 a bag. When they got into office, they said to you, rice is a private business. Mr. Speaker, as recent as last month, the fisher folks of Region 2 received their checks. It must be noted that aquaculture has moved from talks to action. In Anna Regina, we now have fingerlings at a cheaper cost for fisher folks. Cage culture, Amerindian villages in Region number 2 have benefited from the Tambaki project. Mainstay, Kapui, Bethany, Mashabo, all of which brings in revenue into the local village economies, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, the people of Region 2 will continue to see major developments in all sectors. Budget 2026 we will get our 4-lane road, more housing development, more roads, more housing scheme, the storage for farmers. Mr. Speaker, Under the PPPC, we have seen tangible, measurable developments across all sectors in Region 2. Mr. Speaker, compare this with the APNU administration when Region 2 was not largely neglected. Capital projects stalled, farmers were left vulnerable to floods, and youths were unemployed with no support. As for wind, Mr. Speaker, while they speak loudly and boastfully, they offer no tested record, no clear financial plan, and no proven ability to deliver the scale Region 2 requires, much less to deliver the scale an entire country requires. Region 2 cannot be developed on rhetoric alone, nor can Guyana develop on rhetoric alone. It needs experience, it needs capacity, and it needs results. And the People's Progressive Party have proven this to us from time and time again. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, WIN talks like they are the experts, but they have never run a government, not one budget, not one ministry, not one major project. Mr. Speaker, I therefore conclude by saying that I fully support Budget 2026, since it is one that speaks of putting peoples first. And that is what is needed by the Guyanese population. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Ms. Sonia Lachman. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the suspension. We will resume at 2 p.m. February 4th.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.